Yeah, but don't even post it. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. Wake up. Son. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Pseudo will give me some motion. Put a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Pseudo will keep him some motion. Put a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Should be bad like in no time. Hit a C like it's go time. My bitches in the game like the old line. Hey, and when I come down, you get no shine. Scissors on the backseat like a little kid. Tub been gone for a little minute. Ain't back and forth, I just post a pic with a bankroll, pounds in the mix. I can't parking like pimp. Hey, serving coffee shop him. Hey, got you walking around stiff. Hey, I'll let cash on him. Then put a bag on the cracker, but you put a bag on him. Hey, for black on black violence. Hey, let's go smash on them. I just paid my rent late on the block near Kimbe. Chopper got a little shake, hit the jerk like Ben J. Money calling me today, I'ma pick up every time. Bro just brought a whole bottle, gon' distribute every line. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like a airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like an airline. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Pseudo will keep me some motion. Put a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Pseudo will keep me some motion. Put a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Gotta get up and get it. You working that job or you stuck in the trenches. Cash to be made, so who out here tripping? My celly, your phone got a damn chip in it. Wake up, sign for 30 balls. Still in the trap with dirty clothes. You can be different, work my phones. You can be dead and work alone. Drop my top in the summer, no laces on these foam runners. Playing my numbers, wavy got them things in bundles. Bodies knowing the game in trouble, no rain, no thunder. Really felt played by my uncle. I was broken, knew my time was coming. Boys know how I'm bumming. See swangers on Toyota Tundras. Got lions and tigers among us. Hope the fame and change don't take me under. Sometimes I wonder, all the acting tough, you just gon' die younger. Question everything, just how my mind functions. Twerking on my bed, let wavy slide under. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Babe, get the bags, we packing sacks. I'm on and off like Mattress Mac. 20s, 50s, 100s, we after that. This ain't no battle rap. Asking for pictures and features. Thought you said my album whack. Can't be around leeches and preachers. Can't be who you yapping at. Let the window down, smell the aroma. Shunny in a big body, bending corners. How you gon' know who real and phony? Going extra, I really want it. Turning down my collar, had no idea. Mr. Popeye with that shit on, no diarrhea. Same ass she bought, she gon' sell it again. Before they laid on them, they was like, hell is this crib? Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. In the jungle, sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes all else fails, I'm right back in the jungle. In the jungle, they can't take my love. Sometimes I wonder. Y'all know what the hell going on, man. Yeah. What's that? Get up out there. Yeah, man. Freestyle Friday. Food stamps back. Food stamps back. Somebody tell Donald Trump. Food stamps back. Food stamps back. Food stamps back. Somebody tell Donald Trump. Food stamps back. With that being said, man, I hope everybody doing good, man. Y'all already know it's the weekend. Happy Halloween. You know what I'm saying? Some of you niggas is characters. You know what I'm saying? More than just one day out the year. Some of you niggas is characters. Some of you niggas play dress up and be characters, not be your real selves. Almost every goddamn day. So when you get to Halloween, you get to naturally be a character. You get to naturally be a clown. Let me cut my light on real quick. We about to get into it. We about to get into it. It ain't my fault, I got it off. Trap out the low, package dropped off. Gas make you cough, straight out the soul. Grill in my mouth, yo. It ain't my fault. Cameras active, watching over my house. End up in the club trying to taste you. Oh, I'm stepping to how I walk. My phone. Yeah. All right, man. So, y'all already know one of my biggest arguments against the Bible is none of these people are real people. We can't find these people bones. We could find pharaoh bones. We could find dinosaur bones. We could find all this shit. Motherfuckers will try to show you giant bones and Bigfoot bones. We can find all this shit, but we can't find nobody in the Bible bones. So that's one of my biggest arguments. Man, I've been coming up on some information that's basically saying Paul wasn't even a real person. I'm doing more research on Marcion. If y'all already know about Marcion, y'all can leave some tips in the comments. But from what I'm understanding,
there was a split between Marcion and I can't think of the brother name. It might not be Martyr. It might not be Justin Martyr, but there was a split with two people, and the teachings basically of the gospel got you kind of got a Pauline doctrine, and then you kind of got a I can't think of the guy name. I'm high right now, but we gonna I'm gonna do more research. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm ready to present, I'm gonna put it out in front of the people. But today though, we getting on this goddamn today we getting on this goddamn New Testament, man. So I've been in the crates, you know what I'm saying? I've been teleporting. I've been doing a little teleportation on these YouTube streets. Um and this story or this what we about to break down is pretty significant. So I need all of y'all to get your blank, get your doobie, get everything you need, get your daiquiri. See, I got me some. What is this? Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just to, you know what I'm saying? Keep me on my toes. But yeah, we about to get into this New Testament. We about to review this video. Peace to everybody coming in. Angel. Angel and Martin gonna love this. You know what I'm saying? Angel and Martin, we needed y'all. Oh, no. Angel came through. My bad. Angel came through. Jalen jumped the goddamn gun and was wrong and still tried to big Mike Angel. But Angel was right with the Hebrew. But we're about to get into this New Testament, you know what I'm saying? And break it down. Mark, Matthew. Was these niggas dumb? Was Mark and Matthew dumb? Was these how dumb can you be to fuck up the word of God? I thought God was the nigga that was God in this shit. How is he God in this shit and this and it looks a little goofy. Let's go, let's run.
The New Testament is as historically reliable. Hear me in the pre-show, but I was eager to take your call, but I knew it was going to be, at least a half hour before we got to it. So welcome to the show. You wanted to explain to us why the Bible is reliable. So welcome.
I've never read it. You'll have to give me an education, Micah. What about the Bible is reliable?
Yeah, I think that the fact that the New Testament is as historically reliable as any other work of history lets us read it and find out what Jesus taught and his claim to be God, and that he could prove it by dying and rising again.
Sure. You want to start on page 1?
Now see, the dude that was just talking, he's a Christian. He's a Christian. So you have this split. Like you got people like God Logic. If I seen God Logic in the middle of Times Square, I'm embarrassing, gang. Black gang. Ain't you black? Ain't you black? Why are you following Middle Eastern European mythology? Why are you following European mythology? You black? Why is you following European mythology? So I know he probably been beating up on Captain Tazoriak, but God Logic is simple. You black, you should not be reading this book. And let's go into why. So the brother says, let me rewind that back what he says. Oh yeah. So you will have a split. It'll be split. Some Christians believe that Jesus is God. Some Christians believe he's the Son of God. he's the way of the truth and the light, but he's not the actual Father. The Father is the Father, Jesus is Jesus. Some Christians believe that Jesus is God. Now, from my understanding, my early probably 2021, my understanding, Jesus got killed for blaspheming. Jesus got killed for acting like he was God, saying he was God, making those type of statements. You know what I'm saying? So when you get a Christian on here saying that, oh yeah, Jesus in the Bible, I'm gonna prove that Jesus is God and Jesus said he was God. When you hear those kind of things, you be like, well, goddamn, ain't that's why he died? Ain't that's why the Romans killed his ass? Because he was going around talking crazy? Ain't that why the Romans and shit killed him? Because he was going around talking crazy? But let's go into this, and you're gonna see off the bat. So you got see once you get your mind out of religion, once you get your mind out of one book, so you got to look at everything. We got to be a sponge to information. Once you get your mind out of one book, when you deal with people that's entrapped with that one book, bro, it's like y'all fighting, y'all squaring up fighting, and then you just putting your hand over their head and their arms like can't even touch your body. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you read the Bible, you get so dumbed down to the real world, to history, to facts, to archaeology, anthropology, to science, to you get so you get so dumbed down to where you don't respect cultures that came thousands of years before you. You know what I'm saying? So let's break this down. And man, Micah about to get a lesson that he ain't never wanted. You know what I'm saying? This is what happened when you step in the foot with an atheist.
Read it and find out what Jesus taught and his claim to be God, and that he could prove it by dying and rising again.
Sure. You want to start on page 1?
I'd prefer to start in the New Testament. We can go to the Old if you want, but I'm
convinced page 1 of the New Testament.
More by the evidence for the New Testament.
All right, so look, gang. So this is embarrassing. So dude say he gonna prove that Jesus is God. Jesus died for our sins. The cat told him, let's go to page 1. The first page in the New Testament. Let's go to the first page in the New Testament. Now, look how embarrassing this shit about to get, gang. We're going to go to the first page in the New Testament. And you tell me, was Mark, Matthew, was them niggas goofies? You just tell me. We about to find out right now.
Yeah, page 1 of the New Testament, Matthew chapter 1.
Sure.
There's multiple problems with Matthew 1. Scan down for me to the middle of the lineage about verse 8. It says Asaph, the father of Jehoshaphat, Jehoshaphat, the father of Joram, Joram, the father of Uzziah, verse 8.
Uh-huh. Yep.
All right, so he said Matthew, for all you biblical believers, go to Matthew 1, verse 8. Now check this out.
Are you under the impression that that's the correct lineage? Because if you go back to the lineage within Chronicles, it's not the correct lineage. As it turns out, Joram had a son named Azahiah, and there was Joash and Amaziah, and within Chronicles, it's not that's the correct lineage. Because if you go back to the lineage within Chronicles, it's not the correct lineage. As it turns out, Joram had a son named Azahiah, and there was Joash and Amaziah and Azariah. Azariah is also the name for Uzziah. He just left out 3 names.
Yeah.
Was he drunk that day?
Matthew, yeah. So
yeah. This nigga just said, yeah. Hold up, gang. See, that's the they always say, you gotta weigh the spirit. You gotta check on the spirit. You niggas talking about alcohol. You niggas be talking about alcohol this whole time. We talking about a spirit. You niggas been talking about alcohol this whole time. How the hell you missed 3 names out of the genealogy? Nigga, that fuck up everything. Nigga, them 3 names, nigga, is marrying 3 different people too. Nigga, so this shit can go XYZ, capital L, Goddamn, what the hell? Goddamn it. And he just said Matthew was drunk. He just said, oh, Matthew. Goddamn, Matthew. Your ass. So God let you get drunk and write in the Bible. Hold up.
Azahiah, and there was Joash and Amaziah and Azariah. Azariah is also the name for Uzziah. He just left out 3 names.
Yeah.
Was he drunk that day?
Matthew, yeah. So Matthew 1:1 shows that you can skip generations. It describes Jesus as the son of David, the son of Abraham. So that skips a lot of generations without being inaccurate.
No, that's
a descendant.
So I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, I'm right now. I've got English Standard Version up. Is that the one you're voting from, Justin?
I'm in the NRSV, but I'm sure the ESV is fine.
ESV, NRSV, pretty fine. Do you have a preferred version that?
1984. It was good enough for Paul and Silas. It's good enough for me. That's a joke.
Well,
that's a joke, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because it reminds me of the old joke about, if English was good enough for Jesus, it should be good enough for everybody. But so yes, so you're reading from the NIV. I have a number of problems with the NIV, but I appreciate the fact that it's, softer than, for example, the King James Version. But I want to let Justin continue with what he's talking about here, because the first verse isn't saying Jesus is the son of David, son of Abraham in a genealogical sense, but it's just referring to is a descendant from David. And then the rest of these verses chronicle those, because they chronicle it from Abraham up to Jesus. And Justin's pointing out that it skips some.
Right. Yeah, I believe the genealogies comparing against each other in the Old Testament also, they skip generations too, that was within the way Jews did genealogies.
They didn't. All right. So in verse 1, it says this is the account of the genealogy of Jesus. Right. So the goal of Matthew is to give an account of that genealogy, and then when you,
hey gang, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The first page of the New Testament. What is Matthew's goal in Matthew chapter 1? What is his goal? To get a genealogy of Jesus. How he fucked that up? How this your goal, nigga? You were supposed to be given a genealogy of Jesus, Matthew, and you fucked that up. Come on, man. You gotta get that right. Matter of fact, let me go and drop that link. Did I send a link to Uncle Angel? Let me see if I sent the link to Uncle Angel. Make sure I sent the link to Uncle Angel. Oh yeah, man, you already got it. All right, so yeah, so if the reason for Matthew 1, you giving a primary account of Jesus, the genealogy, and you fucked that up, gang. What was you doing, Matthew? First page of the New Testament, man. You gotta burn the whole book.
Read the genealogy. It doesn't say son of, is a so-and-so begat. So-and-so begat. What that means is they're saying this person came from the loins of this person. It's a begatting. But Joram did not begat Uzziah. Why in the world would you try to give a genealogy of somebody and then randomly just leave off 3 people? By the way, this is not Matthew's only mistake in chapter 1. There's more.
Say, man. So I don't want to hear this. And see, we gonna get to. So we gonna. I'm this month. What is this? November. Yeah, November. I'm gonna get in my bag. Cause I see I gotta ruffle some feathers. People think they in deep faith, when in reality, we getting brainwashed, gang. You getting brainwashed too. You know what I'm saying? So this next month, November, I'm gonna get back in my bag. Show you Paul didn't write these goddamn letters. Paul didn't write Acts. None of these goddamn letters. These all forgeries. Paul, man. Hey, look, man. November. I'm in my bag, man. Wave God. Wade God, Real Black Atheist is back. Next month, I'm back. No cap.
Oh, but I think Matthew is doing that. You asked a good question. Why would Matthew leave people out? Verse 17, he's trying to give, 14s in 3 seconds.
But you walked into it. You just cooked yourself.
Yeah.
Count the generations in the last third. How many are there? I guarantee it's not 14. You couldn't even count the 14.
One is double counted.
Yeah, right. He double counted. So not only can he not.
Oh, listen to this.
You asked a good question. Why would Matthew leave people out? Verse 17
I think he's doing it on purpose.
That he's trying to give, 14s in 3 seconds.
But you walked into it. You just cooked yourself.
Yeah.
Count the generations in the last third. How many are there? I guarantee it's not 14. You couldn't even count the 14.
One is double counted.
Right. He double counted. So not only can he not count, not only can he not read the lineage, he also screws up the lineage because he traced it all the way through Jeconiah. Jeconiah was cursed in Jeremiah.
Gang. They saying Jesus' lineage is off. They saying Jesus. I said Jesus. They saying Jesus' lineage is off, gang. Saying your boy lineage is off. Nigga, Matthew double counting people. How you double count people and leave 3 people out? So what is that? What would that be? If you double count somebody, that's 2. You leave 3 people out. Man, that's embarrassing, gang. That's embarrassing. Hey, man. Sometimes you gotta let it burn. Ooh, let the Bible burn.
Chapter 22, verse 30. It says that none of Jeconiah's descendants will sit on the throne of David again. He's done. He's cooked. Page number 1. Jesus' failure.
Run it back.
So it screws up the lineage because he traced it all the way through Jeconiah. Jeconiah was cursed. In Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, it says that none of Jeconiah's descendants will sit on the throne of David again. He's done. He's cooked. Page number 1. Jesus' failure.
The first page of the New Testament, gang. The first page. So how we hear about Jesus Christ? That's in the New Testament, right? Why in the first page they got his lineage being traced to a cursed person? They leaving out 3 people in the lineage. They double counting somebody in the lineage. What is Matthew? And that's canon? That's canon? Yeah, that canon bullshit, gang. You gotta say, I don't know what they was doing.
But maybe the genealogy, maybe it's a rough sketch, maybe it's a scribal error. Maybe that's not enough to conclude that Jesus isn't in fact divine. But would you at least agree that right at the beginning of the New Testament, we already have a problem that makes the content of the New Testament, or at least the book of Matthew, dubious at best?
What I would say, no, I don't think it makes it dubious. I think that 14 is a memory trick that you can use to follow all of history, and that he's trying to give a broad sweep of history, not use.
Listen to this.
Problem, but would you at least agree that right at the beginning of the New Testament, we already have a problem that makes the content of the New Testament, or at least the book of Matthew, dubious at best?
What I would say, no, I don't think it makes it dubious. I think that 14 is a memory trick that you can use to follow all of history, and that he's trying to give a broad sweep of history, not use precision the way that we would.
The specific language there suggests precision, because it specifically talks about this being all of the generations from A to B, and that there are 14, and he gets the count wrong and skips stuff. How is that? Why if you wanted to give like a general view of this, why not just have verse 1 and say the book, well, and not say anything about the genealogy, but just say Jesus Christ being the son of David, the son of Abraham, or a descendant of Abraham, without posting an erroneous list? I mean, did God know that the author of Matthew was going to get that wrong?
Get it imprecise? Yes, I do think that God knew that.
Why did God allow it to?
Y'all heard him? Like, see, this is why I say, when you argue with religious people, it's like they got a helmet on, and you could just say whatever, and they it's like they handicapped. They gotta go by this script right here. I got this script, but he using outside sources, but I gotta keep using my script. I only got Bible verses to quote, but he going everywhere on me. He is, come on, gang. Come on, gang. God knew that Matthew was gonna fuck up. Huh? See, we gotta listen to ourselves when we talk. This stuff be embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta turn all the way up. We gotta do better. We got to do better. Got to be more smart and be more careful.
Descendant of Abraham without posting an erroneous list. I mean, did God know that the author of Matthew was going to get that wrong?
Get it imprecise? Yes, I do think that God knew that.
Why did God allow it to be imprecise?
Is I don't know an acceptable answer?
It's a great answer. The problem is, if you don't know why God would allow it, that would seem to me to also be a problem, because my view, when I was a biblical literalist, was that God inspired Scripture, and there will be scribal errors, but anything that would be potentially a stumbling block to people grasping and understand the true story should not exist. And certainly, do you think the original copy of Matthew, this error doesn't exist?
No, I think that Matthew is giving us a broad sketch, and that we have preserved what Matthew originally wrote.
Okay. So it's done. So when he continues after the genealogy to talk about Mary turning up pregnant, what is the evidence that Mary hadn't had sex and was in fact impregnated by the Holy Spirit?
There isn't evidence given in the text.
So you telling me, according to Matthew, there's no proof that she did not have sex. According to Matthew, there's no proof that she did not have sex. Talking about Mary, there's no proof she did not have sex. So we just poster. See, this why, you go to church, the pastor read 6 verses, pick around, go to the Old Testament, the New Testament, find 6 nice verses, say hallelujah, the crowd give you 2 more songs, and pass that collection plate around, he give you a sermon about the real world, and then you leave. The whole time you ain't really reading the Bible, gang. You ain't really reading that motherfucker. Because you would have known that as soon as you open this New Testament, as soon as you open Matthew, you would have known that it ain't shit going down. Ain't the genealogy is fucked up of Jesus. He's traced back to a cursed person. There's no proof that Mary didn't have sex with Joseph. You know what I'm saying? We just following the preacher at this goddamn point. None of you niggas reading the Bible for real. Let's keep going.
We told the story. There isn't evidence given in the text. We're only told the story. And Joseph didn't believe it in advance either.
Yeah. Do we have anything beyond the Bible for any of these stories?
No.
Okay. So my understanding, and I'm gonna back off and take a breath, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page, and I really appreciate this, Micah, sorry. Michael is both my dad and my nephew's name, so I'm going to slip once or twice. My apologies. So you're saying that you find the New Testament largely reliable, despite errors from the first page, and despite external confirming evidence for its claims.
I would use different words for each of those 2 things, but yes.
Okay.
All right. So that's like basically what he asked. you a Christian, you cool with you buying a car the first day, that motherfucker start fucking up. You cool with that. That don't really matter. You know what I'm saying? You in it for the long haul, right? You go find out what's wrong with it and spend some more goddamn money on top of the money you just spent. You don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? That's basically that. The first day you pull the car off the lot, that motherfucker start fucking up. You don't care because Matthew started fucking up soon. The first day off the goddamn lot. You don't give a goddamn. Let's keep going.
Do you understand why I don't?
Yes. Yeah,
Cool.
I do.
Justin?
All right. I mean, we're still in Matthew 1. You want to go to the next problem in Matthew?
Sure.
Sure.
The other thing
So,
is that Jesus' death and resurrection is more compelling to me than his birth and etc. part of the story.
Okay.
You can keep going
I'm sure we'll
chronologically
get
if you want, or if you want to skip there.
I'm pretty sure we'll get there,
I don't
but
have
I
a
want to make sure Justin hits us.
yeah, I don't have a curfew.
Yeah, go
We can
ahead.
get to that next. We'll go there right after Matthew chapter 1, although chapter 2 is a doozy. That being said, at the end of Matthew chapter 1, he quotes from the Old Testament again, doesn't he? He quotes from Isaiah when he says, "Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son. They shall name him Emmanuel." And that supposedly is the prophecy that's being fulfilled.
Let me say this. I always find this weird. Why would you say his name shall be Emmanuel when the nigga name ain't Emmanuel? Oh, Emmanuel means brother. I got homies named Emmanuel. And they don't say they name mean all that shit that you talking about. So we gotta cut that out. English is very clear. Just like my boy Uncle Angel said, the Hebrew is very clear. English is very clear, nigga. We know what a name is, nigga. Don't give me a translation for a name, nigga.
But when I read Isaiah, there's nothing in there about a virgin birth. Why is that?
Because the Old Testament was translated from Hebrew to Greek, and Matthew is translating
Got
or
it.
quoting from the Greek translation.
That's right. And why doesn't the Hebrew and the Greek match?
Because the Greek word is more precise, the Hebrew word can mean
So you got Matthew. You got Matthew in the New Testament. First book in the New Testament. Quoting from Isaiah in the Old Testament. And Isaiah ain't talking shit about no virgin birth. You know what I'm saying? He ain't say shit about no born from a virgin. No, Isaiah didn't say none of that. So this is this Matthew called himself using the precept to throw in some extra shit. Nigga just put some hot sauce on top of my Kool-Aid. Nigga, what?
any young maiden, and the Greek word can only mean a virgin. It shows that the Jews who translated it believed that's what their word meant in the original.
Nope, that's not what that means. Actually, what happened is at the time Isaiah was translated from Hebrew to Greek, Parthenos could be used of a non-virgin. We see that in Genesis 34, speaking of Dinah, after she's already been raped by Shechem in the Greek Septuagint, it lists her after that fact as a Parthenos. We see it in the writings of Homer. Parthenos is used multiple times to refer to women who already have children. The reality is the semantic range of Parthenos narrowed closer to the time of Matthew. So when Matthew was reading the Greek Septuagint, because that fool could not read Hebrew, and I repeat, Matthew could not read Hebrew, he was reliant on the Greek text, he understood Parthenos to only have the semantic range that he understood it to have in the late 1st century. The reality is that's not what it would have meant at the time Isaiah was actually translated into Greek. And the context of the passage demonstrates that it's not actually about a Messiah at all. It's about a child born during the reign of King Ahaz. And before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking King Ahaz, their two kingdoms are going to be laid waste. There was a prophecy for about 13 years during the reign of King Ahaz. It's about King Ahaz's war against Pekah and Rezin.
So you can't even use Isaiah to justify Jesus no more. This prophecy already been fulfilled by the Middle Eastern, the Greeks. These prophecy already been fulfilled, gang. Come on that gang. Gang.
Yeah, in Isaiah 7, that is the original context of the verse that Matthew is applying to Jesus. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if the original context of the prophecy is about the two kingdoms attacking the Judeans, and the prophecy comes true in chapter 8, which it does, if you read chapter 8, the king of Assyria comes down like a flood of water and destroys the two northern kingdoms, just as the prophecy foretold, then the prophecy was completed 725 years before Jesus. I have no reason to think that Jesus is remotely related to this, virgin or not.
Isaiah 9 is the reason that I think it's not fully fulfilled by the child back in Isaiah 7 and 8, where it talks about a child.
No, you don't want to do Isaiah 9. Okay, well, we can do Isaiah 9. Yeah, is a child has been born to us, a child has been given to us, is that future tense or past tense? And keep in mind, the correct answer is past tense, and there's no such thing as a prophetic perfect.
Yeah, it's past tense.
Okay, so the child was already born. This is obviously a prophecy for the new king Hezekiah, right? So in the ancient Near East, when there was a new succession that was born.
Imagine you bringing up a precept and the nigga walk you in the hole and you says the damn precept is past tense. That's embarrassing.
Born, and it was clear that the child was going to actually survive, and it was established that they would be the next in line. You have all these really interesting prophecies that were penned. We find them in Egypt, we find them all throughout the ancient Near East. And the reality is, one thing that you do is you give this next king a bunch of theophoric names, all kinds of names. In fact, this is one of the reasons why most scholars believe for a long time that Egyptians thought that the pharaoh was a god, because of the theophoric throne names that were given to him. But the reality is, the theophoric names aren't necessarily describing the king itself. They're describing typically the relationship between the god and the king, because God chooses the king. So the child was born in the middle of the Assyrian conquest. Isaiah chapter 9 is about that lull in the Assyrian conquest between the first siege and the last siege. There's a period of about 15 years where they had peace and quiet before the Assyrians came in again and destroyed what was left of the northern 10 tribes. This was a prophecy around the same time Hezekiah would have been born, about Hezekiah. And obviously it's preserved because Hezekiah was known as a great king who led reforms within Israel and even held off the Assyrians.
Yeah, and sitting on David's throne, and David and his line are called sons of God in the Old Testament. So that I can see that connection there.
Yeah, and Jesus never sat on that throne once. He didn't rule for a single minute within Israel.
Oh, y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? In the nuke, man, let me go and drop that link in case anybody feeling froggy. You know what I'm saying? I'm in crash out mode. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta go to work tomorrow. It's crash out. Crash out Fridays, huh? What I'm supposed to be. Alright, there we go. Yeah, man. Let me drop that link. Keon, what's goody? Uncle Andrew in the building. Martin, get up here. You know what time it is, Martin. They say you've been running, Martin. They say you've been running. Get up here, Martin. We need that throw with a abedaya. Ayah.
That's true.
Oh, no.
I got some.
Come on, gang. Nigga got like over $1,000 worth of Yeezys, gang. We good on Adidas right now, gang. Free yay. God damn it. Free yay. Oh, no, we good on the Roku. We good on the Roku, baby girl. We good on that right now.
That's true, but like David was anointed as the Christ and was called that between the time he was anointed and began to reign, that's like how I think the title Christ is used of Jesus, as the rightful one who should be reigning.
Right, but Jesus was never even anointed. Christ just means anointed in Greek. It's similar to Mashiach in Hebrew. And he wasn't even anointed. The only anointing he ever received was prior to his crucifixion by the woman with the jar of nard. And he says, "This is in lieu of my anointing for the burial." So the reality is, he was never even anointed in the first place. Like, you have to go to this spiritualized idea of anointing. Like, well, he was anointed by God. Like, that even means anything.
God, man. Picking shrimp out my teeth. He said Jesus was never anointed. This nigga was a self-proclaimed.
His baptism is described as an anointing in Luke 4, quoting from Isaiah 61. Whether you accept that or not, that's what the New Testament is talking about as his anointing is his baptism.
I'm sure. I love Luke. Luke 4 is one of my favorite, because in Luke 4, he's in the synagogue, right? And he reads from the scroll of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1, right? Not
Yep.
only does he misquote it, first of all, he's quoting from the Greek again. He doesn't know how to read Hebrew. They wouldn't.
Man, what did he just say? Hold up, let me run that back. See, hold up, man. My boy talking fast. Did he just say, hold up, did he misquote a precept?
Quoting from Isaiah 61, whether you accept that or not, that's what the New Testament is talking about as his anointing is his baptism.
I'm sure. I love Luke. Luke 4 is one of my favorite because in Luke 4, he's in the synagogue, right? And he reads from the scroll of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1, right? Not
Yep.
only does he misquote it, first of all, he's quoting from the Greek again. He doesn't know how to read Hebrew. They wouldn't have been reading a Greek in the synagogue, but that's what we have in the book. And he doesn't even match the Greek. If you compare what Jesus read in Isaiah 61 to the Greek Septuagint, all of our recensions, it doesn't match any of them. Like Luke is making up new scripture as he goes. Not only that, it's clear. It is abundantly clear that when Jesus said, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing," that was a lie. Because in Isaiah 61, you only have to get to the 4th verse before you realize that this prophecy is about the restoration of Israel. And the anointed person is the one bringing the message of that restoration, probably the prophet himself, which is why it says, "They shall build up the ancient ruins, they shall raise up the former devastations, they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations." But when Jesus was around, the Romans kicked their asses. Nothing got rebuilt. They were devastated in 70, and in the Bar Kokhba revolt under Hadrian, they got decimated. They got chased out of their land.
Right. Can I jump in for a second? Because I want to make sure that we get to the death and resurrection, since that's the thing that Micah is most convinced by. But I'd like to try and experiment, and if this fails, I'll shut up again. I want to ask Justin a couple of questions, Micah, and see if you agree with his answer, because I don't know as much about this as Justin does, for sure. So,
Okay.
do we know who translated the Hebrew Old Testament into Greek or Aramaic that Matthew then learned from?
You want to go first, Micah? I already know the answer.
It was a group of Jews in Egypt who were asked to put the Bible into the library there, if I understand correctly.
Well, you're close. The letter of Aristus explains that they wanted a copy of the Torah, not the entire Hebrew Bible, in their own language for the library. So they took 70, some traditions have more than 70, but 70 people who could translate from the Jewish people to translate it. And when they compared it, all 70 translations matched, which is wild because none of our translations matched in the Greek Septuagint. That's why we've got a critical edition to show you all the differences. But that's the story. That's only for the Torah. We have no idea when the remaining books were translated. That's not part of the legend. The reality is it's clear that they were kind of translated in pieces over time as people had need, which is why there's you can even find specific dialects. Like one book in the Torah translated into Greek will be a different dialect than another book of the Hebrew Bible translated into Greek.
So the other
Do we
question
have the whole thing in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, you don't have the Septuagint in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You have almost entirely Old Testament writings there. But the follow-up question that I had, and I may be wrong there, and Justin can correct me in a minute. We don't know who wrote the Gospel of Matthew. That may be a matter of tradition. So the authorship is dubious at best. Are all three of us in agreement on that?
I am.
I would give two caveats.
Oh, let me add.
Tradition. So the authorship is dubious. So who wrote the Gospel of Matthew? That name is a matter of tradition. So the authorship is dubious at best. Are all three of us in agreement on that?
I am.
I would give two caveats. Matthew doesn't identify himself in the text, but correct me if I'm wrong, but all the complete copies of Matthew we have all say the gospel according to Matthew on the first page if we had it. So it's signed outside of the copy, but not identified within the copy.
And the oldest copy that includes that is how far after the writing would have been?
400 years, roughly.
Yeah. So I think it might be slightly less than that, but yes. Here's the thing: Papias claims that Matthew put together the oracles of the Lord in the Hebrew language, and Justin's saying that Matthew definitely didn't understand Hebrew and instead relied on the Septuagint. So, is Papias wrong?
I think the case that Matthew and Jesus were bilingual between Aramaic and Greek is good. But Hebrew and Aramaic are different languages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they're cousins.
Irenaeus says that Matthew wrote a gospel among the Hebrews in their own dialect while Peter and Paul were preaching at Rome and laying the foundations of the church. So both of them are claiming that Matthew either knew or wrote in Hebrew. Why
we don't
isn't
have any copy of that, do we?
Of Matthew?
in Aramaic or Hebrew, all the copies of Matthew we have are in Greek.
I don't know.
I mean, there are later copies into different languages, but I mean, of the early ones, yeah, they're all in Greek.
Yeah, I believe that Matthew was written originally in Greek.
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
So you disagree with Papias and Irenaeus? It's fine. I disagree with them too. So we found a point of agreement between us. My thing here is, if we don't know who wrote this, and I don't know how we can confirm who wrote the Gospel of Matthew, but we find,
Man, y'all hear how embarrassing this is? How we don't know who wrote the Gospel of Matthew. How he don't self-define himself in the text. See, this is what I'm saying. You guys is reading eponymous ancestors, fairy tale authors, ghost writings. We just call the Bible ghost writings. It's just ghost, nigga. We don't know who put this. Nigga, it could have been a kid for all we know. Nigga, these goddamn scribes could have been, nigga, never traveled ever. Nigga, these, embarrassing.
issues in the text where it appears that he's relying on the Septuagint, and then he also adds things that don't seem to exist in any translation in order to make it appear that prophecy may have been fulfilled where it wasn't. I don't understand, where are you getting the notion that this is reliable? Because from the beginning there are problems, right down to who wrote this, what text did they rely on, and early church fathers. I mean, Papias was probably writing this around, the turn of the century, like around 100 or so, and is saying, oh yeah, Matthew, compiled this in Hebrew, and the literary evidence amongst scholars seems to reject that. Do we just trust the Bible and get rid of everything we've learned about language, or do we trust what we've learned about language and perhaps put the Bible in doubt?
Well, we've only talked about the content of the Bible, not the transmission, because we do have fragmentary copies from much earlier, so that there's good evidence that this book called Matthew was being circulated in Greek much earlier than the copies that we have that exist. So
how does that answer my question?
I apologize. Would you say your question again? I know I'm going to cook myself on not answering your question exactly. Forgive me for that.
No. I'm in like the best mood I've been in months. The only question is, if we see problems with the text, which model? I'm narrowing you to two choices, and you're free to reject them both and put in a different thing. But to me, it's either we're stuck considering the Bible reliable despite demonstrated unreliability and questions regarding its authorship and source material, or we rely on what we've learned from historians and literary experts and say, there's problems here with Matthew, and that makes the book dubious at best, so we must find additional evidence to confirm that our plain or preferred reading is the one that's correct. Which of those do you lean toward?
Relying on the same rules of history for other books.
Why? Do we have other history? I'm sorry. I was kind of half done, and that's my fault for pausing.
Sorry.
When people, no, it's my fault. When people say, oh, we use the same standards we do for other history books, to me, I find that to be pretty much bullshit, because for other history books, by and large, the existence of the people writing it is irrelevant. Whether Plato's or Socrates were real or not is completely independent from the value of their words, and neither of them are making claims of magical, mystical realms, and neither of them are dying and rising again, and all of those other historical books where there are dying and rising saviors, well, I don't think theists that accept Jesus are going to be viewing those on the same footing. And so to say we view it in the same terms as other historical books seems wrong, because I'm not aware of any other historical book where, even if we assume that the person it's talking about was real, that they did supernatural things like turning water to wine and healing people with mud and walking on water and dying and rising again. We don't tend to accept that from other books, even if they're put in a historical context, do we?
That's true. Can you give an example of another book? You did list Plato and his related books, where we know the authors are closer than they are in the New Testament. I understand your question about the content of the New Testament being miraculous, but before talking about that, are there examples of books written closer to the original authors than the New Testament?
I can't give you an example, but I can't give you an example, but Justin's nodding and may be able to. But I'd like to make the quick point, and then I'll turn it back over to Justin, that doesn't matter, Because even if we had confirmation that Matthew was written by the Apostle Matthew and that he was in fact an eyewitness to the events, that in and of itself would not in any way confirm that Matthew's reporting is accurate and that the events occurred as described. It would certainly remove some of the nagging questions that skeptics like myself ask. But not only does it not matter to me how closely the oldest copy of Socrates' work is, or how close somebody was to him, it's because Socrates' existence or who wrote it is ultimately irrelevant. When I make a statement about skepticism, I am irrelevant. If somebody quotes me, it doesn't matter if they knew me or if they got the quote right. The only thing that matters is my statement about skepticism right? And so my only concern is, did Jesus in fact die and rise from the dead? And if he did, what's the best explanation for that? But I think Justin had an example.
Yeah, actually, I've got a bunch.
So we don't even know who the fuck wrote the first book of the New Testament. Embarrassed. Jalen was goody. No one bigger in the building.
What's good, brother? Hold on real quick. Hold on. Move, boy. Move your head. Move. God dang, boy. I swear. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yo.
All right, yeah. Dang, so you trying to tell me that they don't even know who the scribe is to the New Testament? Is what you telling me?
Shit embarrassing, huh?
It's crazy
The
though,
first
bro, because it's crazy how like you can go back and find different scribes, bro, for the Sumerian, Babylonian shit, but you can't find scribes for the, you know what I'm saying, for this book. But I mean, at the same time, you know, would you be able to find them after the niggas who wrote the book got chased out and and some more shit? You know what I'm saying? Like what Sister Yaya used to say, the Pharisees, my brother, the Pharisees. Gotta watch out for the Pharisees. Shit, man. What's good though, bro?
they
What we talking
basically
about, man?
the video was basically saying when you open up the first book of the New Testament in Matthew, he quoting Isaiah. He quoting Isaiah about a prophet coming, right? But in Isaiah it says that basically it's in past tense saying a kid has been born, blah blah blah. So it's basically like a dude, one of the speakers was like that prophecy was fulfilled in 13 years, and they don't say nothing about Jesus ever ruling Israel in the Old Testament to come to that.
I don't think Jesus did Jesus, but I mean, like what, like why would Jesus be ruling over Israel in the Old Testament? I don't think they even brought that shit up.
Man, you know how Christians be back what they call it when you swimming backwards.
Because I think like a lot of Christians use the whole, oh, Jesus was there before the New Testament, he was there because he claimed that he watched Satan fall and all this other shit. Like, like all that's cool. All that's cool and all, but it's like, but like, do it actually say his name in the Old Testament? You know, do it actually say in the Old Testament that, Messiah was coming? Because if I'm not mistaken, on Old Testament believers, they believe that David was their Messiah. That's what they believe that, was their Messiah, was David.
Oh yeah, nah,
Gnostic.
they say he gonna sit. They say he gonna sit at the right hand of David, or sit on the throne with David.
Sit on the right hand of David is crazy though, brother. That shit crazy.
Sit on the throne with David. It's something like that in the Old Testament. But they basically said that that prophecy already been fulfilled with Hezekiah, I think.
Mm. I don't know, brother, man. You feel me? Shit just be too
And
ocky for
then,
me in these streets.
hey, and then this the video is talking about how in Matthew when he do the genealogy, it traced back to the wrong person. Like it traced back to a cursed person. They missing 3 people in the genealogy in Matthew, and
Well,
he double counted somebody in the genealogy.
well, and that's what it's seen. So when you bring up genealogy and shit, right? I don't think Jesus, according to genealogy, right? According to Deuteronomy and all this other shit, right? And I think Nevaeh, I can't really remember the other book, but I know in Deuteronomy for sure, it said that God do not like Moabites, God do not like Ammonites, God do not like mixed breed people, right? Well, if you go through the genealogy of Jesus, brother, he has the mixed blood of all these different types of people in his blood. And on top of that, like I said, God in the Old Testament do not like mixed races. He don't like mixed people at all. So with that being said, I just want to say, and again, bro, this is not me knocking Jesus, because at the end of the day, I still believe Jesus to be the last teacher of everything. But I say that how can he be the Messiah? Like how can he be the Messiah if he's part Moabite? How can he be the Messiah if he's part Ammonite? How can he be the Messiah if he's a mixed breed? Like how? I think like that's what a lot of people be asking is like how? Like David was favored, Moses was favored. A lot of people was in this motherfucker was favored.
I gotta pull up.
Stay right there, boy. Give me that.
But yeah, man. Say that last part, Jalen. Say the last part again. My bad.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Thank you.
But yeah, y'all got some explaining to do. I'm riding with the Yakad tonight. I'm riding with Angel and Martin tonight. This New Testament is suspect, going back towards the first page. And then a dude asked him, so God knew Matthew was gonna fuck up on the first page of the Bible? The Christian said, yes, God knew Matthew fucked up. God knew Matthew fucked up the genealogy and all of that. God knew Matthew fucked up. So come on, man. It's like when we reading these books, we handicap our brain. You know what I'm saying? Our brain is high power, fast power. If you only reading the Bible, your brain is like in caveman mode. Nigga could run circles around you.
Running smooth circles around nigga. I mean, I really don't want to use these. They don't got no regular sandwich bags in here, man.
Mute out for me, Jalen.
Fucking
So
double
when we
lock
talk
shit.
about it, so when we talk about I can't even remember what I think he said in the book of Matthew. It misquote Isaiah. Misquote Isaiah. Why would you be reading anything that's translated from Greek, gang? Why would we be putting our life on the line and our what y'all call spirit and soul on the line for something that was translated from Greek in origin? How does that even make sense? So you think the Greeks were black now? See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta once you start
But you want to know what
getting
else though? Can you hear me?
go ahead.
Let me see something. Hold on real quick. Hello?
Yeah.
Can
So
you hear me?
you basically you got
Okay.
history fucked up. You start fucking up real history. And now your goddamn teacher looking at you like, boy, the hell is you got going on? What did you learn? And then you run into super wavy, and I'll be like, they don't say that in history, gang. They don't. That ain't that ain't accurate according to history. You know what I'm saying? That's maybe accurate according to these peoples, but they wasn't literate. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't knowledgeable of the world. You know what I'm saying? To be saying these kind of things. But let's keep rocking that.
So you're probably familiar with the Greek and Roman historians, right?
So much. I've read Josephus.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of miraculous claims from Josephus, Herodotus, Pliny, Tacitus, Suetonius, Apollonius, Diodorus, Plutarch, so on and so forth. Some of them even including resurrections. Are you familiar with a figure named Aristeas?
No.
There's a really interesting young man named Aristeas that was famous in the pre-Roman era. He was written about in Book 4 of Herodotus' history, and he died in a fuller's shop. And he subsequently, his body vanished, just like Jesus, and then he made appearances to multitudes and multitudes of people. So many so that they actually erected a statue of him and put it next to the statue of Apollos in the village where he was worshipped. And all kinds of historians wrote about this guy, some of them very close to the events that took place. It wasn't until much later that we find people casting a lot of skepticism on whether or not this individual rose from the dead. But like, there's actually quite a few people from the ancient world that like rose from the dead, did miracles and things like that. Like Tacitus Suetonius claimed that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man by putting spit in his eyes in front of a whole multitude of witnesses. But like, I'm willing to bet you don't take any of these claims seriously. So I'm not sure that you're treating these claims with the same weight you would treat the biblical claims.
I apologize. What I was looking for was not an example of a text with miracles in it, but an example of a text that the transmission of that text, we have copies closer to the author than we have of the New Testament. Just straight up historical, transmission.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at some of the Roman histories. Like, I don't know what our oldest manuscript of Tacitus and Suetonius are, but I know they're quite archaic.
Okay, it's my understanding that the New Testament Gospels are it's easy to prove that we have them in the same condition that they were in the first century as those other old manuscripts. And I know that doesn't prove the content is true. I'm just saying that it seems like using the normal rules of history, they've been transmitted to us as closely as
I'm sorry.
books.
I have to interrupt, Micah. My apologies.
Sure.
I don't understand why that's relevant when I've already said that even if it was written by a direct eyewitness and we had complete confirmation of it, that wouldn't be relevant to whether or not it's true. And the entire thing that we're supposed to be doing in this call is you called in to explain why the Bible is reliable. And instead, what you seem to be doing is you think the Bible is reliable because it was written close to the time of the events. However, that is not sufficient to conclude that normal events are accurately reported, let alone extraordinary supernatural events. And so if you're going to do this event, I'm looking for examples of other books that were reported, where the events were recorded near the time. Why does that make any difference to the reliability of the Bible? It isn't a question of is the Bible more reliable than Socrates? The question is the Bible sufficiently reliable to conclude that the stories in it are true? That's the issue.
That's the issue, nigga. Not that other shit you talk about. That's the goddamn issue. Uncle Jose.
What's up?
Hotep,
my brother. And the answer is no, the Bible is not reliable enough to say that it's pure history. It mentions it definitely mentions things that we can say are historical. But if it was not for outside information, mostly from ancient Kemet, they could not prove what they were saying. They couldn't prove that. So, no, it's not. It's definitely not history. And I'm sure you agree with that.
Most definitely. Can you what you know about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, apparently they had some scrolls from Qumran, which is a cave somewhere near the Red Sea or Dead Sea, somewhere around there, that they say contradict, but I never read them. I downloaded some of them, but apparently they're like fragments.
Right.
They
say they the size of a credit card fragments.
Wow, they're that small, boy? They ain't gonna get nothing much from that then. I don't think so.
But they took that and made a whole goddamn religion.
Well, let's be fair. we think that what we have now are mistranslations of those scrolls. So let's be fair. Let's get the proper translation before we blame the original scrolls, because the original scrolls probably don't say what the Bible says. To be fair,
I said it one more time. My bad.
I said the original scrolls probably don't say what the Bible says. So let's be fair. That's the controversy. They're saying from what they see, they don't think it says the same thing. And I was on Smash Rocco's channel when it was just, well, Smash was talking about that just yesterday. I don't know if you saw it.
Nah, what'd he say?
It was either yesterday or earlier today. He was talking about the instructions of a minimal and how the Bible copied those instructions in the book of Proverbs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I brought that out in one of my debates like 3 years ago.
Really? You used to
Hell
debate?
yeah. I brought that out in one of my debates. Hell yeah.
Well, look how I didn't even know your background. Let's see, look at that, man. Yeah,
See,
he was,
see
I think it
what?
was.
Oh my
Go
bad.
ahead,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, Wavy. I'm sleeping on you. That's
No,
what you
no,
were
no,
saying.
no, no. You got it, Uncle Jose.
I no, I really didn't know you used to debate. I didn't know that. And I'm sure
Oh
you
yeah.
won those debates.
Yeah, most definitely. What happened was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, like we'll have these full panels, and this is before I kind of laid back and got into. I had to recognize what I was running. You know what I'm saying? This was at the time where I'm making motherfuckers believers. You know what I'm saying? I'm pushing buttons. You know what I'm saying? And we had brothers, Black Hebrew Israelites, we would go back and forth with, and that was one of the things I basically had brought out, like how we black following this, but they stealing from what we got in Egypt. You know what I'm saying?
So you were Hebrew Israelite at some point?
Hell no.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I've been an atheist since 2020, 2019. But before that, I was Christian. You know what I'm saying? Like I grew up Christian. I grew up in Texas. I'm in Texas, so I grew up. Everybody was Christians out here.
Well, look at that. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. Wavy, I didn't know you was an atheist.
Hell yeah,
Well, look at this, man.
I've been.
Interesting,
Say it again.
interesting. I said interesting. I need to bring you on. I need to bring you on my show and do an interview on that, man.
You know we
Let's
got
set that
to.
up, man. Let's set that up, man. I want to hear that. I want to hear that origin story, man. I want to dig deep into this, man. I think that'd be good content.
You free Sunday?
Yeah, but probably late in the evening. So I'll figure it out, yes, because we'll figure it out. Because I know we're gonna be on before. I know you're gonna come back on again, so we're gonna figure it out. I had you in my email, but all that email drama. So I'll see if
So
I can find you in the
what?
email and send
So
you an email.
all right. So how did you come up?
All black people was raised Christian. You know that. All of us was Christian,
Nah.
pretty
In
much.
New York, you say you from New York, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't really. I don't think. I think in New York, they more open minded. They not like. It's not like a church on every block.
You're absolutely wrong. There was a church on every block and a liquor store when I was growing up. That's a fact. They had a church on every block, literally, and a liquor store pretty much next to the church. And that's for real, serious. A church and a liquor store. A church and a liquor store. Probably it's probably not that way now. Because remember, you're a lot younger than me, so you wouldn't, it's probably not that way now. But when I was growing up, it was a church and a liquor store.
This
I
is
could
what
tell
I
you that.
mean. This is what I mean. I don't really know no Christians. I don't really know no Christians from New York. Y'all be more so. Y'all be radical. Like y'all be like not radical, but black conscious and other shit that's black.
That's maybe now, but remember, I'm 40.
Even back
Nah,
then,
brother, nah.
KRS One and Busy B, they wasn't no damn Christians.
Oh, all right. Well. I mean, if you're talking about from the hip hop standpoint, yeah, I could deal with that. That's true. That's true.
50 Cent, none of these. It's like the Supreme Allah. It's the what's the
That's a fact.
fruits of Islam, NOI. It's all of
It's
that
a
out there.
fact. It's a fact that 5% was a big thing on the street in New York for a long time. That's a fact. That's a fact. Them in the hood, that was a big thing. But I didn't grow up around that, so I wouldn't know. My parents are from the Caribbean, so I wouldn't know. I wasn't all
So,
those
so,
gangsta
so you
shit.
saying you saying y'all came from the Caribbeans to the suburbs?
No, my parents did. My father
I'm
was
talking
from
about
my
you.
mother was from Belize. Nah, I was born in America.
And then in the suburbs,
No, no, brother. No, brother. I ain't live in no suburbs. Stop that. Stop
you
that.
just said
That's
you
not.
didn't. You just said you didn't live in the hood.
I didn't. Well, I probably said that. I didn't mean that. I did.
You lived in a brownstone.
I lived in the hood, bro.
Okay.
Power hood. That's what I'm talking about. Shooting outside. That's not good though. That's not a good way to be raised. That's not good at all.
Say it again.
It wasn't a good environment. It
Oh,
really
the
wasn't a
hood.
good environment. Nah, no. In that particular case where I was at, it wasn't the best environment.
Where you grew up at?
I grew up in Brooklyn, but remember now, in 2025, Brooklyn ain't the same as it was when I was younger.
What part of Brooklyn?
Um, Bed-Stuy, I think. That's crazy. I don't even remember. That's a tell you. But I'm telling you, it's not the way it used to be. They done gentrified Brooklyn. Now you go downtown Brooklyn, look like Manhattan. It don't look the same no more, man.
Uncle Jose. When the last time, Uncle Jose? When the last time you had to slap a nigga?
You know what? I'm not in the slap a nigga business. I don't slap niggas. I'm 48 years old. I can't be slapping niggas no more. Because when you slap niggas at 48 years old, you end up getting fucked up. That's what.
I said, when was the last time you had to slap a nigga or a cracker?
I was never in the slap a nigga business. I was a little Christian boy, so I never slapped a nigga. Facts. I never really slapped a nigga with you. I'm
All
not in
right.
the slap a nigga business, and I'm too old for that right now. I'm 48 years old. I can't be walking around slapping them little young bucks because that fight is
Okay.
not going to end well for me. The fight is probably not going to end well for me. Maybe well, I
All
don't
right.
know. I'm too old to be fighting.
How you feel about the food stamps being cut back on?
Boy, that's gonna hurt a lot of people, man. A lot of people, I think, gonna be suffering, man. It's it's sad, man. But
Kamala
then
Harris
again,
said, huh?
go ahead. What what
Kamala
Kamala said?
Harris, she said people gonna starve for Trump um bringing food stamps back. Judges today, judges rule. Man, come on, CNN. What are we doing? All right. See. That's what I be talking about. I don't want no goddamn account. This ain't accounting. He is not. Me and Uncle Jose is not into accounting. Let me go back. Hold up, man. God damn. All right. Trump administration ordered judges ruled Trump administration must use emergency funds to pay some SNAP benefits. So, Uncle Jose, how that sound?
That mean you can't just leave people in need out there, man. You can't do that. Trump is bugging. Trump doing what he wants to do. Trump is bugging. I'm living in Trinidad and Tobago now. People scared. People scared Trump gonna attack Venezuela. Trump tripping. He tripping. He I don't know what's wrong with him, man. He going crazy.
He definitely been popping them Venezuelan boats out the water. They blaming it on
Wow, man.
drugs, but I think it's bigger than that.
I don't think it's drugs at all.
Yeah, I think it's bigger than that.
I think he just.
I think Venezuela. I think Venezuela trying to fuck with Russia and China.
Yeah, I heard them say that. Yeah, you know, probably about a week or two ago, when he shot one of those boats, they said they think 2 Trinidadians was on the boat. They're not sure. I'm not sure, but they said he might have killed 2 Trinidadians.
And just think about this. Just imagine. We like to think about ourselves, right? Just imagine the fish and animals that's in the water that die when you strike that goddamn boat. Do you see how the water be moving when they hitting them boats?
I
That
didn't
ain't
even see
like
it.
no.
I didn't even see it.
It ain't like no. It ain't like no. They hit the boat and the boat just blow up. The whole goddamn water go up. I'm talking about the whole damn water is in the air.
I didn't even see it.
Fish getting displaced.
Wow.
Shrimp getting dislocated.
Wow.
Sharks getting displaced. So we got to think about the fish and the animal and the water life when we blowing these goddamn boats up in Venezuela. These goddamn what about the fish?
Well, I don't know. Yes, they don't give a fuck about humans. So he ain't gonna care nothing about fish. He don't give a fuck about nobody. And this is an example of why all of us should have voted instead of saying we're gonna wait for somebody else to do it. This is what you get when you don't vote.
Nah.
Allegedly.
I don't think we should have voted. I don't think we should have voted for Kamala.
No, well, listen. When you see Trump, Kamala Harris could never have beat this bad. She could never have.
I don't think Trump is being bad. I don't think Trump is being bad.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir.
So what do you think, he just being himself?
I think he being the big dog on the block.
No, that's not good. That's not good, man. That's not good. Nah, that ain't good.
You think
Trump don't like black people, huh?
You think George Bush? You think George Bush was?
Of course not. None of them was good. None of them was good.
Right,
None of them was good for you.
Just real quick. Where things stand. Food stamps. A federal judge ordered the Trump administration to continue paying for food stamps during the federal shutdown. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, aids roughly 42 million people and was set to run out of funds on Saturday without intervention. The judge ordered distribution of funds as soon as possible. All right, boat strikes. Mexico said it had not found any survivors from U.S. military strikes on Monday off Central and South America coast that killed 14 people. Said that one person had survived the strike. U.S. officials said the boats were smuggling drugs. The Pentagon said that it had notified a nearby Mexican military boat that had Mexican officials had assumed responsibility for the rescue air travel. Yeah, we ain't got to read all that, but yeah, man. So the federal government has stepped in and said, nah, food stamps ain't running out tomorrow. We back on goddamn deck. Run it up.
I agree,
Don't be
man.
out
You
there,
can't leave people
don't
out
be out
there,
there
man.
buying. Don't be out there buying gum. Don't be out there buying gum and chips with your girl food stamp card. Don't be out there buying Gatorade and wine coolers with your girl food stamp card. That's for them kids. Y'all get y'all some ground meat. Y'all get y'all some rice, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes, and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
I
Stuff that's
agree.
gonna
I agree with
get
you, man.
you.
I agree with you. Let the babies eat, eh? Oh man. So what's your next debate coming up, Wavy? Who's on the card for your next debate?
Oh man, we really trying to get you up in the ring. We really
Why
trying to, cause
everybody why
Uncle
everybody
said
want me why
you got
everybody
Uncle
want me to
said out
debate?
here. Hold up. You got Uncle said out here that think the ancient Egyptians wasn't black. So you might have to slap up Uncle
Here's what
said a little bit.
nah. We gonna have a nice discussion, man. We gonna have a nice discussion. I ain't gonna be aggressive with him. We I think we already agreed to have a sit down already. So he
Nah,
agreed already.
Uncle said the OG, man. I'm fucking with him.
Nah, man, but he already agreed to have a sit down already. So we're gonna do that. We
That's
can
what
do
it's
that
all
on
about.
DMG. We can do that.
That's what,
I don't know when we could do that on DMG platform. Why everybody want me to debate, boy? I'm trying to be cool. I go on DMG. He want me to debate. He want me to join all them league. You want me to come over here and debate?
nah,
Why? Why
you
you
ain't
guys think?
gotta
Why you guys think I'd be a
you
good
ain't
debater? I don't see it.
you ain't gotta debate. As far as the next debate, we trying to get my boy Dwayne and Martin. I think Martin is running from Dwayne. Um, they trying to go Old Testament. Do you supposed to read the whole Bible or just the Old Testament? I think Martin running from Dwayne, but I'm not sure.
Well, I think Dwayne is a very interesting character. I'll say that. I don't know what to make of him. I really don't. I
Did
don't know
you
what to make of Dwayne. I don't know what to make of him.
did you check out the last debate?
Kind of, sorta. I was in and out, but I, I'll tell you the truth. I like Dwayne, man. I like Dwayne.
So who you
I don't
think?
know.
What do you think Israel? You think Israel is in America or Ethiopia?
I'll say this because you didn't let me say what I wanted to say last time. So I'll say this. I think if we're talking about a connection, not the literal Israel, if we're talking about a connection, I think Ethiopia has some kind of connection to what we're calling ancient Israelites. If that's the question that you're asking, I'm assuming that's the question that you're asking, right?
Now I was asking, is Israel in America or Ethiopia?
You mean like literally?
Literally.
But I can't answer that question because I'm not on either side of that debate. I don't think that I should be doing that because for me, that is a waste for me to get involved in that debate because I have no dog in that particular fight. All I could say is I don't believe in it. I don't agree with none of that. I have no opinion on any of that. I don't. I can't say nothing about it. I don't know. I can't say nothing about that. I think is I wouldn't debate that. I wouldn't debate that, baby. I really wouldn't debate it. I don't know. I wouldn't debate it.
You say you wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't debate it. On general principle, I can't debate that.
You
I
bas- you
can't.
basically you
I
basically
can't.
would say Israel You basically would say Israel is where it's at.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Israel is in Israel. I don't know. I don't know where else it is. I can't say nothing else about that. I really
Most
can't.
definitely. When we talk about when we talk about our ancients, the ancient ancestors,
It was
what is
as
their version of creation?
what is my what?
I'm gonna say it one more time. When we talk about the
Yes.
ancient ancestors, what is their version of creation, and who are we talking about?
Well, that's that's kind of a nuanced question because if you say ancient Egypt, they're gonna use names like Ra, and they're gonna say Ra came from the cosmos in an egg, and he created all of the nature from himself. He cried, and he made mankind from his tears. He sneezed out some, he coughed out some, he spilled his seed for some. So that's what ancient Kemet says. Ra is a creator, and when he stepped from the noon, which is the watery universe, he was by himself, and he created a platform to stand on, which was Ma'at, so you could see his creation. So that's the Kemetic creation story, and he thought about how he thought about creating man. He became sad, and when he cried, human beings were in his tears. So that's where the name for human beings come from, Ramech. It means to cry. It's connected to the tears of Ra. So that's that particular story. But you have other stories that also say, you know, different but similar things too. So they
Did the
vary. Go ahead.
did the
Say it again.
did the Egyptians have what we would call a microscope?
No. I'll say Inky totally mistranslated what he had up there.
No, 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 no. Hold
You're
up,
not going
hold
there.
up.
You're not
Not
going
going
there.
there. Not going there. I'm
Okay, say it.
saying we have this microscope where we look through this glass and see stars. Is it possible that the Egyptians was using some glass, looking through it and seeing the stars like that, or you think they was just using pure eyeball?
Well, from the debate between Ankh and Inky.
Hey, Uncle Jose, use
No,
your
hold on.
brain.
No, hold
I
on.
don't, Uncle Jose. I'm trying to use your brain on history. I don't want to use no debate
I would say
about
this.
nobody else. That's a
I would.
third party source. From your understanding, do you think the Egyptians had a glass that they could look up in the sky and identify the stars, or you think they was just using pure eyeball?
To be honest, I don't know because I haven't read any text that would say anything about microscopes or telescopes. I did read after hearing certain things that they did have lenses that could be used to magnify things. When they were making statues, they found some crystal that were in the eyes of statues and certain artifacts that could be used to magnify things. And
Now,
it probably definitely could have reflected light and different things like that. But to say microscope or telescope, I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
that's why I said what we would call that. They wouldn't have called it that. It probably wouldn't have had a goddamn extensive. It probably wouldn't have had a tripod attached to it. But I'm
I
saying, did
don't
they have something that do the same thing that what we would call microscopes do, that or telescopes do? That was my question.
that's a good question. I, I I don't see evidence of that. I don't think so.
All right, now
I
let me
don't
ask
think
you
so.
this. Let me ask you this: Is it plausible? Is it plausible that they had a glass that they can look into the sky and see stuff at a magnified level. Is that plausible or possible?
I would say maybe. I would think that I would think so, because if they found like ancient like observatories that deal with these things, I would think that they would have some knowledge. I don't know if it's eyeball knowledge. If they found telescopes, I don't know. I can't say. I would
Nah,
have to
not
look at
not telescopes, not telescopes, but
something like it.
using something to magnify the stars than just
I,
because
I don't know.
don't they say
I
the
don't know.
stars? Don't they say the stars line up with some with the pyramids or something like that?
Something like that. But that's a controversial debate.
All right. So when we talk about serious B, you don't believe in none of that with the Dogon.
I do, but I had a discussion on my platform, and what was told me was that when these people living in these environments, they adjust to the darkness. So when they look up, they can see more stars than we can. So I don't know.
So
I personally,
so
they
so
did know
so
about it.
these niggas want you to believe that back then it wasn't that many stars, but in 2025 the universe got bigger. That's what these not just the universe got bigger, but millions of stars came out of everywhere.
Well, you do know it is possible that the universe did get bigger in 2025.
Now facts, but we
It
talking about
is.
stars. We talking about your sky looking different.
Yeah. Well, when you remember when you're dealing with astronomy now, you might look at
Go
a
ahead.
star now. You might look at a star now, and the star, and you're seeing the light, but the star's dead. You understand? The sky is not gonna, it's not gonna be the same. From then to now, the sky is not gonna look the same.
Yeah, but we talking about
Stars
we
die. Stars
this
come
this what I'm
into
saying. This what
existence.
I'm saying, Uncle Jose. Imagine you look up. Imagine the Dogons looked up and they seen over 10,000 stars. We look up today and we supposed to say that the Dogon seen lesser stars. Now we see 10 times more stars than the Dogon seen. That's the point I'm making. That's the argument.
I would think, based on technology, we could definitely see more. We could definitely know more. I think the sky would look different. It could be less. It could be more. Because a lot of those points that we've seen don't exist anymore. They died out however many years ago, and we're just now seeing it. So if we go into space and we look at space to a certain extent, we're not gonna. Those things don't exist anymore.
This what I'm asking. I don't understand. Maybe you ain't not understanding me. For that argument to make sense, whoever the brother you had to build with, that would mean that it was maybe, let's say we just using rough numbers. Let's just say it was 10,000 stars back then and 2025. They're basically saying it's 10 times more stars. That's why the Dogons was able to do that. Is that the argument?
No, no. What the brother was telling me was that when you live in certain environments, your eyesight changes. So if they look up in the sky, they can see better in the dark than we can. Their eyesight is different. You understand? So.
Oh, so you saying they had better eyesight? Damn.
Well, he was making a point that when you live in certain environments, you're living in the desert, you're living in darkness, and you're living in certain environments. Your eyesight can change, and you could see better. You'd be able to see better to a certain extent.
We got the pseudo killer in the building.
So it's not. So it may not.
Uncle said
What's
say
up,
he heard
Cedric?
enough. Uncle said say he heard enough. I'm fucking it up.
Nah, I know he ain't gonna do that today. Not tonight.
What it do, baby?
You trying to cause problems?
What it do, Jose? What it do, Jose? Nah,
What's up, Cedric?
I was just listening. I'm hearing a little bit of confusion. Maybe I could add a little bit of clarity to the whole conversation.
I
It's
think
too,
so.
It's two separate conversations in terms of what's going on. Let's take the Egyptians, for example, and let's go all the way back to Nabta. And this is the ingenuity of the Egyptians. Remember, the Egyptians were one of the first people to actually record timekeeping, right? And that timekeeping mechanism was developed through observation. Nabta was one of the earliest observation sites in the Green Sahara, right? And they started the observance of the rising of the helical rising of Sirius, right? Which indicated which was the initiation of the flooding. So observation and astronomical observation was tied to seasonal events, was tied to
Mute that real
plant,
quick, Uncle Jose. My
right,
bad, Uncle Jose.
was tied to planting. So we have actual documented recorded history of them actually tracking the night sky and developing the our system, right? So we got to give the Egyptians credit where that is due. Those are high levels of astronomical development, although it was paired with ritual astronomy, right? Ritual astronomy, which was the deification of the heavens, right? It all had to do with their cosmology. So we see the duat and all of this exemplified in that whole understanding of the night sky, the 12 hours, right? Contrast that to the claim made about, and these are all visible, all right, clearly visible signs in the sky. It was just the diligence to do that day in, day out, night in, night out, accurately track that for years on years until you develop a system whereby you can accurately predict the seasons, right? And accurately predict the rising, etc. And you can see that they had a understanding of what's those words, the solstice, right? So you clearly see that they had a relationship with understanding the patterns of the heavenly bodies. But these are all visible heavenly bodies, visible objects in the sky. Now, the whole narrative of the pyramids, that is pseudoscientific jargon by Robert Bruce.
Ah,
There is no alignment with Orion's belt, right? That's some pseudoscientific nonsense. If you see the degree that the third pyramid is off of Orion's belt, the Egyptians' precision, they would never make such a mistake. So there's a different, complete description. It is aligned with true north, right? This is the level of understanding of the planet and these systems that the Egyptians had. So when we need to give them their due credit, we need to do that and not overstate things and put things into their proper perspective. They were the shit when it comes to early understanding of the heavenly skies. Now, let's go to the Dogon. The claim that the Dogon could have seen a dwarf star, which is still not visible to the naked eye, is some nonsense again. A little bit of research where you would see that's an anthropologist, a French anthropologist, who is going to investigate the Dogons, who put that claim on them because he was talking to the blind huntsman. The blind huntsman is explaining him how he could see Sirius be a dwarf star that's not visible. Come on. It's not within their own cosmology, right? Now, being scientifically literate and grounded in modern cosmology, I have a real appreciation for these people's their level of ingenuity, the ability to look at the heavenly sky and imagine these concepts, to rudimentary process of imagining how this all works. Give them their credit because they didn't have the tools, they didn't have the development that we have. So to their poetic description, which is human nature, trying to understand, give it its credit. But we do them an injustice when we try to do this anachronistic shoehorning of modern cosmology to overstate what the ancients knew. Scientific knowledge is developed in steps. The first person that ate the berry died. That was a sacrifice made so that the rest of us wouldn't eat that berry again. But to discredit them by doing this anachronistic nonsense, right, is doing them an injustice because we take away from their true creativity and their true quest for understanding, which led, without Noptoplier, you don't have James Webb. But we're not going to pretend as if they had James Webb and deep understanding of the existence of the universe. No, they didn't have that. What they did have was a shit.
Hey, Uncle said, is it possible or plausible that the Egyptians had a glass to look at the stars magnified?
No, no, no.
Oh, it wasn't glass. It wasn't glass back then.
First of all, no, there wasn't no glass, and even if they had some rudimentary concave piece of glass, let's give them that much. That's nowhere close to a telescope. That you ain't magnifying nothing but your hand.
Nah. Not saying they had a telescope. Not saying they had a telescope. Nobody would make that claim that they had a
Yeah,
telescope. I'm saying, you know how some glasses, some pieces of glass is well. If we could say that the ancient Egyptians didn't have glass back then,
no, they didn't
or if we
have
can
glass.
confirm that, then it
Yeah.
ain't no point of it ain't no
Yeah, they
point of
didn't
me.
have glass. The ability to smelt sand to that point is even higher than the ability to smelt iron. And the Egyptians weren't in the Iron Age; they were a Bronze Age people. So West and Central Africans developed the technology to smelt iron prior to the Egyptians, right? And they couldn't and they didn't have glass. What we had was pottery, right? Firing of pottery, which serendipitously led to the discovery of iron. That was in West Central Africa. That was one of the developments that gave civilization a great leap forward. The ability to actually store grain and carry water in terms of pottery, but no, not glass.
All
No,
right, so it says they had glass uh 3,000 years ago, but I think that might have been too early for the claim that I was trying to make. It's in the 18th dynasty. That's when they got glass. Yeah, that might have been too late, Uncle said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been too late.
I think I'm gonna do, Wavy. I'm gonna research it and I'm gonna put together a presentation and see. Now, I'm gonna say this. I'm not agreeing with any claim of microscopes or telescopes. So I don't want you to say I said that. Because
Nah, we can't agree to that claim because that's like saying that they have a car and we know what a car is.
right. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put together a presentation and see what they had, what the observatory had, and we'll see how far that goes. Because I know we're not gonna get to nothing close to a telescope.
Cause
But
like
I
if we
think they
just
did.
let's just look at it like this. Let's say you wanted to see somebody far away. How would they do that? You know what I'm saying? Like that would be ground zero to this conversation.
Well, you look, and as far as you can see, that's as far as you can see. I don't think they had anything other than their eyes. Pretty much. That's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't
Nah,
think they
nah. I
had.
think I think you're right. I think you're
I don't
right.
know if
It
they
probably
had.
would have to be elevation.
I don't know if they had eyeglasses back then. Or something
Nah,
that
nah,
said
nah. They didn't have no
eyeglasses.
damn eyeglass.
I don't know. Anyway, if you don't know that,
Nah, they ain't had no eyeglasses. We talking about old kingdom.
do you know
We
they
talking
had?
about old.
Do you know they found? Do you know that I could show you something where they found a some mummified remains with a prosthetic toe on it? You know
Nah, I
that?
believe that.
It
I
had a
seen that
prosthetic
already.
toe on it. You saw it with the
I
prosthetic
think
toe.
Jabari brought that up.
Yeah, it was a prosthetic toe, and they used to put gold on the fingertips of the pharaohs when they died. Hey, oh
Uncle
yeah,
said like Uncle said like man, you niggas pseudo.
well, probably. I'm
You know,
okay with
I
that.
mean, it's not suitable. It's put things in perspective, right? So, so that's the bait and switch. So when we talk about glass in terms of microscopy or telescopes, then the answer is simple, right? No, but of course the development of glass making and jars and these type of things that developed over millennia slowly, right? Because of course they were creating bronze and this type of thing. The desert is full of sand, right? So yes, but not for telescopes and these things. No, no, no. We're having two different conversations, and that's a confusion. All right, what often happens. I'm not saying you doing that, Jose, by no means, no stretch of the imagination. But that's the Martin Bailey, right? You say they say the Egyptians had concave lenses. Then you say,
Uh
no, the
oh.
Egyptians didn't have no
Uh
glass.
oh.
The
Hey,
Egyptians didn't
hey,
have no glass.
Uncle
And then they
said.
come back, then they take a riff up and say, yes, they did. So they developed glass and they made jars and they made drinking ware. Wait a minute, we're having two different conversations then.
Hey, Uncle said, who did this argument? Because I seen Uncle Jose was trying to bring up that debate. Did Inky say this?
um, um, my good brother Wavy, if you got an opportunity, it's gonna play again, and not in terms of uh, level of information that Inky provided, but the dishonest nonsense, non sequitur, flim flammery that he brought to that
Ah,
debate.
ah.
This man forget that we are in a community where we got people fighting over what the text says because they can actually read it.
Right.
This man takes a screenshot of one image of a whole wall and says that the Egyptians had microscopes and convex lenses and they were examining semen.
No,
Yeah.
no,
See.
Cedric, say what he said, bro. He said there was a man standing with a hard penis and sperm was coming out of the end of the penis. Then he proceeded to look at a glyph and say, this is sperm and this means many. So this dude was ejaculating and the text said many sperm. And when I looked at him and said, no, that is a wob bowl.
Hold
It
up.
means
Hold up.
that that's what he
Manny
said.
sperm.
That's what
Ah.
that's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Not me, bro. That's what he
That's
said.
why Uncle Reggie. That's why Uncle Reggie
Bruh,
was
that's
hot.
why Uncle Reggie just smashed him, like smash, like
Right.
rah, and
So
so smooth and so cool, no rah rah, not shouting, just clack 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 clack, boom, dead. That was so ridiculous, intellectually
that's
dishonest.
like that's like when you that's like when you would show that's that card game where you would show two things and you want them to guess it. That's
Yeah.
what that is.
Yeah. So, mind you, what was the debate? Now, the debate was whether Darwin had a scientific theory called evolution by means of natural selection and whether pangenesis was the scientific portion of that theory. So, it was
Right.
in principle just an explanation that you have these nomenclature wrong and that you need and that your whole paradigm is incorrect because what pangenesis identifies again the model is inheritance genes or passing on traits. They don't have no idea of genes. His hypothesis to explain this, the mechanism to explain why you see similarities in the offspring, was called pangenesis. Pangenesis was falsified within the scientific realm. That never discredited the fact that there are traits that pass from parents to offspring. Heredity is a matter of fact. The mechanism, Mendel's 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 genetics was not the thing. Modern genetics proved all that Mendel nonsense incorrect, right? But heredity is still a matter of fact. So Inky is playing with terms, doing the flim flam. It's a no flim flam season, ladies and gentlemen. With that, let me do a little shameless plug. Tune in tomorrow. You know where, you know what time. It's going down. Me and Zion are meeting in the ring. We're going to discuss the utility of religion in the modern world. Right? Zion is claiming that religion is an absolute necessity and that atheism is some nonsense. So we are going to examine that tomorrow. I'm putting his hypothesis on the test, on the table. Shout out to Super Wavy. He did his presentation over here, which provided me with everything I needed to completely destroy another pseudo in this community.
Hey, Silk.
Let me say this to you, Cedric.
Talking about my victims.
Let me say this to you, Cedric. My only thing with the term atheism and black people is I think that the term should not be applied to black people because it's a Greek word. That's it. I'm not.
So that means you're not grounded
That's
in
like
what the word
that's like
means
saying
in your
that's like saying
definition
we
of Bible.
shouldn't. That's like saying we shouldn't have an iPhone because we don't fuck with Steve Jobs like that.
Nah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm
It's
saying.
it's a particular position with regards to a claim,
I,
and
I
there is no color tied to it. There's no ethnicity tied to it. There is none of that tied to it. The emotional
well,
baggage that you are
It's
tying to
like
a
it's
word,
like this.
word
It's like it's
was
here's
like
what.
something.
this. It's like this, Uncle Jose. In America, we got Democrats and Republicans. That's like a black person saying, "I'm a Republican." Oh, then you white people, you racist, you house nigga.
Yeah, yeah, you white. You a Republican, you white. You can't use that
Hold on.
word. That's for white people.
Now let
Huh?
me.
That's
Now
a
let me.
political system. That's a political philosophy. I agree with the philosophy. It doesn't have a color. The philosophy doesn't have a color, bro.
I'll say this.
Just like
I'll
just
say.
like they trying to put a color on evolution. They trying to make
Yeah,
Charles
I'll
Darwin.
say this.
Darwinism is like, come on, what are we doing? You got a
y'all
methodology.
weirdo.
You got a
That's weird.
methodology of philosophy, and then you got jargon.
I'll say.
Yeah, like,
I'll say this to you, Cedric. My issue is not that you can't be an atheist. My issue is if you are for African culture and you say that you're an African, then you shouldn't be an atheist because it's not part of African
huh?
culture.
Wait a minute. Because I'm an African, I'm not allowed to apply reason and logic to
No,
my
no, no, no,
environment.
no,
I'm
Cedric,
not allowed to him. I'm not
Cedric, don't do that.
allowed. Wait a
Cedric,
minute.
don't
So
do
you
that.
telling me
I
Shaka
didn't say
Zulu
that.
wasn't an African? Shaka Zulu wasn't an African.
Now hold on a second. Let me clarify my
Wait. So
statement.
Shaka Zulu
Hold on.
wasn't an African?
Let me clarify my statement, Cedric,
No,
before
no,
you
no,
go.
no. Answer that question. No. Answer that question. Shaka Zulu wasn't an African because he denounced all of his tribal bullshit.
Okay, can I give you my
So
answer, Cedric?
was
Because
he an African? Was he an African? Yes or no?
clearly he was, Cedric.
Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu.
Clearly he was.
Okay. So now, how does that comport to your argumentation when he denounced?
I'll say this.
When he
Okay,
denounced the
let me.
cultural and the religious practices of his particular ethnic group of people.
Okay, I'll say this.
And he also refused the European idea of religion. So he was an atheist to the European, and he was an atheist to his own cultural baggage, which allowed him to unify his people. So now, was he a non-African because he was
Okay,
like, no, that don't make no
let
sense.
me explain this to you, Cedric. I'm not saying if you deal with atheism that makes you non-African. I'm saying if you deal with what you call atheism that goes against the culture of the African.
All right, let me say this. Let
Huh?
me say this.
That's
Let me say
making no
this.
And
Let me
that,
sense.
say
that's
It's
a
this.
a
fact.
Uncle Ed.
semantics
Let
mismatch.
me say
But
this.
that's
Uncle Ed.
circular
Hold on,
reasoning.
Uncle
You're
Ed. Let me
coming
say
right
this.
back saying the same
Is
thing.
it possible? Is it possible for you to say your ancestors got it wrong, or or
Huh?
or what or not got it wrong, but they was doing their own thing that ain't got shit to do with you and how you see life? Is that possible?
Yeah.
I'll say this: it's your prerogative as an African to take the culture and do with it as you will. If you want
So
to
when you
accept
say
it, you can
African, you
accept it.
see, let me slow the conversation down. Let me slow the conversation. The fact that you use the word African is indicative of your disconnect from the continent, the culture, and the people. So a romanticized term because you're here in the West and you're romantically looking back because that disconnect is complete by the mere fact that you say African cultures. You can't even narrow it down to one specific that is indigenous to you that you hold on to because no ethnic African talks about African culture.
Okay.
They would talk about, slow, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. They will talk about the specific practices within their particular ethnic group, tribal group, etc. So the romanticized idea you're having is already indicative of your disconnect to those practices.
Let me compromise. I'll give you half a mark on that, and I'll be fair with this because when I first started studying ancient Kemet, I really had a certain idea of ancient Kemet, and then when I started to be exposed to the text, I realized what I thought wasn't what it was. You know, that idea wasn't real. You know, real things is going on in Kemet that I wasn't ready to accept until I was shown text, and I was able to recognize certain things within the text. So that's a fair statement, and I'm going to be fair with you on that. That's a fair statement. I wouldn't argue.
So yeah,
I wouldn't
humans,
argue with
humans,
you on that.
human.
That's a fair statement. I would say that's
Yeah,
a fair
yeah. So
statement.
humans, human. If you study a little bit of anthropology and a little bit of archaeology, you demystify all these things, right? Now, in terms of practicing African tradition culture, if you actually investigate them, there is no need for people to regress to certain practices that were based in ignorance and attaching culture to ignorant practices is not helping neither Africans nor ourselves. What you see in Africa is now them engaging in developing their country, moving away from all these tribal activities and moving more into building societies based on reason, critical thinking, methodological naturalism, and humanist concept.
And let
Would
me
we want to engage in clitoris cutting of our daughters because of climaxing means that they're getting a spirit into them? These are some of the things y'all afraid to address. Do we want to go back to ritual killing when the kings die, or do we want to engage in killing one of the twins? Because of course those days was socioeconomic circumstances. Do we want to engage in these cultural things?
Here's
This romanticizing of ancient traditions
here's what
is not cool.
hold up,
here's what
hold
I
up,
say.
You're
hold up,
right.
hold up, real quick. Hold up, real quick. Let me say this. Let me say this. Once you become a non-believer, let me say this. Hold up, Uncle Jose. Once you become a non-believer, you stop saying words like spirit and soul. So to put that down, to put the Abrahamic faith down, and to learn about African traditions, if they still talking about a spirit and a soul like that, like we already atheist. Hold up. An atheist already recognize they can't talk to no imaginary friend in the sky. An atheist already realized that.
Okay,
So these hold up. So these non-physical names for things that we say we got in our body, atheists already disproved all of that already. So it's more so like you will be going backwards by putting the Abrahamic faith down and going back to what you just call African traditions or Igbo or Hausa or Mandingo, whatever they spiritual systems is. If they talking about a spirit and a soul, an atheist already came to the realization that those things are not real. So
I'll say
it's more so like we can't just look at an atheist like, well, if you put that down, why you not over here? It's more so
I'll
like
say
we see that the invisible is in fact invisible, and we got to leave it there.
I'll put this. I'll I'll pose this to you, and I'll pose this to Cedric too. When we talk about ancient Kemet, do you agree that what we call spirituality spirituality and what we call science, they did not see a separation between the two? Or do you think
I
that that
agree.
is a wrong
I agree.
interpretation?
I
What,
agree.
what was the question? Repeat that again.
I said, do you think that when we go back to ancient Kemet and they have what we call spirituality and science, they did not see a difference between the two? They saw
No, they
them as
didn't have
one.
science. So they didn't have science. That term is anachronistic when applied to the ancient Egyptians. What they had was observations. And because of their worldview, which was spooked out, they tied those observations to spirits. So
Nah, Uncle said they had their own versions of science. They had their own version of science. They had
they had
methodology. They had
observations.
methodology and all that. They was scientifically literate. They we
Yes, they
just
did.
used the word. We just using that word in 2025. They had their own version of it.
That makes no sense. They had their own version of the car.
We
You
talking
do
about
know
a method. We
They
talking
had
about a
their own
method.
version
We
of the
talking about
car.
a method to
They had
understand
their
the
own
natural
version of the
world.
car.
They had a method.
They had their own version of the car. That's what you're saying. No, they didn't have cars. They had
Wavy.
carriages. And their
That's
ability.
you not gonna never hear us say that. Like we not Inky not on the
But that's
panel.
what you're saying when you say they had science. No, they
But
didn't
hold
have
on, but hold on.
science.
They
Hold on,
Science
they
is
they
Cedric.
had
saying they had a car.
methodology. You just said they just had observation. No, brother, they had
Yes, they
method.
had
It
a
was a method
carriage.
to the madness.
They had a carriage.
Don't
They didn't have a
downplay.
car.
Don't downplay and say no. They
Yes,
was
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
looking.
You see, you get it. You get it. You get it. You
Yeah,
get it.
you can't
Yeah.
You
downplay it.
get it. They
Let's say this.
had the carriage. They didn't
Let's say
have a
this,
car.
Cedric. Let's say this,
So,
right?
so, so they didn't have a car. They were using carriages. I give them that. Why? You see the observations. But when they give the explanation, science gives you the why. Their explanation was the gods. It was spirits. They were enchanted. These were their explanations for the observations. So their explanation is what makes it not science. They had a carriage. They didn't have a car, and you don't have to. We don't
You
have
do.
to overstate nor
Uncle
understate.
said the Egyptians was doing brain surgery. Nigga, they was doing all of the same shit we doing. They had a methodology. They was doing science. You don't want
Yeah,
to call it that. That's your the reason you don't want
was
to
the
call it that.
God.
That's your issue.
The
Just because we
spirit,
learned
the
everything on
spirit
their
did
ass.
it.
We're not gonna act like we ain't learned that lesson.
Their reasoning was the spirit did it. They
Oh,
didn't
okay.
have a car.
Okay.
Come on, man. Mute up. Yeah,
All right.
Wavy,
My bad. My bad.
their
Uncle Sid.
explanation was the spirits did it. From the moment the spirits did it, Wavy, that's not science. I'm not discrediting them. Science is on the methodology in explaining the how, the observations we all have. Science is the how. The spirits did it isn't science. Clinically writing down the observations, what you see, right? And saying this can be the possible cause, that spirit, that spirit, that spirit. So you need this spell along with this potion isn't science. What we're talking about is the rudimentary steps, documentation, the first steps of observation by means of describing what we're seeing, right? That's observation. Their explanation was the gods did it. That's not science. Science goes into the how. What's going on here? They didn't have that. So that's where you make the separation. So sticking the label science on them, anachronistic. They had carriages. They didn't have cars. That's the
What's the
separation.
definition of science, Uncle Sid?
The explanation of the observations and the method to describe the process by which means this
That's the
observation occurs.
definition. That's the definition of science.
Yeah,
If I Google it, it's gonna say that.
yeah. Go Google it.
I'm saying if
You're
I
gonna,
Google, it's gonna say that.
yeah, Google it. Yeah, Google it.
Because I don't know
Google
if
it.
Uncle Jose was making this point. I don't know if Uncle Jose, I don't know if you was trying to say this when you said the church and the state, they didn't separated. But when we talk about the Egyptians, here you go. Uncle Jose, I don't know if you was trying to say what Uncle said is saying, that when they was doing science, that they was invoking gods every single time and blaming it on the gods. I'm not saying that shit. I'm saying these motherfuckers was doing high-tech shit, surgery, brain surgery, all type of shit. And they ain't invoked no goddamn god. There wasn't no god involved. They probably said a prayer hoping it go well, but they had a method to their goddamn madness. That's my argument, Uncle said.
Well,
You know what you call brain surgery was the ability to move the brain through the nose because the Egyptian discarded the brain because they thought that the heart was the center of all knowledge and the heart was the center of the processing information. So when we talk about Egyptian doing brain surgery, was actually the ability to move the brain via the nose cavity. They discarded the brain. That wasn't brain surgery.
So you saying the Egyptians didn't do brain surgery?
No, that's conscious
All right,
community
all right. Let
black
me show
pseudo
you this
stuff.
real quick. And they did more than just brain surgery, by the way.
yeah, them niggas had, bro. Them niggas had sewage systems. Them niggas knew the whole science of fucking kinetic and all that other shit. Like we can't keep saying keep discrediting, you know,
Exactly.
these people because it's just like you find so many shit. Like, ain't there like an old computer that like the Greeks like made that science, modern science still don't understand how the fuck that shit work?
All right, hold
And
up, Jalen, before he try to hold up, Jalen,
go
before he
ahead.
try to hit us with a with go before he try to attack you. Yes, ancient Egyptians performed surgery and were advanced in their surgical practices for their time, using tools like scalpels, forceps, and drills. Evidence from medical papyri. See, didn't Uncle Said say they didn't write nothing down? Didn't Uncle
Yep.
Said say they didn't? See, they just looked at
What?
shit. That's what
Did I
Uncle
say
Said
that?
said. They
Way
looked at
back,
shit
way
and
back.
they called the
I said
gods.
they
Look at this.
documented,
Evidence,
they
hold up, hold up,
documented,
hold up,
they
hold up, hold up,
accurately
hold up, hold
document.
up. You
So
can
go to the
cut.
brain
Hold
surgery
up, you
part.
can cut.
Go to the brain
Hold up.
surgery. No,
I'm
no, go
reading.
brain
I'm reading my
surgery.
source.
Brain
I'm reading
surgery,
my
brain
source.
surgery.
I caught
No,
you
brain
lying.
surgery. Find
I
the
caught
brain
you lying.
surgery.
I'm reading my source.
I want the brain
Evidence from
surgery.
medical papyri and mummified remains show treated injuries, performed amputations, drained abscesses, and even
Hmm.
attempted to treat cancer and brain conditions. Their surgical techniques
Brain
included
surgery.
hold up. Their surgical techniques included setting fractures, reducing dislocations, and using a transnasal approach to remove the brain during mummification. Now, as Uncle said, was we talking about moving the brain from the nose
Thank
had
you.
something to do with brain surgery, or did he just bring up some
Mummification.
goofy?
That's
You got flow.
mummification. You just read it. You
That
didn't read
ain't brain.
anything about
I
brain
said,
surgery.
I brought up brain
You
surgery.
just read
I
it.
brought
You
up
just
brain
read it.
surgery.
But
You
they
brought
didn't
up
do any brain
mummification.
surgery. They didn't do
You
any
brought
brain
that.
surgery.
That
You
ain't,
just
bro.
read it, bro.
No,
You
we didn't
just,
just read it. We didn't just read it.
bro, bro, you just
Hold on,
read
hold
the
on, hold on. You want
Egyptian
to see
did
another?
brain
You want
surgery.
to? Okay,
Go
okay.
read
I
it
see.
again. Go read it again. Read it again.
Hold
Read
up.
it
You
again.
want? You
The
want?
Egyptian
You
did
want?
brain surgery.
Hold up. Did that source say they? Did that source say the ancient Egyptians
Pull
performed
it back
surgery?
up.
Yes or
Pull
no?
it back up. We were talking about
Did that
brain
source say the
surgery.
ancient Egyptians performed surgery?
Brain
Because you lied.
surgery.
Didn't you lie?
Also, now we're moving the
Okay.
goalpost, the button Bailey. Brain
You said
surgery.
you
I
said
was
you said they
specific.
didn't.
I never
Hold up.
said
Hey
we
Jalen.
did.
Hey Jalen. Hey Jalen. Look at
You,
this,
we were
Jalen.
talking about
Hey
brain
hey Jalen.
surgery. Wavy. Were we
Hold
talking
up. Let's
about
get
brain
clear. Let's
surgery or
get
not?
something clear.
Were
Hey
we
Jalen.
talking about brain
Hey
surgery or
Jalen.
not?
Didn't I
Were we
say?
talking about
Didn't I say
brain
the
surgery?
Egyptians performed brain surgery? And Uncle said though they pulled the brain out their nose to
That's a
discard it. Hey Jalen, didn't he
Exactly.
say that?
Pull it up.
that's a fact.
Pull it
Hold up,
up.
Uncle said.
Pull it
Hold up,
up.
Uncle said. Hey
Pull it
Jalen,
now.
didn't he
Pull
say
it
that?
up. Pull it up. And when you
Hold
see
up, Uncle said.
mummification,
Hold
ask
up.
what that
I'm
was.
gonna make sure. I'm gonna
Pull
make
it
sure we
up.
got a witness.
Yeah, we got a
Jalen,
witness.
Okay.
didn't
Pull
I
it
say
up.
the Egyptians performed brain
I'm
surgery?
stand
And Uncle
brain surgery.
said they pulled the brain from the nose to discard it.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right,
all
Good.
that.
now watch
Yes.
this.
Now pull
Now
it
watch
up.
this.
And now
Okay.
Now
ask
watch
them
this.
So
what they did with mummification of the brain.
Oh no,
Yeah.
hold up.
So
Hey, now,
the evidence.
now, Jalen, did I say anything about mummification, or was I talking
Yeah,
about brain
that's how
surgery?
they pull the brain
You
out the
just said
Hey,
brain.
nose.
You
hey,
just
hey,
said brain surgery.
hold up. You sound
Mummification.
retarded.
Man, H, man,
Hold up,
baby,
Uncle
come
said
on,
you
bro.
you off
I got a
topic.
debate tomorrow.
I'm
I don't
showing
need to ask myself
you how
no
you just lied on the Egyptians. Hey, Jalen,
good.
did
Mhm.
not
I
bring
just
up
lied.
brain
What is
surgery, and he
mummification?
now he talking about mummification, right?
You just said
Yes,
brain
I
surgery.
said
You just
they
said brain
Hey,
pull the
surgery.
brain out the
Is
nose. I
mummification brain
said
surgery?
they pull the brain out the nose. And
Hold
you
up.
know
Yeah,
why they
you
do
was
that?
wrong.
For mummification purpose. It
So
wasn't.
Is
You are.
mummification brain surgery?
Yeah,
no, this is
no,
mummification.
I
All right,
said, I
Jose,
said what I said. I'm
is
right.
mummification brain surgery? Uncle Jose,
Technically yes, and technically no.
Man, let me get out
how
of
is
here. I'm good.
mummification? Hey, watch this. See, you want to be a goofy? Now you got to stand with them. Look at this. Yes, evidence suggests ancient Egyptians performed brain surgery, including operations to treat brain cancer on a living person over 4,000 years ago. Hey, Jalen, conversation closed or what? What are you
You
talking
see
about?
that?
Mummification? How you gonna pull a brain out the nose? How is that brain surgery, Jalen? Hey,
I
Uncle
said
Jose, we
that.
gonna holler at you later because nah, you ain't standing up for Egypt. We'll holler at you later. Hey, Jalen, didn't I just show that
Oh
they
man, man.
performed brain surgery 4,000 years ago? Uncle
You
said
did.
brought up. He tried.
You
See,
did.
hey, look. Uncle said
You
tried to
did.
jump the gun. He tried to jump. He don't know about Africa. Uncle said he hated Africa. So he said, no,
Uncle
they
said from
didn't
the
do brain
Levant.
surgery.
Of course he gonna
Hold
hit
Hey,
on,
Africa.
Uncle
hold
Jose,
on,
mute
hold
that,
on, hold
mute
on.
that, mute that. You ain't representing Africa right now. Mute that. Hey, Uncle said they pulled the brain out the nose for mummification. What was my question, Jalen? Did
Brain
the
surgery.
ancient practice
So I
brain
can
surgery? Hey,
apologize for my
Uncle
mistake.
Jose,
I can't
mute out,
apologize for
gang.
my
I'm
mistake.
busy.
I can't
I'm
apologize for my
busy.
mistake. I can't apologize for my mistake.
Oh no. We don't got time for that. We don't got time for no apologies, gang.
So I can't
We in
apologize
real
for my mistake.
time.
So
So I
We
can't
so
in
can
real
I
apologize for
say?
my
time.
mistake.
So can I say
I made a
something?
mistake, bro. Let me
So
apologize.
We
Is
good
it
on
okay
it.
if I apologize?
We
I'll
good. We good
apologize.
so
on it.
the
You gon'
metal cassette.
you just agreed with Uncle said that
No,
brain
he
surgery
I am
is pulling the brain
apologizing,
out the
bro.
nose.
What?
You just
I am
agreed with Uncle said.
apologizing.
How the fuck that sound?
That's harvesting organs and stuff like that. That's what you call harvesting organs.
Right.
That's not
I
nothing to
agree.
do.
What the fuck is you
Right.
Like
talking about?
brain
And what
surgery,
I
you know what I'm saying?
said. No.
Mummification, see, like mummification is when you just
Hold on,
harvesting, you know what
David.
I'm saying, the stuff like I
Hold
said.
on, David.
I understood what Uncle Jose was saying, but I think he came in too late and he didn't catch everything.
No, no,
But
no. Listen. No, hold on,
go
Jalen.
ahead. Go ahead. We're gonna
Let
let
me,
you.
let me,
Hold
let
up.
me
What was my
Man, let that
apologize.
question?
man talk. Wavy,
If
let him talk.
Hold on.
Wavy, let him
what
talk.
Uncle Jose was saying,
Wavy, let
if
him
you
talk.
understood what Uncle Jose was
Wavy,
saying,
let him
what was my
talk.
question to Uncle Jose?
Wavy, let
Since
him
you understood
talk.
what he was saying, what was my question to him? Since you understood him.
Hold on, Wavy. I heard you, and I'm saying as a man, I fucked up there, and I wasn't supposed to answer that way.
And as a man, we
So
respect it.
I'm being honest with you. I fucked up on that one, and
Now
I
this
did.
was my question to you. Is brain surgery mummification? That was my
No,
question. And you
no,
said kinda sorta. Hold up. We're gonna break down your fuck up. You said kinda sorta. So how is brain surgery mummification kinda sorta?
not. Now let me explain. Right now, I'm stretching it to say because you put an instrument into the body, we can consider that surgery. I'm probably stretching that a little bit. That's fair, because when you read the statement, it did say brain surgery and it did mention mummification. So I'm being fair with what you read.
That ain't what we talking about. The
I
ancient
agree with you.
Egyptians did
I
brain.
agree
That
with
ain't what
you.
we talking about. That
I
ain't what we
agree.
talking about. If you don't know the source, you gonna say something like that. But you gotta
No,
read the goddamn source.
no, I
So
agree
we know
with
that.
you. I agree with you.
Hold up. We know for a fact the ancient Egyptians did brain surgery for
I
headaches.
agree.
So we don't gotta play this goofy ass game. They pulled the brain out the nose. What the fuck is you talking about?
And I agree
Fuck is
with
we?
you.
Why are we playing these games,
I
Jalen? Why
agree
are we
with
playing
you,
these games?
Wavy. You're attacking the wrong person. I agree with you, Wavy. I agree with you about 5 minutes ago.
Nigga,
And
now
I
that
agree
he
with you.
gone, now that Uncle
I'm saying,
said gone.
Now look, now can I say something real quick?
Let's learn. Let's
Okay,
learn.
hold
Hold
on,
up,
wait a
hold
minute.
up,
Hold on, wait a minute.
hold up,
Let's
hold up,
learn.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You're not gonna hear nothing about a mummy
I'm
or a
not disagreeing with
nose.
you. I'm not
Hold up,
disagreeing
hold
with
up,
you.
hold up, hold up. I said hold up. You're not gonna hear nothing about a mummy or a nose. Surgical intervention for brain cancer. Recent studies suggest ancient skulls found cut marks around the edges of the cancerous lesion indicated a surgical attempt to treat it while a person was alive. We don't gotta play these games, gang. We don't
Right?
gotta play these games.
Okay, Wavy, take a breath. I agree with you. I fucked up.
All right,
You don't
now
have to attack me.
that's
I
that's
admitted my
wavy.
mistake.
That's wavy. Once you go against the grain, he's shooting at everybody. Just make sure you don't agree.
Well, you know
but
what? I'm okay with that. I'm
but
okay with you. I'm
but the
okay with
further
that.
but the further go ahead and talk about it and everything, the Edwin Smith papyrus in 1600 BCE, likely based on older text, describes head injury, skull fracture, and brain anatomy with astonishing detail. It is the earliest
Oh,
known medical document to mention the brain, its membranes, and cerebral spinal fluid. However, it
now hold
treats
up,
the
hold up,
brain
hold up,
injury.
hold up. Now what did Uncle Said say? What did Uncle Said say? The ancient Egyptians just used what?
Pulled it out the
No,
nose
no, no.
cavity.
Before that. Remember, he was saying. Oh, my bad. You probably wasn't here. Uncle Said
No,
was
I got
saying
it out.
ancient Egyptians. Uncle Said was saying the ancient Egyptians didn't even know science. They was only
Yeah, I
using
remember. Yeah,
observation.
yeah, I came in right after that. That's what made me hop right back on.
He said they was only using observation.
And
How you
see,
only
and
using observation in brain surgery?
but like I
How
said,
is that possible?
look, I'm gonna go
But
ahead.
listen,
Oh, right here, look. It says the Egyptians were highly skilled physicians capable of
yes,
setting fractures, suturing wounds, and performing minor surgeries,
yes,
such as removing cysts and abscess. But the
yes,
brain was regarded as the less important than the heart, believed to be the seat of the thought and emotion, which limited anatomical and surgical exploration of the brain. But it don't make sense
Now
because
look,
it
I'm
still
gonna show you.
says it still
no,
says in the hold on wait a minute wait a minute because I'm thinking this is talking about later on because again in the Edwin Smith papyrus it said that they worked on head injuries,
yes,
skull
it
fractures, and
does,
brain
it
anatomy.
does.
So
But what they're saying,
it seems
but
like
what,
to me that like even though the heart and it makes sense because the heart is the ka, that's the ka and
right?
everything.
But what they're
So
saying, Jalen, is they're
go
making a
ahead.
distinction. They're making a distinction to say that they had medical practices that were advanced, and then they started to talk about the medical practices then merging with their
Now
spiritual
hold
practices.
up. What did
That's what
Uncle
they're saying.
Said say though?
Right there, right there.
When you was on the panel,
There's nothing
when
spiritual.
Uncle Jose, when you was on the panel, didn't Uncle Said say they didn't have science? Wasn't he
He
saying
sure
that?
did. He did, and I didn't
He
agree
did.
with that.
He did. And then he said,
He did. He did.
and
He
then
did.
he
He did.
said, that because there was stuff that was, you know what I'm saying, it pertains to spiritual connection. That was like that was his argument, but that didn't make sense though, because why
Didn't make no
wouldn't you
damn.
not?
They did it. They did it because of the gods. They
Bro,
just
they
used
did it.
observation.
They did it.
They
Okay,
had
so
a
if you
whole
okay,
medical power.
hold on, wait a minute. If you actually think about who is the god of medicine back in them times, that was Thoth. You get what I'm saying? That was
Yeah.
Thoth.
Yeah,
So go ahead.
but you see, because he's an atheist, he's
Mhm.
not he's not saying what Wavy and I are saying, that what we call spirituality and science were the same thing. He doesn't see
Nah. Hold
them
up,
as
hold up.
having science.
Nah. Hold up, Uncle Jose. That's what made him. See when you left.
That
That's
man.
what made him say all that crazy stuff. He,
Oh
this what
man.
he said. This what he said. He said you asked the question, Uncle Jose. You said back in the
Yes.
day, the ancient Egyptians they didn't separate church from science. He went on. He went on to say. He went on to say, yes, they didn't separate church from science. Every time they got something done with a method, they blamed it on God. Anytime it was scientific, what you would call it, they blamed it on God. It wasn't no science. They didn't have no methodology. They was just looking at shit. That's what he
He
said,
did
Uncle
say
Jose.
that. He did say no. He did say that. Facts. He said that. He did say that. I didn't agree with it, but that's what he said. He did say that.
So
Why you ain't cut him off? If you knew this already.
Man,
Because
here he go, dog.
no, let me tell you why. Because I got my thing was acting up and I got kicked out. Me and StreamYard having problems. That's what happened.
Go ahead,
So I
Jalen.
didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to say it. That's what happened.
So we can all
That's
agree
what
the
happened.
Egyptians did surgery and brain surgery.
No problem with that. I have no problem with saying that they did surgery and they were
And
credited as
they
being
all
some
had their own
Egyptian science.
science. They all had their own science. And if you're using European science, they learned that shit from Egypt. Can we all agree on
I
that?
agree. I agree with that. No, 100%. I have no problem with that. I rock with that all day. I'll defend that. So we
Uncle
don't disagree
said,
on that.
Uncle said, you thought you had an argument with the Dogons and the Egyptians, the pyramids lining up with the stars. See, that's how you bait a pseudo killer in. You bait their ass in. You act retarded. Hell yeah, the Dogons was right. Hell yeah, the pyramids lined up with the stars. And all you
But they
got to
was
do is
right
just
there.
about Africa. They're going to show you they don't know shit about Africa.
I,
No
I'll say.
shit.
I'll say this. I'll say this. I've had disagreements with them in the past on Black Egypt and other subjects for sure. We definitely
Hey,
had.
Uncle said, you know we love you. You know we love you, Uncle said. We just got to pop your top. Go ahead, Uncle Jose, my bad.
We've had disagreements on that for sure, and we know we don't agree on that. But we don't get into the contentious thing and name calling and personal things. We don't do that. But
Right.
we do have
Never.
those. We've had those arguments and disagreements, for sure. And I would definitely agree with you, as you heard me say. They are the same thing, and I don't think they should be separated. Definitely not. But he has
No. That's what made him start talking crazy. Jalen, what the fuck is you at?
I agree with the two. I agree with you on that. That's a fair statement.
You gotta separate.
Oh
You gotta
fuck, man! I
separate
can't hear you, man.
the medical papyri is talking about
Oh
science,
man.
gang. Uncle Jose, the medical papyri is talking about science. You gotta separate God and science. That's spirituality and science. Because these motherfuckers that act like no, God made that surgery go well. My boy Jaden look like he in the goddamn hologram. All right, so look, let's check this out. Now imagine you saying, oh no, the Egyptians they didn't do science. They pulled the brain from the nose. So you think you just gonna pull a brain from the nose out of nowhere?
Easy.
It ain't no
Like easy
procedure.
work. Like easy work. That's what like I'm
Like
thinking the
that's
whole
easy.
time. Like,
I can
bro,
do that.
like he made it seem like he can do it. Like, bro, you gotta show me this. But see, but hold on, but like this is
Now
my
look,
thing.
imagine.
Hold on, this is my thing.
Go ahead.
Like for you to even make it seem like that shit's so easy and that you can do it, you know what I'm saying? It's like you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy to me. Like that's crazy. Like that's just real. Like that's just real crazy to me. Like you
Check
made
this
this.
out.
Like think about it, bro. Like think about it. What primitive nigga is going through the nose?
Check this out.
Like
Check
oh
this
yeah,
out.
I'm not gonna crack the head open. I just know that there's a brain in there, so I'm gonna go through the nose.
Hold up. Check this out. It says, now imagine saying the Egyptians didn't do brain surgery, but they pulled the brain from the nose. No, brother. What you was talking about is excerebration. Was the procedure used during mummification to remove the brain through the nostrils? But was we talking about that? No, let's go right here. Trepanation. Evidence also shows that ancient Egyptians performed trepanation, a procedure where a hole is drilled or scraped into the scalpel to treat head injuries or other ailments. This is one of the oldest, what they say, Jalen?
This is one of the oldest surgical procedures in the world, with evidence found in many ancient civilizations. This is true because the Greeks even said that they learned it from the Egyptians.
Now check this out. Surgical intervention for brain cancer. Recent studies, they found cut marks around the edges of the cancerous lesions. I already read this, but in case Uncle said didn't hit this. Brain cancer. Found cut marks around the edges of a cancerous lesion indicating a surgical attempt to treat it while a person was alive. The incision suggests the doctors were trying to remove the tumor. So the Egyptians didn't do brain surgery?
But hold on, but wait. We're missing the main thing. Niggas didn't have x-rays.
Ugh.
So again, now I understand that, you know, niggas don't believe in gods and shit. I know niggas is atheists, cool. But nigga, you have to, this is why I say, bro, like when I view
Now,
God,
that
bro,
ain't no excuse. That ain't no excuse. That means you supposed to be more scientifically literate than anything. You supposed to be more African rooted if you black than anything. If you ain't got the Bible in your goddamn eyes.
you know what? I wasn't gonna say nothing, but you know, see, you want to be confrontational.
Go ahead, my bad, Jalen.
Nah, I just shit, it is what it is. Like, but that's my thing, bro. Is like they didn't have no x-ray. So in a sense, bro, is that like this is why I say God is a thought. You know what I'm saying? God, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you think, you know what I'm saying? Like God was the first thought. That's why I say that the God of the Bible is Ptah himself. This is what, and this is what I think. Because even in the, so that's what I'm saying is like you don't think that, you know what I'm saying, you don't think that thought is not, you know what I'm saying, like they didn't view that as a God, as a deity. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you do got a God named, you know what I'm saying, similar to that, that was well versed in science and medical and everything like that, that will come later on after Ptah. But hey, just
Now
saying.
look, what they say, what the pseudo killers always say. What the
I don't
pseudo
know. I
killers
don't look.
always say, Uncle Jose. What they say, Uncle Jose?
They always say a
A pseudo
well-organized
do what?
lie. They
Nah,
always say a
nah,
well
nah, nah, nah. What's the other one? A pseudo always.
dies at the source.
All right, now imagine we bringing Uncle Sid up on here and he can't read the source. Look at this. Ancient Egyptians performed brain surgery for two main purposes: excerebration during mummification, and what else? And what else?
I can't see it though. I can't see it. So you have to read it for me. I can't see it on the screen.
It's
What?
celebration during mummification and experimental cancer treatment.
That's what. See, they call it experimental cancer treatment. They say they tried to take the cancer tumor out while the dude was alive. That's
But
just
aren't
them not
you?
giving us our credit. That's
But
just
this
them
is my
not giving
thing.
us our credit.
But aren't you trying in modern day to remove a tumor? Aren't you trying to build a machine
Facts,
that can do it? That can do it?
facts.
Aren't you not trying? Like what the fuck is we talking about? Man, look, I gotta cut off my camera. I damn near broke my TV fucking with you, baby. Shit. Damn near punched my TV. This the only TV I got up in this bitch. Playing with him. Like, come on, man. This is why I keep saying, bro, you can't, like, people need to, like, people gotta stop, bro. Like,
Now,
this is my thing. No, Pete, like, I swear, every time that I'm on this fucking channel with this nigga, man, he always, like, he say the most niggerish shit, but the shit be making sense on a deeper scale. It's like, think about it, bro. These people were doing this, right? What did the Jews and the Christians view these people as? As cursed people. You know what I'm saying? People who follow the ways of the fallen. You get what I'm saying?
but here's the
But then wait, hold on, wait. But then you got modern day men who are some are atheists, modern day scientists, some are atheists and some are Christian, predominantly Christian. And yet we don't bat an eye when they perform these types of things. But y'all want to discredit these people. And then when people like me or like us get to breaking the shit down, then people want to throw, oh, well, they were trying. Nigga, you were trying whenever, you know what I'm saying? They were trying this, they was trying that.
Imagine,
We still
hey, look,
trying.
we don't even have a cure. We don't even have a cure for cancer.
But Russia do. Russia do, but we don't.
We don't we
Russia
don't
do.
even have a cure for cancer. Imagine saying they wasn't doing real cancer procedures. What are we doing?
what
Why we got chemotherapy? Like we gonna act like science is complete. No, they have the medical paparazzi that shows you that they weren't just looking. We don't gotta play
They
these
do.
games.
They do have papyri where they talk about treating traumatic injuries. They do talk about like head injuries and laceration and things like that.
But look, but
That's very true.
hold up, Uncle Jose. Uncle Said was saying they didn't use science. But
Man,
when we
look.
look it up, it say the Egyptians had the most advanced procedures and methodology for their time. So when I asked Uncle Said, and this is why you always catch a pseudo, I asked Uncle Said, what is science? If anybody out there, y'all know Uncle Said gave a bullshit definition. Science is the study of the natural world. You know what I'm saying? That's what science is. Uncle Said, and this how I caught him in the trap. He said science is methodology, understanding, writing things down. Don't we got the medical papyri? You didn't know about that, huh? Because you don't know about your people, gang. Uncle Said say I'm flim-flamming, so I'm gonna chill out. We love you, Uncle Said, but when you come to Powerful Bills Only, we African centered around here. I know you European lab coat centered. We ain't like that around here. We gonna big up Africa. We don't romanticize. We ain't gonna romanticize, but we go fantasize and all that.
I'll say this. The one thing that I can say is they probably wouldn't have used that particular word cancer, but it would have been cancer, tumors, and things of that sort. They may not have had those.
Man,
words.
the source say
it.
cancer. The source say cancer. So this white people saying that they was dealing with brain cancer. This
But
the source.
But remember something, Wavy. A lot of times,
Uncle Jose. This ain't no etymology. Uncle Jose.
Hold on. Let me
This ain't
complete
no
my story.
etymology. Uncle Jose. The pseudo killers know what science is. If they see it in the source, Uncle Jose, this not that argument. This not an etymology argument. The pseudo killers will accept brain. The pseudo killers accept brain, cancer, and science, long as it's in a source. I gave it to him from a white man. We don't give a damn. We that's not the argument whether they called it brain cancer.
Okay,
that's not the argument.
That's fair. That's fair. But what I was going to say is this: when you look at these things sometime, right, and you're reading these original documents, right? This is off topic now. This is off topic, but I just want to point this out. Sometimes when you're reading these translations,
man, if you off topic, we good on the off topic for right now. We beating up pseudo killers. So yeah, so I got a body. I buried a body. I got a body in the dirt. I got a Caribbean body in the dirt. A damn Caribbean body. Uncle Said tried to come over here and shit on the Egyptians because Uncle Said tried to come over here and shit on the Egyptians because Uncle Jose was talking about their history. What Uncle Jose do? He don't see the backbiting. Just like when he took his ass over there to Carnivorous Podcast. He ain't know that they don't give a fuck about Africa. We give a fuck about Africa over here. And we gonna stand up. Hey, man.
I did definitely point out certain things to them. And that was the problem. But I'm not gonna go into that. But it was a problem. And I did say that. I said that to them. And therein lies the problem. When you talk to people.
What's the question, Uncle Jose? Because when Uncle Said was on the panel, you act like you ain't know. Did the ancient Egyptians use science, and was it advanced for their time, Uncle Jose?
Of course. I didn't. Nobody asked you that question at that point. You're asking me now.
Nah, you ain't hear Uncle Said say they was just looking at shit. You ain't hear that?
I did hear him say that. I did.
Uncle Said say they just use observation. How the fuck I'm gonna use observation? Hold up. How the fuck I'm gonna use observation if I'm gonna pull your brain out of your nose?
I agree with you, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you with nothing you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. It would make sense to disagree with you. I am not disagreeing with you. But I understand how the pseudo killers work and what they say. So I'm not gonna make an argument.
All right. Since you understand, did the ancient Egyptians perform brain surgery?
The source said so. The source said that. I agree.
Did it
The
have
source said that.
anything to do? Did it have anything to do with a fucking nostril?
No, they didn't
Did it
say
have
that. No.
anything to do? Did it have anything to do with mummification?
No, they didn't say that. No, they mentioned mummification separately.
So come on, man. We don't know how the pseudo kilos work. If they gonna come up here lying, we ain't gonna do that.
All right, man. All right, all right. You said it. I can't argue with you. I'm not gonna argue with you because I definitely agree that when you read some of these papyri, because I've looked at them, they do talk about treating traumatic injuries. They talk about treating open wounds and actually palpating wounds and doing those things. They do talk about that. They definitely talk about that.
Silky. Hold on, brother Jose. I just want to go ahead and say this because Silky's, you know, I say in the back chat. I mean, in the chat. Silky, I love how you came on here, you asking certain questions, that your teacher, me, no one bigger would ask. I appreciate you, my young student. Continue, Wavy. I mean, Jose. You see that, Wavy? Silky been learning from me. You see that, Wavy? You see that? Silky been learning from me.
But I'll say this too. When you look at those papyri, they do have prayers and incantations in the papyri too. They do.
Man, we talking about the see. This why you keep.
He brought up the papyri.
Talking about the medical papyri, gang.
That's what he
medical
talking about.
Papyri.
No, I'm not talking about no motherfucking
prayer. Hold up.
I'm not
disagreeing
this
what Uncle
with you.
said. Hold up. Because this why Uncle said was talking fly. This why Uncle said was talking crazy. We gotta separate from what they did scientifically from what they did spiritually. We gotta separate that shit. Pyramids ain't got the way they built pyramids. The way they designed the pyramids and built the pyramids, that shit ain't have nothing to do with no motherfucking spiritual. We talking about the methodology, putting these stones together. They didn't have shit to do with no spiritual nothing. These motherfuckers was using high level science. So we gotta stop that shit. That's where the pseudo killers win at. When you start combining church and the state, church and religion, that's why the pseudo killers was talking crazy, Uncle Jose.
But the fact of the matter is, even though they were physical structures, they had some significance that was spiritual. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just adding on to what you're saying.
Right. Both can be true. But in order for me to build these pyramids, they didn't need a fucking god. They was using high-level science. That's the argument.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just adding on to point out that there
hold up.
I'm not disagreeing.
If you're not disagreeing, then you saying that the ancient Egyptians separated that shit.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this.
It's a time to build, and it's a time to pray. When it come to them pyramids, nigga, it was a time to build. When it come to brain surgery, it wasn't time to pray. It was time to do work.
But once again, Wavy.
Amputations and headaches, it wasn't time to pray. It was time to work.
I'm gonna agree with you, and then I'm gonna have to disagree with you too. Because when you look at the papyri, they had incantations in the papyri, along with telling you what to do medically.
And what papyri is you talking about? They had over 1,000 papyri. What papyri are you talking about?
They have a gynecological papyri, and they talk about medicine, then they talk about incantations as well. Yes, they do give you things to take. Yes, they do. But they do talk about saying prayers and incantations too. They do.
All right, give us the definition of incantation.
For lack of a better word, I'll just use the word prayer because that seems to be the simplest term that people understand. They tell you to say certain words, and then they tell you to take certain cures. It's in there.
So you tell it. All right, that's cool. But we talking about. Let's go to the pyramids. Was they praying before they laid every stone? Was they praying before they put that granite on the finishing touches?
I would say no, but somebody else.
All right. So
I would say
if
no. I
if
would
you
say no.
would say no, you would be correct. If you would say no.
Yeah.
You think when they was writing, you think when they was writing hieroglyphics on the wall, they was praying every time they was writing? What the fuck is we doing?
Wavy, wavy. I hear you,
What the Bible say? Faith without works is dead.
bro.
So keep
I'm not,
all that
bro.
faith
I'm
shit.
not.
If,
I'm not. But hold on. I'm not. I'm not totally disagreeing. We have to acknowledge it definitely wasn't just that. That's what that's telling you. You're wrong. There's no argument there.
imagine me saying,
But there's a nuance to what you're saying too. I can't hear you, man. There's a nuance to what you're saying too.
it ain't a nuance to it, gang.
I can't even hear you, man.
We talking about the Egyptians using science. And I stated they was doing it. Check it out. They didn't use God. Uncle Jose, are you by a fighter jet? Are you on a runway? Hold up. This we got Jesse in the building. Hey Jesse, I'm just letting you know. Yo, we can't hear you. I'll mute your mic.
Assalamu alaikum, y'all.
Assalamu alaikum, Allahu Akbar. We just want to let you know, brother, that I took that little part out of the last live. You know what I'm saying? Jose is a demon. He don't follow God. How can Jose follow God? All right, Uncle Jose, you probably gotta come back in. Your background too loud. How can my boy Misery follow God? And this nigga is posting wild stuff about Jesse, his Abrahamic faith brother. They all come from the seed of Abraham. Don't they all come from Adam? Don't y'all all come from Noah after the damn flood? What the hell is you doing, Misery? Posting that about Jesse.
That brother gay.
Go ahead, Jesse.
That brother is gay. You know, we talked about it a little bit on the back chat, and the brother had some gay responses. You know what I'm saying? Like that brother ain't right. You know what type of man is going to post something like that on his page? This brother not only wanted to save the video for himself.
He wanted to expose his Abrahamic faith brother.
And
how many times he wanted to expose a fellow Noahite.
Man, this brother went to the page. He first of all, he had to go find, you know what I'm saying? He had to go find out where the clip was. Then he had to spend time, editing the clip to his liking. You know what I'm saying? Like to a point where he liked it. How many times has this brother reviewed the video before he's like, yeah, this is right here. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what I want to show my friends and family on social media.
Right. Hey, Misery. I think that shit backfired. All right, let me say this. Tarot Destroyer says the Pandora Papers 2021, 11 million documents that expose the secret bank accounts and holdings of 35 leaders totaling 32 trillion. The U.S. has provided Ukraine with aid since the war began. Doing so much recently. April 2024, the total is 175 billion. Jonathan Masters and Willow Merrow, July. Yeah, man, our government spending definitely is going to the wrong places. There's no way the government should be shut down. They should be trying to end food stamps. That should never be a scenario. Because more white people are on food stamps than black people by a large margin. Remember, we only 13%, like they say. All right, Suki say Muslim. Come on, Silk. You trying to disrespect.
And you see how they describe it? Strip tease. Who's getting teased over here? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, Silk. You got to cut that out, Silk. You got to cut that out.
Like this is how the brothers describe it. You know what I'm saying? They feel like they getting teased. You know what I'm saying? When they describe another man undressing. I'm not understanding it.
Listen. We know Suki like to come in here on that clown foolishness. We not promoting that. We're not promoting that. We having a healthy conversation.
Muslim pervert striptease online.
We not promoting that clownish foolishness over here. We having serious conversation. That's why
Suki won't get on here.
Nah, man, something wrong with that brother, man. And I'll say something. I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna apologize to Mr. Valdez, huh? Because I put him in the category with Suki, and I realized it's not that. So I'm gonna apologize.
It's not that.
We have disagreements, yeah, but you ain't that on that level.
Silky is a professional rage baiter. You get what I'm saying?
What?
He's a professional rage baiter. That's what he do. That's what he likes to do. Silky just likes to rage bait.
Hey, Jalen, this nigga Silky went on Side Nutter. Silky went on Side Nutter talking shit about evolution, right? So somebody asked him a question. Well, what do you believe? You know what this nigga said?
What he say, bro?
They asked him, so how you believe life created? How you believe we got here? His goofy ass said, I don't know. So how you go down? How you go down something you ain't standing on Nathaniel?
But you see, this is what happens when you're having conversations with people and they're using words that they don't understand. They're running around here talking about
right there. Get him, Uncle Jose.
We told them 15, 20 times, Berber is anyone who is not a Greek or a Roman, a barbarian, a savage, a nigga.
Right.
Jose, bro, nah, I can really put hands on you so bad, bro.
Hands?
Like I don't want you don't even have a clue the origins of Greek, man. Like you have a clue about you don't know any Morocco. You don't know any Berbers. I know real Berbers. You don't know
Neither do you.
one. I'm a real
Neither do you. Trying of what?
What do you mean? I got people in Morocco, man. I got
Silky,
real
something
Berber
wrong with you.
people. I talk to
When
Berbers
this
all the
brother joined the
time.
tribe?
In Morocco.
You talking about the two? I ain't seen them niggas
There's
together.
a tribe of Berbers now, and this brother Silky's in it.
I thought Berber was a language.
I got real tribe members. Yeah, I got real tribe members.
Are you a tribe
y'all
member?
ain't got nobody in Africa that rock with y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in
sorry.
there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So biblically, you are a Hamite.
Honorary.
Okay,
They gotta
bet.
accept you.
All right, so you a Hamite. All right, bet. That's what you want to be. You want to be a Hamite.
Nah, we would be a whore, right? Man, I done heard so much blasphemy. Jose, nah, you need to get that stuff together, bro.
You a Hamite.
And then you got nerve to be talking trash about everybody, but
nobody ever phone in the. How your phone keep going in the jet mode?
That nigga sound like he fighting for his life. Somebody.
You put that on mute. Yeah, you keep that on mute, bro.
You gonna have to cut the fan off or something, man. I don't know. Like, sound like you got.
Hey, Uncle Jose, mute your mic for me.
Wavy though. Yeah, question back, and he can't even answer his name. He started making up a bunch of stuff, and he's supposed to be the one representing it. Yeah, that boy. How you going? Yeah, he killed himself. Your boy, 7. He gonna ask me. He gonna ask me how it started. He goes the origins, but he the one supposed to present it. So I asked him the same question, making up a whole bunch of stuff, conflating extra garbage. Yeah, man, I don't know why he even called. Yeah, I killed that boy out. Yeah, you see, I killed that boy. That boy with hush mouth.
Hey, look, Silk. I ain't even gonna lie, gang. Moses 7 is worse than you. He worse than you.
What you mean worse than me?
Man, this nigga believe aliens.
So y'all the ones up here letting Cedric make y'all look bad.
Man, Cedric got stumped out. You see where he at?
Y'all got Cedric up here talking about
Nah.
Africa. I'm being embarrassed.
Don't lie. Your comment said he making Uncle Jose
Nah, that
look
nigga
bad.
ran. That nigga ran. That nigga
Don't
ran.
lie. You said he making Uncle Jose look bad. That's what you said. Oh, he ran? Ah.
Yeah, he ran.
Nah. I didn't run, man.
No, not you, OG. We talking about Silky.
My internet giving trouble. I didn't run.
No, not you. We talking about Silky ass.
He need to run and go lay down. Because we told him 10 times. We told him the coach.
Oh shit!
This brother Silk, how he lose an easy win?
We told him the coach will come from the south.
Look, I
Who
didn't
the
go
hell
outside and
told?
not
Hold
talking
on,
shit. They knew what we was talking about.
Hey, Silk, Uncle
Who said I
Jose
lost
said you need to go lay
anything?
down, Silk.
Who said I lost anything? Who said what?
I said you need to
Yeah,
go
what
lay
happened?
down. You need to go lay down.
I need to go later. You need to go study, Jose, for the least amount of knowledge.
Not compared
Don't
to you.
nobody respect you in the community, bro. You running around here trying to act
think
like
so?
you know something. Don't nobody
You think
respect
so?
you, bro. You have no knowledge.
No ad
You got no
hoc.
gems.
No ad hoc. No ad hoc.
No gems out of him. No gems out of Jose ever. So he's worthless. Yeah. You
Look
don't
who's
put on for
talking.
nothing. I put on the best offense. I put on
So
the
I
meanest
want to know
debates.
something. So I want to know something.
Look who's
I want to know
talking.
something, bro. I want to know something.
Shoot, I'm dibbling. I'm a mystic now. I'm doing all type of noise. Don't
So
get me
You took
started.
look,
Jalen.
you
You
heard
took
him?
Jalen title.
I
You took
told
Jalen.
you.
Ah.
I told you. I told you. You see when the
Yeah.
young boy asked about the double helix?
Something wrong with you, yeah?
Yeah, now what you know about that?
Bitch, you ain't fucking with me. Don't ask me. You better talk to
Yeah,
Jesse.
now I'm putting you niggas on. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching, brother.
You talking about the
Damn,
double?
Shoot,
Uncle Jose got a
I gotta
title.
teach y'all.
You talking about the double helix? We talking about the same helix, bro, that Hermes had,
We
that Thoth had, that nigga
we
Sheeta
talking
had.
about, hold on,
You
we
talking about the
talking
double?
about, I'm the one that brought it up. You ain't bring it up. Don't try to be
Nigga, what are you
riding on my
talking about? You
material.
asking me? You just asked me. What do you know about it? We're talking
Ah,
about
okay.
the. Hold on, no, hold on, hold on. You dropped. Hold on. You see what he do, Wavy? You
No,
see
go
what he
ahead.
do?
Go
He's
ahead.
starting to
No, go
get
ahead,
scared.
Jalen.
He's starting
No,
to
go
get
ahead.
scared. No,
No,
shut
you
up, because
good.
you
Go
asked me
ahead.
a question. So let me talk.
But don't forget who brought it up.
I
Go
don't give a
ahead.
fuck about you bringing it up, nigga. Just because nigga, I don't share my knowledge with y'all niggas don't mean shit. I took my shit away for niggas
We
like you
wait
and
and see if
Jesse.
you got the knowledge. We still
Let me
waiting on
ask
the
this. Let
knowledge.
me ask this. Hey, Silk, did you get that from Jalen? Keep it real.
What the nigga? What the hell, nigga? What's my nigga? I'm the one who put you niggas on the 12 tribes. Remember? Y'all ain't
Oh
never heard about the
god, bro.
12 tribes
Okay.
till I told y'all.
He's talking about the church. He's talking about the 12 tribes of Africa. He's talking about the 12 tribes in Africa.
Remember,
But
I was y'all ain't never hear that till y'all heard it from me. So I put y'all on
man,
the 12 tribes.
come on, bro. I've been brought up the double helix on this fucking panel a long
Ain't no
time ago.
damn 12 tribes in Africa. What the hell?
Go ahead and break it. Go ahead and break it down, Taylor.
Man, look, man, say, man.
Hey,
The
hey,
Let's talk about
double,
the
Jalen.
double
Hey,
helix.
Jalen. Hey, Jalen, didn't you say Silky got that from you, right?
yeah,
What?
yes.
How the
It
hell
probably
I
was
get this
years
from
ago,
you?
huh?
Jesse, you know for a fact I
You
brought
need
up
to
the
cut
double
it out,
helix before.
Jalen.
You
You
know I
ain't
brought up the
never
double
got. Boy,
helix
I ain't
now.
never need to know
The
info
two
from
serpents,
Jalen,
the
nigga.
two
Jalen
serpents
get all
going, you
my
know what I'm saying,
info.
going around the
He
stab. Nigga,
gets
what we
my
talking about the
info.
double
He
helix?
using my material.
Man, nigga,
Jalen,
you
no,
don't
you
know.
did it. Try
Okay,
to
so
sound thick, boy.
hold on.
You ain't
Who
no
was the best?
Berber.
Hold on, right? Hold on, wait a minute. Don't answer. Hold on. Don't look it up.
What?
Don't take no time. You should know off the
What
top
the
of your
fuck
head.
is he?
Who? Hold on, shut up. You should know off the top of your head who was the first one that came with the fucking double helix staff that brought double helix to civilization. Who was it? And say by the
I don't
original
know.
name. Say about the original name.
You stupid. I'm just not fucking with it.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
I
So
didn't get that
exactly,
shit from
bro.
you,
So don't say
nigga.
you just now fucking with it,
I
bro.
didn't get
I've
that
been
shit
doing
from
this,
you,
nigga.
nigga.
Nigga, you can find that shit first, nigga, in Samaria, nigga, with Ninga Sheeta.
I
You
know
find it
that's like
later in
4,000. It's
Tahuti.
like
So
4,000 BC,
then
3,000
you find it
BC.
in fucking Hermes.
Now
Here's
hold
with
on, wait.
Jesse.
Now slow
You
down.
find
But
it,
hold on, slow down, real.
hold on. You find it in King Surit. In you know what I'm saying? Egyptian king.
Jalen. Now
Come on, man.
does the
Come
double
on, man. You know what
helix?
a double helix mean, bro? That's
Just
the
I
heir to the
know.
throne, bro, of the most high.
Hold on.
Hold up, Jalen. You
Yeah,
gotta
slow
ask a question.
down.
Come on, man. Go ahead, man.
Damn. Nah, nigga, I'm trying to. We building, nigga. Relax.
Go ahead.
All right. So what I wanted to ask was, would the double helix represent the science? Would that confirm that they was doing science? anatomy
Yeah.
biology, right? Because the double helix is like that's you know what I'm saying. That's a real anatomy biology. Yeah, that's genetics for real.
But that's for medical. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about it. At that time, they were searching for what we would call
that genealogy, or it's just
the elixir of longevity. That's what we, you know what I'm saying? Like that's when like immortality started to set in. That was
they're just
what,
breaking down the human genome code. Are they showing that they know it? Are they all right? They because they had the symbol way to fuck, and then not even we ain't even got into the two snakes yet.
this is my thing, bro. This is my thing. When we talk about the double helix and all this shit, bro, it's just another thing, bro, of a Genesis. You know what I'm saying? Part of Genesis that's left out. All it is. Part of Genesis that's left out. Think about it, bro. When you read about the very first one, bro, you gotta think about it. The oldest story when humans were created from clay and a slain god, a blood of a dead god that was slain. You see what I'm saying? So you taking something that is godlike and something that is earth, you know what I'm saying, that is basically material realm, I guess you can say. And you're bringing this thing into, you know what I'm saying, that can dibble and dabble in both. In a sense. In a sense. In a sense. I ain't gonna go that far, but in a sense.
Oh yeah.
But also though the double helix though also represents like who has the DNA. You gotta think about that's representation of DNA as well. Right? Okay. So it also represents who has the DNA. What is the DNA? Why do DNA exist? You see what I'm saying?
How do you break it
So
down?
so the thing exactly. How do you break it down? But it's all about it's on a wider scale. Peep how El Elyon was at one point the high God. Then Yahweh came along. That's what you call succession. That's what you call succession.
You
If
mean like they're related?
Succession.
yeah, brother, succession.
Oh, you ain't with that.
Succession.
I'm dead. So what you saying? You saying they related?
Man,
Are they putting a little what they?
if you go back to the very first storm god, wrathful god, he had a son that was damn near just like him. You get what I'm saying? A mighty warrior.
Well, they do all go because
Yahweh's
they
very
merge
first
up.
attribute in Assyria before he you know what I'm saying? But I don't think in Assyria, I think Assyria. In Assyria, he was a low god in everything. Right? You know what I'm saying? He was a lower god. He didn't have no throne. And then later on, he gets the throne. So it's the same fucking story, bro. It's the same shit playing out in everybody's motherfucking face. It's just people won't acknowledge it. This is the reason why, bro, Amon of Judea, bro, was deemed, you know what I'm saying, as a heretic. You know what I'm saying? Due to his synchronization. But there ain't nothing wrong with synchronization because it's the same fucking story told just in a different way. You know what I'm saying? That best fit. But the thing is, what's fucked up is that one thing about it don't change. All humans were molded. All humans were crafted by God.
So you're saying definitely genetically modified?
Man, come on, man.
Agree.
Come on, man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying is you know what I'm saying, the double helix, you know what I'm saying, is more than just a symbol. That shit is deeper than what people think.
All
But
right.
like I said, that right there, but that symbol still shows you, like, okay, boom, from Babylon, Samaria, Babylon, Egypt, okay, that's cool. That's understandable. But then you got
Oh, that's
Greece,
understandable.
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, then you got Greece, then you got Rome. It's like this symbol has been going around, you know what I'm saying? Going around. It's like we even see it now. We used to see it at a point in time on our ambulance. You know what I'm saying? You
That
know what I'm
part.
saying? At hospitals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I was
At the
gonna.
end of the day, the whole purpose was about succession and immortality. You know what I'm saying? How do you know, like this is what it is. Even bro,
It's funny because the
It
origins of the
sounds like
even
Greeks is
God, bro,
polytheism
funny.
to me,
even these
nigga.
so-called hold on, even these so-called gods fear death, brother.
Huh?
That's why they wanted to be buried on the Egyptian soil.
Even these gods fear death.
Ah, Jesse, tell him Allah fear no death, no man.
Allah
Like even
was neither
I'm not
born
talking about
nor will
Allah.
he die.
I'm not talking about Allah. I'm not talking about Allah.
Allahu Akbar.
I'm talking about purely, you know what I'm saying? We talking about purely Sumerian, Babylonians, you know what I'm saying? Because even the Sumerian quote unquote pantheon believed in a higher God. They even like you can look that up. They believed in a higher God.
Well, they're all getting emerged gods
Because
and
little
later
guys ain't real
gods.
guys.
They're not getting. They don't have the original god here. Let's break down the original, shall we? So, are we starting with Sobek and Ptah?
Man, nah, we starting with Raw, nigga.
Man, no, we
Well,
not starting
Ra.
Raw, bro. No, we not, bro. No, we
Tell them
not.
why,
We starting
Jalen.
with Raw.
Let them know
No, we
why.
not, bro.
Break
No,
down why we're not
Wavy,
starting
I'm
with Ra.
disappointed in you.
I'm gonna tell
Wavy,
you
I'm
why we
Yeah,
disappointed
starting.
in
let
I'm
them.
gonna
you.
tell you why we
You are the
starting
We
Raw.
very hold on,
all
wait a minute,
them.
hold on, Silky, hold on,
Raw is
Silky,
the
hold
Jose
on,
too.
Silky,
unification. Raw is
hold
the
on, Silky,
Get
unification.
them.
hold on,
Raw is the
hold
most
on,
high
Silky, hold
team.
on, Silky, hold on, Silky. It's
Raw is
crazy
the
because
sun.
People
Everybody
Wavy,
don't
worship
know.
the sun after
Wavy,
Raw.
Wavy was on his own panel of last year. We had a conversation about Ptah Hotep. He said, I said Ptah was the very first god. You know what I'm saying? He came way before Amun Ra. He looked it up. And it said, he stated that Ptah came first. He was before Amun Ra.
But look
Ptah is
though,
not a
Right,
unification.
shit.
but look,
No,
but look
Ptah is
though,
not a Ptah is not a
This
unification.
my rebuttal. This my
All right, go
rebuttal.
ahead. Don't
That
nobody
ain't
say
who
nothing.
everybody. That ain't who everybody follow. Everybody follow Ra, the sun. Now all your religions,
Watch this.
Heli,
Hold on.
yeah, they
Watch
all
this.
follow the
Watch
sun
this.
now.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Right? He said the sun, right? When people followed the sun, it was, you know what I'm saying? It was called Atem, the solar disk. Amin Ra, you know what I'm saying, is a, you know what I'm saying, came from Atum. Atum is the son of Ptah.
Bro, we talking about who the top dog. Nobody speak
Ptah,
of
he's
Ptah.
man, look, we
It
not about
definitely
to
ain't
do this,
raw.
bro.
All y'all
Bro, you're the
daddies came
son.
from Ra.
Oh, man, look, you can be from, bro, you can be from that, you can breathe from that line. That's cool. I don't care. But we all know that big, you know what I'm saying, that big P, you know what I'm saying, big P, push your P. Like, what we talking about here?
You need to
Like,
stop it, nigga.
hey, what we
No,
talking about?
nigga.
You know what I'm saying? The God of speech, the God of thought. You know what I'm saying? When he spoke, it came to existence. Sound like some, mm. Sound like
Sound like
somebody
you talking
God
about
on here.
Raw.
But I don't want to say
You don't
nothing.
get that without the fertile land. That
It
don't
sound
come
like
about
somebody
if
God
somebody
on here,
don't
but I
make
don't
it
want to say
grow.
nothing.
Stop it, Silky. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. You're going down the wrong
Thank
Hey,
you,
Say,
path.
thank you,
man.
Jalen, you
thank you,
talking
I'm
thank
about?
you,
rolling.
thank
I'm
you.
rolling with Sobek.
Go ahead.
You know who Sobek
Listen.
is, Jose?
So Beck
All
was
right.
not described
Hey,
in the original text.
It say Ra. It say Ra created himself, the earth and all living things, brother. Ra.
A tomb
See
rock,
that
in fact.
A
A
you
tomb,
tomb
got a
thank
rock.
you. A
couple
tomb,
raws.
bro. Hey, and hold on,
Hold
and
up,
who created a tomb?
hold up.
Who created a
What about
tomb?
a moon? What about
Who
a
But you
created a
got
moon?
tomb?
Sobek raw too,
A tomb
though.
created
Ptah, right?
himself.
You
The
talking about
text said
Sobek
tomb
What
raw?
about
created
a
Man,
himself.
moon?
get out of there.
The text said tomb created himself. He came out of the noon
What
and the
about
next and
Ptah?
created himself.
The news, the water, right?
Why don't you be
See?
quiet, Wavy? Big people.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry.
So that
Sorry.
part
Why don't you be quiet,
that
Silky?
That
Big
wasn't
people are
me.
talking.
Sobek is on
That wasn't
top.
me.
Not you, not you,
Sobek
not you. I
is the
meant
oldest
Silky.
one. That's
That
the
wasn't me,
highest
Uncle
one.
Jose. That wasn't me. Silk, you say
I
be
know, I
quiet.
know. Sorry.
He's talking about y'all are still on Raw. That's like nowhere near
Hold
on.
on,
That's
bro. I'm trying
nowhere.
to figure out because I thought Ptah created a tomb. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no. What happens
Nah,
is they have
Raw
creation
created
stories.
himself.
They have creation stories about Ptah creating humans, but they are
Mm,
separate creation stories. It's
mm,
another creation story.
mm.
But the original creation story, when you look it up, it says it calls him Keper Jet Seth, which means the self-created. He created himself. And when he came out of the noon, which is a watery
Right.
cosmos,
Mm-hmm.
he started to he was
Stealing Sobek shit.
that's not
Yeah,
so
keep
bad.
going.
That's
That
not
is
so bad.
Sobek, nigga.
No,
You
Man, what
that's
the hell
not.
really?
you talking about? So big. What is that?
That's not
You
so
don't
bad.
know who Sobek is,
That's
Sobek.
not
bruh?
so
Is
bad.
that
Sobek was
African?
Look it up.
Is that African?
It,
Jalen,
you
is that
don't know,
African?
baby? Really, bruh?
So but nah,
You
nah.
think I'm
That's
not?
Sobek is
African.
Sobek
It's
is
all
one
right.
of
We're
the
gonna
gods.
pull up his resume right after you go through this one. Go ahead, keep reading.
And I'm going to tell you, it would tell you, he
You're gonna
just
kill
said,
yourself. Go
you
ahead,
didn't
keep
hear what he
reading.
just said. You didn't hear what he just said. He
Okay,
said,
keep reading.
Ra created himself.
That's
He was the
great. Keep
will,
reading.
and all
Created out of
human
what?
Hey,
The
stop
waters?
talking,
entities
bro.
came from him. You didn't listen. That's what he just said. He
Right, from
didn't
the
mention
waters, right?
Sobek. He didn't mention Sobek. And he's
Okay,
correct.
go ahead. Keep reading. All right, now pull up Sobek, Wavy.
Sobek and all of the other deities came from Ra. He is their father. He's the father of all
never
creation.
mind.
He created everything.
Why you
How
ain't
is
say
he
that?
their
Why you ain't say
father?
that? Why you ain't
Source
say that,
that.
Jalen?
You gotta
How
source
is Rock
that.
gonna copy Sobek?
Yeah, he gotta prove that.
You
He
said
gotta
what?
source that.
No, you need to go and
Because
read
he's
and
making
stop
that up,
sourcing.
Wavy. He's making that up.
Wavy just read it and agreed with me. Are you crazy? You didn't hear what he said?
This said Sobek.
Hold
It
on. What
said
you
that
asked me,
they
Wavy?
birthed
Hold on. I ain't look
Sobek.
it up. Let
Hold
me look
on.
it up.
What the hell?
Hold on.
Said
Wait,
Rock
what you
He
asked
created
me?
lying?
Sobek.
Look at him out here lying.
Wait, what you
That's
said?
his claim. Hold on. Let me look it up.
Yeah,
That's his
fact
claim.
check that.
Sobek is a single male crocodile god in ancient Egypt mythology. Worshipped the Nile. Let's see who his daddy was. Who created him? Sobek was a creator god, brought order by Nun. All right, it says Sobek was sometimes merged with other deities, most notably sun god. Man, get that out of here, bro. Get that shit out of here. This cling along god. Man, this says
That's y'all
Sobek.
shit. Y'all are clinging to
No,
mine. You don't.
that's
Yeah, that
you.
part.
That's you with this late ass rendition.
Mine is before. Y'all cling to mine
No,
after. Duh.
brother, it just said yours used to click on with Raw. That's what
Yeah,
it
I
just
mean
said.
mine been a. So yeah, your raw is
No,
my Sobek, nigga.
Listen. Raw was before. They said
It
in
said
some
that.
mythologies, hold up, listen. Raw was before. They say in some mythologies they would combine Raw with Sobek. Everything that they say they would combine Sobek with Raw's power, basically. Everything that Raw was known for, they give it to Sobek in some mythologies. That's what it said.
Right.
So you serving a cousin, nigga. You serving a cousin, nigga. You brought up,
Sobek is before, nigga.
huh?
No.
It
Before.
says Sobek is before,
Never
bro.
mind. You serving a nephew, nigga. That's a nephew, God, nigga.
Who created the Nile? Hold on, wait. Who created the Nile?
He just said Sobek.
Raw.
He said Sobek was associated with the Nile, but when you read the creation text, it says Ra created all of the deities, and he cried, and that is where humanity came from. He created.
You need to stop it, because the humanity comes from Sobek's sweat. Like you need to stop. Well, nah, bruh.
Hey, Silk, you got later, Silk, you got later mythologies that I think coming from that corridor with a
This is the
Gibraltar.
Nile. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me break this down for you. So this is one. Hold on, slow down, Jose. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. Okay, so what you're not comprehending? Can I talk? Yeah, that part.
Go ahead,
So what you're not comprehending is Sobek is when he's worshipped all across the North Africa, all through that part, because when Africa was motherfucking full of trees, when it was goddamn rain, water all over the place, when it was super lush, it was gators all over the place. So they worship gators. That's the original right there. He predates all that sand, all that dirt, all that stuff. This is way before that. Your people are picking it up way later.
Are you silly?
I'm giving you facts. What you mean?
We just read that Atum is the first. He created everything. When he was
It just said your God is
nothing.
combined with my God, right?
What he said was later inserted text. They combined.
Okay, break it down. Okay, go deep then.
You got later mythology, gang. You got later mythology.
How is that later when they're combining your person with mine?
Yo, no, they combining Sobek with Ra. Ra is the Almighty.
Mine is before the guy when all the goddamn area was green, when it was full of life, when it was trees, when it was wet, when it was oasis.
Yes.
That's why it's
you're
a
right.
gator god.
Hold up. You right.
Y'all are referring to when it's sand.
Hold up. You right, but Raw created everything already, gang. We talking about a Nephilim.
Y'all coming late? Nah, no, you're not in the climate area where it's a whole lot of water. You're not talking about when the trees are fertile. You're not on that.
What you're saying has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Right.
You're quoting Egyptological nonsense about black land and red land. That's foolishness. That's not in the primary text.
Oh, Uncle. Hey, Jalen, where you
have
at?
Nothing to do with that.
Nah, hold up, Uncle Jose. Uncle Jose. Jalen, where you at? Look what Suki talking about, y'all. Look at this. Imagine what time period Suki is talking about. Look at this. Now, what they say, Jalen? What's that first word after?
Well,
what's the first word after Sobek?
Coptic.
So Suki, you coming from fucking Egyptian Greek, nigga? That ain't no motherfucking pre-dynasty, first early dynasty. You coming from the Greek time period with this Sobek bullshit?
No, he turns later in time. He turns into the Greek stuff. That's later.
Brother,
that comes way later.
This Coptic Egyptian mythology, gang. It say it right here on the screen.
And they was praising all that first.
Brother, you know the Coptic. You know who the Coptics is? Hey, Uncle Jose.
Yeah, I know. What's the Coptics?
Hey,
the religion.
Uncle Jose,
that's the religion, right?
Hold up.
That's the religion language.
Hold up, Silk. Uncle Jose, he woozy. Go ahead and knock him out, Uncle Jose.
Coptics, what they're talking about, Coptics are modern people who are Christians who deal with the text.
Religious text.
They're not necessarily
religious text. Religious text.
Yes, it's a religion.
Get it right. You niggas don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't think that they're saying. I don't think they're saying that the Coptics invented it. They might be making commentary on modern Coptics.
Now they might. Now it's all this and they that. Now, so Coptic language. And that later.
See, hold on. Let me say this.
You know who that later turns into?
I'm about to let you go, Silk. But hold up. Let me say this, Uncle Jose. You got some places where the whole panel would agree with you. You got some places where the whole panel would agree with you in silence, knowing they don't agree with you. And you got some panel, and you got some panels where it's World War motherfucking 5. It's WWE. So when you over here, Uncle Jose, you can't be stuttering fucking soft. You gotta stand in your chest.
That's fair enough. But I am agreeing with you to say that a tomb was the first. That's a fact.
So hold on now. So now that they tied that to Coptic, now that you tied that to the Coptic language, which is cool. I'll take that. And and that's for your Greek, right? So that would go to your Zeus.
The source that he was reading.
Nah, we're not tying it. We're not tying
it. Talking
about.
You got a problem with his source now.
No, the source that he was reading was talking about Coptic.
My bad.
I'm just talking about what wave he said. I'm just talking about what wave he said.
Silk, bro.
Hold the source.
Hold up. You hold up. Uncle Jose, say what you say, then I'm gonna go after you.
The source that he was reading was comparing it to Coptic. I don't know if it was necessarily saying that it's strictly a Coptic deity.
This what I'm saying. The source is saying Sobek is in Coptic mythology. That's what I'm saying. That's what the source is saying.
Okay, that's a fair statement.
Okay, now do you know? Hold on, wait. But now let me talk. Let me hold on, wait. Can I go?
A tomb doesn't come before.
Can I go?
So I think hold on. So I think the reason why Suki is making this argument is because Sobek, because in some creation stories they say that Sobek is the embodiment of Nun, and in other stories it says that Sobek emerged from Nun directly.
Yeah, Jose and Wavy, y'all need to study a lot more, man. Yes, y'all are surface level.
So you read. Hey, Jalen. The what happened was this nigga reading Coptic. He reading the Coptic shit.
Bro, that's okay. So hold on, slow down. Do you even know? Hold on, wait. This is the killer part. So do you even realize what you're saying is that He's the head god of religious texts, is what you're literally
So
saying.
Who?
That's what Coptic is. Coptic is religious text. And you're
so
talking about in the Nile.
so
So if
the
he's the
older
oldest one in the Nile,
Hold up, gang. Hold up, gang.
so
Hold up,
Silky,
gang.
so
that's
Silky,
religious
so
text,
Silky. Hold
right?
on, so Silky, so
No,
Silky, so
you
Silky.
just
Hold
said
on,
he is the
Silky.
head God. Who is who is
Yeah.
he?
Oh yeah. Ain't nobody heard of
Sobek
him.
is not the head god. I told you that.
No, you gotta slow
Well,
down.
you can try to pull out Fatah.
You still got Raw. The hell is
What
wrong
the
with you?
hell? Wait.
Bro,
Raw comes after, bruh.
Silk. I'm
No,
telling you, yo,
no,
this
Silky.
Yes,
dude you
dog.
talking
This
about.
is on the Nile,
Hey,
nigga. The Nile comes
hold up. We
before
cut
Greek.
Jalen off.
The
We cut
Nile
Jalen
comes
off.
before Greek.
Hold up,
Like, what are
Silk.
y'all saying?
Hold up, Silk. We cut Jalen off. Let's let Jalen
They're
go.
just
Then you
saying
go
you're
after.
getting Greek sources. All right, go ahead.
Hold up. Let's let Jalen go. You got the Jalen.
All right, bro. Yeah, what was the fuck I was at? All right. Now, this is in later hymns, especially from Fire, Crocodipolis, Shadet. It makes this even more explicit. He who came from the primordial waters, who arose in splendor from none, to create the world and give light to the gods, him to Sobek Ra. Now, Silky, Sobek Ra comes in the new kingdom. You understand that, right?
No, he doesn't.
Hey, Jalen. It
Okay.
say he give like the who, Jalen?
Okay,
He arose.
Jalen, hold on, wait, stop right there.
Mhm.
You're answering your. He starts off so big. By the time y'all get him,
Okay, so
he's so big
hold on,
raw.
wait a minute. Okay, hold on,
That's
wait a
what you're
minute.
not
He give
Okay,
like the
understanding.
who?
so hold
He
on,
give
wait a
like
minute.
the
He starts off so big. By the
Okay,
time
so
y'all get to
right
him,
here, hold on,
he's
wait a
so big
minute, hold
raw.
on, wait a minute.
That's what why you're missing it. Go
Now,
ahead.
here it is now. And again, this is the middle and new kingdom. Sobek, the Lord of the waters, who came forth from none, who raised himself when the world was still in darkness. Pyramid text, Utterance 317, C. 2400 BC.
When it was flooded, when all that area was full of water, because it was
So
talking
now,
about
crocodipolis,
the
it was
hold on,
Coptic
crocodiles
wait a
Egyptians.
minute,
everywhere.
He talking
wait
about
a
the
minute.
Coptic Egyptians. He just said middle to
This
new
is
kingdom.
Man,
Coptic
when you're talking
Egyptian.
about crocodile, wavy, these are crocodiles in Africa, in the desert, nigga, in Egypt, bruh. It used to be full of crocodiles.
Wavy. I mean, not wavy. Sorry, Silky.
It used
The
to be, but
Nile
you
was
don't know. You
always
wouldn't know
there.
that though.
The Nile was always there. You're having a
I'm
different
talking
argument.
about the desert region was full of crocs, nigga.
That
That's what
has
I'm saying.
nothing to
Nobody.
do with what we're talking about. The Nile was always there. You're
What
talking
you
foolishness.
mean? That
The
predates
Nile
all
was
your
always there.
shit. Oh my
The
goodness.
Nile was
So
always
you
there.
don't. I'm saying that. Oh, and who created the Nile?
Hey,
The Nile was
Jalen, what
always
your
there.
source say? He give light to the
So
what?
big.
He give light to the gods.
Right.
That was Sobek as the first emergence god.
That's a different creation
He
story.
gave life to the guy.
That's what I just said. It's from the middle
And
and new.
that's Coptic, nigga.
I'm
That's
You're
not.
not
religious
I'm
text,
not
listening.
nigga.
talking to you.
Silky,
No, I'm not talking
And
to
silky,
that's
you.
ancient
silky,
religion.
I'm talking to
silky.
Silky.
Yeah.
That's what.
Headshots
Silky
up
But
the
see,
doesn't
nigga.
but
know.
he
Good
wasn't
job,
Silky doesn't
listening
Jalen.
know there's
because I
different creation
literally
stories.
said in the beginning. I said from the middle and new
No, I'm
kingdom.
not arguing with you, Jalen. It's not you. I'm talking. I'm
No,
talking to
I
Silky.
understand. No, I understand for you, OG. I'm talking about Silky. Silky ain't
He
listening.
doesn't know what you're talking about.
He ain't
What they
listening. That's why I said from
what
the
they're
middle and
saying
new
is
kingdom. Now,
they
when
took
you
the
go
creation
now,
story of Ra and merged it with
Sobek
Sobek.
Ra.
That's what they did. They merged the creation story
They married,
and
but
call
my
him
guy been
Sobek
around, nigga.
Ra.
You don't get the Nile without him. You don't get none of that without
No,
him. Like what?
no, stop it. No,
We're in Coptic. We're in religion now. You don't even comprehend
Hold
it.
up,
What you're
hold
talking
up.
ain't even religious text.
Hold up, Silk. Hold up. Now we seeing Silk as an Egyptian. He said, "My God." But let's read this comment. Sobek Ra, a fusion of Sobek and Egyptians. What they say, Jalen?
primary sun god.
Sobek
What's
Ra,
his name?
a fusion of Sobek and Egypt's primary god Ra. Sobek Horus persisted as a figure in the New Kingdom, but it was not until the last dynasties of Egypt that Sobek Ra gained prominence.
Not until when?
Not until the late
So your
dynasties of
Ra is
Egypt.
Sobek. So he gives you your Ra. Your Ra comes from Sobek.
Brother, you see, see, that's how I know Silk comes low. What the first
He
sentence
just
say?
told you that your
It said, don't see it's
God.
two
He
commas.
starts
Hold
off
up, Silk. It's two
Sobek.
commas. Silk. So it's two commas in the first sentence, gang. You sped by both of them.
Read it
Clearly.
again, Wavy. Read it again. It says he
All
starts
right,
out
Jalen.
Sobek. By the time y'all
Jalen,
get
you
him,
just gotta
he
read the
goes to
first
he
sentence.
gives you y'all Rob.
You gotta lead it. You gotta put a break. You gotta put a space in the comments for Silky because
That's not what
this nigga
that's not
funny.
what it said. It says Sobek Ra was a fusion of Sobek and Egypt's
And
primary
See,
sun god.
and
so
That's what it says. It didn't say Sobek
So
came first.
a fusion of
It says
Egypt.
Ra was primary.
So
it's calling Raw. It's calling Raw the primary. It's calling Raw the
That is what he
primary sun
just
god,
said.
gang.
so
Ra's a primary sun god with
uh,
Sobek, right? So Ra and
uh,
Sobek are both equally
look,
strong. Yes.
hey, look, Pete,
Like
look,
you don't hear you
look,
killing yourself.
look, look, hey brother, hey, look, hey, I gotta go ahead and say this. I gotta go ahead and say this. Can I please talk while nobody interrupting me?
Go ahead. You got the
Can
flow,
everybody
man.
mute their mics? Everybody mute their mics. All right, now here we go. All right, now Silky, this is what I was telling you, brother. You were talking about the you were talking about Sobek Raw. You know what I'm saying? You kept going back to Sobek Raw. Had you would have just stuck with Sobek, you would have been good. You know what I'm saying? You would have been cool. But see, you keep going to Sobek Raw. Now this is why I'm saying that you messed up, even though you are technically right, and I didn't realize until I did my research. Now let me cook.
Yeah,
Shut up,
stop
Silky.
lying then,
Silky,
nigga, and
Silky.
tell
Shut
them
up,
niggas they
Silky.
wrong.
Silky,
The
shut up.
hell, nigga?
Silky,
I
shut
know
up.
I'm
See?
right.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be
Fuck.
quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. Cause you don't even have the information. You don't even know,
Obviously I do,
okay,
nigga.
so Silky. Okay, so Silky. What do you think where you fucked up at? Cause I just
Okay,
told
well,
you.
okay, so, all right, everybody
No, you
pause.
got
All right,
30 seconds
It
to
clearly
explain, and
say
then I'm about to
Sobek is
explain. So
copy.
tell me in 30 seconds.
It
you see
clearly
what he
say
told
Sobek
y'all?
is copied. So how is he right? It clearly say
Okay,
Sobek is
so
copied.
wait. So listen. So listen.
Go ahead, Jalen.
So this is what I'm saying is right now. When we go to Sobek, the crocodile god, word of fertility, according to, you know what I'm saying, when you throw in Ra into the equation, and it's the widely known story. So they're going to keep him as the creator god, as the first god. Now, it says, however, Sobek's supremacy is usually local or symbolic. He's the first god, but not always the ruler or the order of the cosmos like Ra, and that's correct. He did. He did. This is just a fact, even through history. Now,
Local,
Silky,
you niggas.
I think your
Silky.
source is off. I think your
Hold on, no,
source is
no, no,
off.
no. Hold on. No, because this
I'm
is
gonna
what
say
I'm
you are.
saying. This is what I'm saying. We started talking now. Sobek arrived in ancient Egypt in 2600 BCE, but the people of Fayum had been worshiping Sobek around 5500 to 4000 BCE.
Ah, ah,
Fire ain't Egypt. Fire ain't
finish
Egypt.
So,
him,
so hold on.
Make
finish
sure
So
we
him,
by
clear.
so by 3100
finish him.
BCE,
Ah,
When Egypt unified, Fayum was an important agricultural region supplying the
ah.
Nile Valley. In the city of Shadet, later known as Crocodipolis, Fayum became a major religious center, especially for Sobek worship.
That's how you
It
kill them
remains
As
fool ass
significant.
niggas.
as
It
is so big. Do this. It's so
hmm?
big older than Raw. That's how we need to
Oh, I
ask.
did. I asked that question.
Yeah. What it
He's
I
still
say?
asked that
trying.
question. Hold
Wavy,
What it
on.
you
say?
done.
Hold
You're
on.
done.
Hold
Yeah,
on. Let me see.
Jose,
You
Hold on.
apologize, nigga.
you ain't proved nothing.
What?
I
Wow.
hope
Okay,
I
Hey,
you
hope you
hey,
listening?
don't
still
think
Okay, hold
I
okay.
hope
on.
you don't think that. I hope you don't think Jalen
Okay,
proved.
so
Jalen asked which
so
one is
so
over.
that comes up with two conclusions, but I'm gonna get to that later. Now,
Later.
you
Ah,
want to tell you now? You want to tell you now? I bet. Hold on. The primordial origin from
ah.
primordial origin perspective, Fayum and
Primordial origin perspective.
Komombo,
See, I'm gonna
Sobek
look
is
it up.
older
Say
than Ra. In Pan-Egyptian cosmology, Heliopolis in the New Kingdom Ra is the supreme God and central in creation.
Told you,
But
Jose, you don't
technically,
know
hold on,
shit.
wait a minute. But technically emerges after the primordial chaos. So Sobek still predates him in some traditions. This is
Mm,
pan-Egyptian cosmology.
mm.
So in short, Sobek is older than Ra in terms of primordial emergence, even though
Big
Ra
time
became
older.
more widely worshipped
Hold up,
as the
hold up,
head of
hold
the
up, hold
Egyptian
up,
gods.
hold up, hold
Oh,
up,
chop both them boys' heads off.
hold up.
Yeah,
But
yeah, it
hold
hurts,
up.
Wavy. It hurts me too.
We gonna act like Ra is not the original god of primordial waters. That's what we gonna act like.
Raw's not that old, nigga. They don't worship Raw that far back. He just
Still,
told
hold
your
on.
ass.
I'm talking to Jalen. I'm talking to Jalen. So
Have
Ra is
fun,
not
Jalen.
the original. Ra is not the original god of primordial waters, Jalen. I'm asking Jalen because he kept saying
When we
some and
talk,
some
when we talk,
and
when we
some.
talk
We
about,
talking about
when we
according
talk
to
about the first emergence that came from Noon, according to Fayum and Pan Egyptian. In fact,
we talking about according to the
so
old
no,
kingdom,
nigga,
gang.
Ra didn't come first. No, no,
I don't know about.
no.
Oh, okay.
We was both
Let's
wrong.
now.
Well,
Let me
I
share my
don't
screen.
know. Yeah, we was
Let me
both
share my
wrong, son.
screen. Let me share my
Go ahead.
screen.
Go ahead.
Ra is older than Sobek because he is generally considered what? One of the first primordial gods in the Egyptian creation myth, while Sobek emerged when? Later, after, as the son of other gods like Neith and Nun. The
And I
pyramid
understand
text,
that.
some of the earliest religious texts, Egypt mention Ra, placing him as a very ancient deity. So we ain't gotta play these games. We got a date on Sobek. We don't got a date on Raw. Let's cut this goofy shit out.
Egypt just said he's ancient. Egypt
We
just
got
said
a
he's
date.
ancient.
We got a date on Sobek.
Hold
We ain't
on.
got a date
And
on
I
Raw.
lied.
Let's
Hold
cut
on.
it.
Wait a
Egypt
minute.
just
Wait a
said that
minute.
is
Wait a
ancient.
minute.
Let's cut it out.
Your own sources said Egypt said that the Sobek's ancient.
According to myth, who is
What?
older, Ra or
Oh,
Sobek?
is you slow? The hell just happened? Let me read that again. Hold up. Maybe my screen.
Okay,
Maybe
so
my
here we go
screen.
again. Hold
Maybe my
on.
screen. Go
So
ahead, Jay.
again, I asked the same thing. Two of them. It says according to Fayum, Sobek myths.
See,
Sobek
bro,
is
I
older.
don't know. We can't do according to Fayum. I'm going about ancient texts
Did
and
Egypt?
Old
Did we
Kingdom.
talk about
I'm
Egypt?
going
Did we
about
We
talk?
Old
going by
Kingdom.
the locals. We giving you the local indigenous,
But you have to
bruh.
understand, bro.
You
Doing the
ain't
Hold on.
you
Hold on.
giving
Wait.
you
Hold
giving
on.
me
Wait a
the
minute. Wait a minute.
Roman
Wait a
you
minute. I
giving
may
me
have fucked up.
Roman
Hold on.
Christian
When
Egypt.
was the unification of Fayum? Because then we can make. Because maybe we could be
Bro,
our.
Fayum is bro. Do you not
Okay,
see that
wavy.
Fayum is fucking up your? Do you not see Fayum
Hold
is
on.
fucking up
Wait a
your
minute.
algorithm? Fayum fucking up your algorithm, gang.
Hold
I
on.
never mentioned Fayum. You never gonna hear me mention Fayum.
Hold on,
So
bro. Wait a
Well,
minute.
that they praise
Wavy.
talking about.
Sobek. That's
Wavy.
where Crocodile
Wavy.
is.
Hey,
They was
Jalen,
praising
let's do
Sobek.
this. Let's do this. Jalen,
Mm-hmm.
the pyramid text. According to
Mm-hmm.
the pyramid text, who is older, Ra so big? Let's do that. I don't
Those
know about
come
no phylum.
later.
I don't know
Wavy.
about
Those come
phylum.
way later.
Silk. I just proved yours come way later. Why you acting retarded?
Man, Jalen to prove to you
I'll
already,
put it back.
bruh.
I'll put it back on the screen. I'll put it back on the screen. I just
Jalen
added on.
already hit you with the answer. All right,
He hit me with a phylum. What the hell is that? This is what we
The
talking about.
Fayum. The
This is what
Fayum,
we talking
nigga.
about. Ra is older than Sobek because he is generally considered one of the first primordial gods in the ancient creation myth, while Sobek emerged later. Jesse, do you see that, Jesse?
They
Yeah, I
was
see it.
praising Sobek before they was praising Ra, Wavy.
Brother, we don't know what you saying. We know what I know what's on the screen. We don't know what you saying. We got a date. We got a date on Sobek. We ain't got a date on Raw. He
Okay,
is
so
considered
boom.
a
Hit him back,
primordial
Jalen.
deity.
Go ahead and hit him,
Go ahead.
Jalen.
Let's go.
Ra appears as the sun emerging after creation, implying that he comes after the primordial water.
Exactly. Uncle Chucky, they trying to make a lot of truth. that's Silky though. Silky gonna do that. That's his game plan. My bad, Jalen. My bad.
Oh shit! Damn! Fuck! This is doing the new kingdom. That's with Fayum. Okay, so yeah, Fayum, when they started doing this shit, bro.
Coptic.
Yeah, it says Fayum Commodore temple inscriptions, New Kingdom and onward. Sobek is described as the first god or primordial crocodile from whom life emerged. Sobek Ra fusion texts show that Sobek could be linked to Ra Solar's aspect later, but originally he comes from Nu. But this is coming from the New Kingdom and onward. So when it comes to
That's what
that,
Uncle Jose said. My bad, Uncle Jose, man. They weren't listening, man. Damn.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I may have to go.
Hold up,
Still have
hold
to
up,
go
hold
against
up,
you.
hold up, hold up. Since you don't know, is the new kingdom older than the old kingdom? Or the middle kingdom? Jay, it's the new.
You know they got some good. Hey, bro. They got some good. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like brought to you by Platinum, by the way. You know what I'm saying? They got some good. Some good. What the fuck you call these bitches? Coupons, gang. Hey, these
Hey,
hoes. Hey.
hey, Silk, you dead. You dead. You do like classical history though, Silk.
But I don't
Talk
know,
about the
bro.
church.
I don't know, bro, because like
This is the
hold
wait a
on,
minute.
wait a minute,
Yeah,
hold
now
on,
read
Silk,
your
hold
source
on, Silk,
again.
hold on,
Hold on,
Silk.
make it perfect.
From a Egyptian perspective, Ra came first. But the people of Fayum who unified with Egypt later on, they viewed Sobek as the primordial, as the primordial god, as first
These
god.
these was these was the Coptic Egyptians. Mind you, you got whole Coptic Egyptian
I'm just trying to
texts,
find,
and
I'm trying to figure
they
out
was
when did
they
hold on,
started
when
making
did
their own text. They came into Egypt, started making their own text. That's how you know they wasn't down with the original Egyptians.
These are your high priests. These are your damn your mom. These are your
High
niggas.
priest. Nigga, Egypt was dead at that time.
Like
What
what
the damn
nigga?
high priest?
I'm giving you the motherfucking origins. I'm giving you the
oh
origins of the
snap.
goddamn the shit, nigga. Like yeah, this is
Now,
what I do, dog.
Jalen did read something that said 5,000 BC or 5,000 years
Yeah,
ago.
nigga.
Hold up, hold
And
up,
Egypt
hold
ain't
up,
that
hold
old.
up, hold up, hold up.
Egypt
But we
only like
talking
3 or
about
4.
ancient. We talking
No, no,
about
no, no,
ancient.
no, 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 no. When they started, hold on, wait a minute, I just found it. When they started to view Sobek as a god, like not local, you know what I'm saying, but as a full blown god, this was doing 2600 BCE. Ra
Yeah, that's
was
when they
already
got to him.
Ra to Atum Ra or Ptah, whoever you want to say. We're gonna say Atum because he's older. Jose was right. So according to that, Atum Ra, Amin Ra, or whatever you want, however you want to say it, is older.
L is older than
But
Sobek.
according to the locals,
You
though,
said
Sobek
L.
is older.
You
But
said
L
according
L.
to
older
the
than
locals,
Sobek,
This
young
Sobek
nigga
is
ass.
said
older.
L older than so big.
L older than
Nigga,
Sobek, young
they
ass.
just L ain't don't they all come from the same fucking people?
Look at him. I got him. Look
Y'all
at him.
niggas don't even understand, boy. All right, so you know L is
Man,
Libyan, right?
not
Sobek is
Suki,
Libyan also.
not Suki
You're
saying
both
the
you're
Arabs
both in
are
Libya right now.
not Suki saying the Arabs are the North Africans.
You don't, nigga, you don't get the Arabs until the Africans leave, right?
Man, bro, Silk, listen, you got smacked up. Ross older than Sobek, gang, all right?
In
He told
geographical
y'all
code, hold on, wait a
5,000.
minute,
He
wait a
told
minute,
y'all
wait a minute,
5,000
wait a
BC.
minute. In geographical and cultural origins, L is not Libyan. You're lied. L is not Libyan.
Who said that?
Silky.
Where's he from?
Man,
L
Silk,
is
come
not
on,
lit.
gang.
Come
Why
on,
Where's
man.
he from? Where's
you
L
know
from?
Jalen was going, See,
L
now
and
we gonna
Ball are
end up getting
Libyan.
to the real conversation. Now we gonna end up getting because you trying to step on toes. We
L
gonna
is
end
a
up getting
Canaanite I almost said
Oh,
Leviathan.
Levant.
L is a Canaanite Levant god, supreme
So you
deity,
gotta wait for the
supreme. Hold
Africans to
on, wait
leave.
a minute,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
Supreme deity, patriarchal pantheon, not Libyan. Though later, Egyptian and Libyan cultures had similar creator slash father gods. So
Y'all
no,
need
it
to
is
learn how
not
to read
Libyan.
history,
It is
nigga.
not Libyan.
Do you
It
know
is
what you
not
just
Libyan.
read? Do you
Somebody
know what
said
you
L is
read?
African. Hold on.
Uncle Chuck say
Not
L is
exactly.
African.
Not exactly.
Ball is Libyan, nigga. All the motherfuckers, y'all, boy. You know
Oh no,
what?
I see why he said that. because he's saying El is from Canaanite God. Now, Uncle Jose, in on the real map, not a Bible map, on the real map, Canaan is outside of Africa. That's why he said that though. That's why he said El is Africa. Because you just read it's a Canaanite God. All right, so stop saying anybody was a high priest. The only high priest is Melchizedek. So Silk, stop
What?
saying that.
You just
What?
said this is early Coptic, nigga. You just showed origins of Coptic.
Yeah, that's like
That's the high priest.
No,
that's
That's
like
all your religious
3,000.
text.
That's like
he speak.
3,000 years. That's like 3,000 years after shit was busting. All right,
No,
Jalen,
by
you
the
don't
time
agree?
y'all got it, nigga. That's what all them.
Jalen,
That's the time y'all got the shit.
Jalen, you don't
This is
agree that
when
Melchizedek
the
was the high
Africa was
priest?
all crocodiles, nigga.
You said what?
You don't agree that Melchizedek was the high priest of God?
No, no, no.
Ah,
You talking about the only? You talking about according? You talking about according to their religion?
yeah, nah. I ain't
Oh,
mean.
okay. Well, never mind then. Well,
I
never
was
mind. Well,
trolling.
never.
I was trolling when I said only.
Oh, I thought you said only. You sure? Because I'm just saying. Because we can go to, what I'm saying. We can go to LA. Like we can go deep. Like we can go back. We can go West African. We can go back.
All right,
Nigga
hold
Sheeta
up.
was
Damn, he
also
ain't say.
Nigga Sheeta was
Hold up, he
also the.
ain't say priest. He ain't say priest. My bad. Hold up.
Melchizedek was the high god of El in the Bible.
Goddamn,
So
Uncle Chuck.
okay, so Uncle
Not
Chuck, let me ask you a question, man, because why isn't El worshipped as the high god now? Why?
man. He
Like
said Melchizedek was the high god.
that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That sounds like another
Hold
Jesus
up.
type
He
of thing.
said. Hold up. He said of El. So Melchizedek was over El. Or was he under?
Under
Jesse.
El, that means
Under
under.
El.
Yeah, that means under. Like that's like me saying that, like, oh, that's Jesse of Allah. Like, oh, he's Muslim. That's how you gonna break it down. Like, oh, he's Muslim. But yeah, I always wanted to know that, like, if El is the high God, why do we still why isn't his name spoke about? Like, because y'all acknowledge him, y'all don't acknowledge him as the evil god or anything. Back in older texts, he was the high God according to y'all. So why did the name change?
Hey man, not all the times you get the beat up on a pseudo killer. So Uncle said, man, I got my belt tonight, man. Know what I'm saying? We're
Oh
gonna holler at
man.
you tomorrow. You might win tomorrow, Uncle said, but tonight I got that. Happy Halloween.
Yeah.
That's when you pull your ski mask down. Where my ski mask? Oh, here go Uncle said. Ah shit.
Hey,
Oh.
Wavy, you was repping Africa too. You say you ain't repping Africa right? God damn it. Yeah, you got to rep that shit right, man. You can't be out there all week when it comes to repping Africa. God damn it.
Especially when a nigga say we ain't had no science, nigga. Where y'all got? Where your cracker get his science from?
Type shit. You know what? Let me hit you with some shit, man. Because even the Greek, or the Greek motherfucking language, the origins of that is Phoenician.
Yeah, but the Phoenicians ain't African, gang. They came as invaders. Egyptians talked about them. They wasn't.
Nah, that's way later. Wavy, you got to remember, dog. Slow it down. You're skipping.
All right, my bad.
You're jumping.
Everybody black. My bad. Everybody black. My bad. Damn.
Nah, it's not even that. You're jumping to like 3000 B. Arab shit ain't nothing but 1500 BC. Soon that shit
What?
4000 BC. But you're talking
Still,
about before that though, when they left and came back. That's
Arabs been around, gang. All that is a mixed person. They been around.
what they've been. Because North Africa. It's the
No,
Strait of
gang.
Gibraltar, the Pillars of
You got the
Hercules.
middle.
All that
You
shit
got
is
the
the
Middle
heavy
East.
action.
You got the Middle East, gang.
Yeah, the people gotta leave Africa first, right, Wavy?
Man, so they left Africa 70,000 years ago. Damn.
Okay, then, so them people coming back. You got all that time, and then your people don't come. Then your people don't even get no writing till goddamn 5000 BC, 4000 BC. 2000 BC.
Hold up. You said my people what?
I'm just saying. That's a numbers
Nigga,
word.
you just saying what, nigga? What you just
I'm
saying?
saying that's when y'all start learning how to write. Really, you don't get agriculture till 10,000 BC.
Who?
Well, the Berbers bring all your North Africans.
Are you crazy,
seafarers
man?
back to your Phoenicians.
You must be crazy saying some shit like that.
I can prove that shit with it. You
You
know
can
what?
prove
If you
that
really want to
shit.
go there,
Arab
Hold on.
could come on the panel. Arab could come on the panel right now and make you look crazy.
Nigga, you know I talk to Arabs, nigga. I talk to Morocco niggas. I know fuckers out there. I got boots on the ground, nigga. The fuck? Why you think? Hold on. Why you think the North niggas got EB1 and the Levant people got E1B?
My brother.
Let me say this, Uncle Check. His argument is so wild. His argument is so wild for inner Africans that I'm saying that Arab could come over here and stand up on they rock art and shit. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Uncle Check.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, brother, you feel me? You can't say like, you feel me, somebody that comes, you feel me, after you knows more than you. You feel me? Everybody got taught from the first people, brother. That's just life.
Nobody said that shit. Okay, then, so what you talking about?
Yes, you did. Because all people
What the
come from
fuck did
black
I
people.
say?
No, because all people come from black people, and you trying to say black people were some fucking idiots, and then we created
Who the
Arabs.
fuck said that?
And yeah, that's what you just said. Because you said they came back into
When the
Africa
hell
and they
did I
taught
just
us.
say that?
You said
When did I say
they
that?
came because you just said they came back into Africa and they taught us. Ain't nobody teach us nothing, brother. We taught the world, brother. We taught the world.
You said y'all people didn't start writing until. That's why I'm saying, who is y'all people?
Okay, well, slow down. Okay, hold on. Well, let me school you then. Let me school you. So first off, you don't.
Who is y'all people?
Can I talk? Okay, let's slow it down. Y'all want to talk? No, y'all want the knowledge or not? Okay, so let's slow it down. So first off, you don't get past. You're still hunter gatherers all the way up to about 10,000 BC. Are you aware of that?
Who's telling you this?
And I can pull sources.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I just want to ask you one question. Is this information from inside of Africa or information from people outside of Africa?
Let me get his logic. You know we still hunter gatherers today.
Let me finish. Let me land my plane.
You think hunter gatherers
I'm not worried about that.
Right?
I'm not worried about that.
Exactly.
Hold on. So you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Let me talk. Okay. So first off, you need to comprehend to build any have an empire, have a civilization. You have to be able to feed them. That means you have to already have a set up system of food, of farming, of agriculture. These things have to already be going. Yes. Otherwise, your whole little village is gonna starve out, right? Yeah. Well, let's keep going. So the proto-Berbers are the ones that are giving you your agriculture. They're the ones that are your nomadic pastoralists. They're the ones going around the Sahara moving product. Not only are they moving cattle, they're spreading language, they're spreading religion, they're moving product all over. So
are you crazy? The Berbers.
Am I crazy?
That's so farther along in history. What are you talking about, brother?
That's far along.
You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself that you can only have villages and civilization unless you have this knowledge. We lived, meaning we had that knowledge.
We did live. So
how the hell did the Berbers have to come and teach us something if we were surviving already?
Right.
So you were surviving, but when it comes to pastoralism, that starts with the proto.
Come on, you're not making no sense, man. Because you just said we needed agriculture, we needed all these types of knowledge for us to survive. We were surviving, meaning we had that knowledge.
Everybody was, they were surviving shit. Which I mean,
So Berbers, Berbers didn't come and teach us shit.
Let's look it up. You know what? Let's look it up. Let's pull up nomadic pastoralists. Let's see what the information say. Fuck it. We ain't got to talk. Let's get to the sources.
Bro, you got to pull up that.
Hold up. It say pastoralism was in Central Africa 11,000 years ago, and it say earliest is in Sudan and Chad. So, brother, we was already doing pastoralism the time.
I'm trying to tell you.
You got to slow down.
Prototyping. Did the proto-Berbers were the first nomadic pastoralists? Yes or no?
We don't. That ain't your argument. You said the proto-Berbers, and which is a blanket term, by the way, because a Berber is a blanket term. You said they went around and taught us shit. When we was doing that in inner Africa 11,000 years ago. You got to slow down.
Yeah,
real,
nigga,
man.
because you don't get all that shit. Because you got Nigeria, nigga. You got Libya, nigga. What you mean? You got the Sahara. What the fuck, nigga? Because my niggas was traveling
So
up
why
and
you
down
say
that
the
bitch
Berbers?
the whole
Why you
fucking
say the
time, nigga.
Berbers taught?
Because we had to
Why
sow
you
hell,
say the
nigga.
Berbers taught?
What the fuck are
Why you
y'all
say the
say?
Berbers taught? So why you say
Nigga,
the
because you
Berbers
don't
taught?
get because you don't get shit, nigga, till my motherfucking people show up, nigga. Y'all don't
What are
have
you
none of
talking
that.
When they
about, man? You
show up,
just keep on saying
when
that,
they
man.
show
There
up,
were no
when
goddamn
they
Berbers in Africa
You
11,000 years
don't
ago.
get you don't get
when they
none of
when
that
they when
shit,
Man,
they showed
nigga.
up, when they
that
showed
nigga's
up,
crazy.
when they
Well,
showed up.
when they showed up, so
Yeah, when
they
they showed
left.
up, man.
You okay? Well, you got them leaving out of Eurasia 20,000 years on the comeback, coming back.
when
The
did the
Amazigh,
What?
when did the
they're
Berbers
coming back.
show up? When did the
Oh,
Berbers show up?
they're indigenous, nigga. They've always been there, but you got earliest
It's-
evidence going back
You
300,000,
just
but
said
they've
they
always
just
been there.
came out of. How they indigenous if they just came out of Asia and just brother,
First
brother,
off, I said they
brother.
returned from Eurasia.
So when did they return?
That was
So how they
20K.
indigenous,
How the Amazighs
bro?
indigenous? How
A
the Africans
Berber,
indigenous?
a Berber is a
An
damn
indigenous North
Muslim.
African.
Hold up. A
That's a
No,
Berber
no
is a
religion.
indigenous
damn
North
That's a
Muslim
African.
to
religion.
some people.
That's an indigenous
Hold
North
up.
African. That's
Hold
an
up.
Amazigh.
Hold up. Hold up. One
They're
second. One
indigenous.
second. 1 second. They never call themselves Berber. A Berber
Morocco's never been
is
in. Morocco's never been
any.
conquered. So get it right.
Hold up. A Berber is a
Move,
Muslim.
man.
A Berber
Move.
could be somebody from North Africa. A
You know
Berber
what?
could be a 50
Pull up the
50.
oldest. Pull up the oldest
A
Ram
Berber
rock
could
art.
be
How about
a
that?
Berber is somebody darker than the European gang. That's what. So
Even
by
your
him
Atlas
saying,
bear come from there. Even
so
your
by
Atlas
him
bear come
saying
from
it was
there.
dark, by him claiming dark people,
Now
that's
you're
not
on
really saying.
color. What are you talking about
But
dark
when
people
he
Man,
for?
say,
Like, what are you talking
but
about
he
color
say they
for?
came from,
the
but
Berbers
when
are
he say
foreign
they came from
invaders, man.
Asia, but hold up. But when he say they came from Asia
Bruh,
20,000
the
years
North
ago
Africans been there,
and
bruh.
started helping
The
Africans,
indigenous North Africans been there.
that's
You're
what
talking
that's
about
what he
later in
fucked up.
time, once again, and you're talking about later in time. Now you're talking about later, like once again, they have to leave and come back. My whole case point exactly. Boy, I tell you, dog. Yeah, when
Bro,
y'all figure that
they
out,
got
holler.
Berbers that never
Okay.
left Africa. What are you talking about? They got
And they
Berbers that
have
never left.
some that left. Oh, okay.
So
That's not. When that's
so
the
what are you
argument. Who
talking about?
said
They
that?
had to
Whoever
leave.
said that?
Who
Whoever
who
said
had to
that?
leave? Who had to leave?
That when they left out of Africa.
Give me the tribe name. Give me the tribe name that left Africa
Well,
20,000
who's
years
the
ago.
closest
Give me the
one?
tribe
What's the
name.
closest tribe to the Levant? What is the
Give
closest
me the
tribe to the
tribe
Levant?
name.
Anybody?
Give
What's
me
the
the tribe
closest
name.
tribe to
These are
that
your
area?
people. These are your people. Give me the tribe name.
What is the closest tribe
These
there?
are
Can
your
anybody tell
people.
me?
These are your people. If you a blood, your ass better say Damu.
Who were
You
the
a Crip,
nomads,
you better
Wavy?
say
Who were the
you a
nomads?
Crip, you
Who were
better
your
say
first tribe? Who are your
Woo.
nomads? Who
If
are
you a
your
Crip, you
nomads,
better
Wavy?
say
Hold
on
on.
C out.
Okay, well then you need to fall back and let them answer. Who were
So
the
who is the
nomads?
tribe that
Who were the
left
first
20,000 years
nomads?
ago? Hold up. Who is these
Who?
smart Berbers that left 20,000 years ago and came back? What's the tribe name?
Those are your indigenous North Africans.
This how you beat up a pseudo gang. How the fuck you indigenous if
You're
you coming
beating
back
up
into
now.
Africa?
How are you?
How are you indigenous if you coming back into Africa? How you gonna
So they
say
left
you?
and came back.
How you gonna say
They
you
left
come
and
back
came
into
back. It's a
Africa?
problem.
How you gonna say come back
They
into
left and
Africa?
came back. It's a problem now.
How you gonna say come back into Africa and then bring up the now in your next
But they
sentence?
coming way
How?
later though. Like I said, y'all need to learn your dates, man. You're just your math is just way off. It's all right, man. I'll school y'all up one day. Y'all just
Nah,
way behind.
whatever back chat you've been in, they've been laughing at you and not trying to teach you.
You don't even understand. You made your point for me. You literally made the point for me when you say how you don't get those. You're Eurasians. You don't get none of that stuff until they leave out of Africa. And then when you're talking about the Arab stuff, that stuff's not even old. It's not even that ancient.
70,000 years ago.
So in all that time, you had mixing, right? And all through that time, you had
We
people
don't we
coming back
don't
and
we don't we
forth,
don't know what you're
going
talking
Ain't
back.
no
about.
mixing.
We
Ain't no
don't know.
mixing in
We
that
don't
time,
know.
dog.
No,
It was
it
We
all
don't
wasn't
know
no
black
what you're
people,
talking
mixing.
about.
dog. It was all black people. All these races just popped up a couple thousand years ago on this earth, man. Stop that shit about all
Okay,
this mixing up, man. Stop
nobody's
that shit, man.
crying.
It was all black people
Nobody
in the
made that
beginning,
argument.
dog.
Who's making that stupid argument? That's y'all.
No, because these people went out of Africa and mixed with who?
You
Who
know,
they
I'm
mixed
done
with?
with y'all. Yeah, man, y'all are done. Yes, that's the best y'all got. Yeah,
Man,
man, y'all
that
have
ain't
a
the
good
best that you got, man. Yeah,
one.
you need to be done, brother, because you sound stupid as
Hey,
fuck.
cause look, You just defeated your argument by saying who they mixed with. You just said everybody was black a couple minutes ago.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, man. That's what he had to run. I think it was sounding stupid and stupid and stupid.
See, when you in the back chats and motherfuckers say they a part of Silkadonia and yeah, we riding with Silk, make him smarter then. Make him smarter. Don't just be his friend because he make you laugh. Make the nigga smarter. Give him some game. Beat him up sometimes. You gotta do it.
Real, man.
If you care about Silk, you a goddamn get him correct. All right, Jesse. Let's go. Assalamu alaikum, all that shit. All that good shit.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right, brother.
I'm just listening in, brother.
Hey, Jesse, man, they say
you already know Allah is the guide over everything.
All right, Jesse, are you drunk?
No alcohol for me.
Man, come on, brother. I just seen you drinking on that goddamn see, Jesse, you had the camera. You be forgetting when you had your camera on. That's the issue. I see it now.
Nah, no alcohol for me, man.
Oh, my bad. That was Jalen drinking on the
Yeah.
My bad, Jesse. That was Jalen. All right, man. So Jalen, Jesse Misery posted this video about you on Facebook. Caught you slipping. Was this something in that conversation that you was beating him up on that would make him do you like that? Was you and Uncle Chucky beating him up? And he just started, because remember, we was busting his ass that whole show. So he called that his get back.
No, that brother's just gay, man. So that brother felt compelled to post another man getting an address on his timeline. That's what that brother's gay, man.
All right, let's get down to the bottom of the shit.
Me personally, I ain't posting no brother getting undressed on my page.
Facts. Is Melchizedek mentioned in the Quran?
No.
Is the son
Not direct?
Is the Son of Man mentioned?
No.
No. Is the High Priest mentioned?
No.
Is somebody second to God mentioned?
Jalen.
No.
Yeah. What?
Man, what the hell is going? So the Quran don't speak. The Quran don't speak of none of this.
No, not Son of Man, not Melchizedek, not directly at least. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a indirect.
Oh yeah. The Quran got different names. Jesus' name not even Jesus. So Melchizedek got an Arabic name, Uncle Chucky.
Yeah, so I was asking if you ain't talk about like a high priest or anything like that, or somebody second to God or anything like that.
No, there's nobody second to.
You saying
God
nah too
in the
fast,
Quran.
brother. You gotta do your research. Melchizedek has an Arabic name in the Quran, brother.
What is it?
I don't know. You gotta do your research, gang. I didn't even know Jesus had a different name.
No, Melchizedek is not mentioned in the Quran. Neither is a second to God. I think that's almost blasphemy when you say a second to God. God stands alone, man. He ain't got nobody that's second to him, nor does he have partners.
All right, well, it says like the mainstream Islamic view is not mentioned, but like there's some branches of Islam, such as this Mali or Baha, and they recognize his spiritual status.
Nah.
He's just not mainly
The king of
recognized.
Salem, priest of
And
Elion, blesses Abraham. Goddamn, Jesse. Oh shit. He blessed that nigga.
you were asking me that question earlier, Jillian, about why they're using the word L right now. You know,
Right.
it's like you know, it's like the same God. The God just kept on changing his name. So, like, you feel me? He was dealing with the Canaanites before he was dealing with Abraham, and he just switched over from the Canaanites over to Abraham and gave them a new name. Because even when he was dealing with the Israelites, he kept on changing his name.
Okay. So how old is he? So is he a Canaanite god? Or do we go back to Babylon and Sumerian shit?
If we go back to the first civilization, he's actually an Ethiopian god because Ethiopians is the ones who started all those civilizations.
Mhm.
So in reality, he's an Ethiopian god because, as mentioned in Genesis, Ethiopia is actually the first civilization on Earth. When they be talking about Phoenicia, Mesopotamia, and all these other places, these are just like states of Ethiopia.
Can you send me the sources?
Well, my sources, I just go by the Bible most of the time. Because, like I said, in Genesis, it tells you when it mentions the Gishon River, it mentions Ethiopia. That's the first nation mentioned in the Bible. So
Damn.
it just basically lets you know that even though the word Ethiopia or Ethiopians wasn't around then, that the landmass in the area, what people knew that landmass in that area as Ethiopia. So naturally, you know when they're talking about that area is the Ethiopians in that area.
The Sudanese type.
And you know what's so crazy? I heard that the Sudanese gave the Arabs they style.
Gave them they what?
They style. Like what they wear and shit. Like certain shit that they wear, the Sudan like they came from like Sudan.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, you know,
That's
the
crazy.
the 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 Arabs still the Arabs started off black too because they came from Abraham. He was black, and they came from Hagar. She was Egyptian. Kemet, she was black. So you feel me? The Arabs ain't started looking like how they started looking now until they travel up north and they started mixing with other people.
That's what Silky D just said.
That's why you be having the Moors and all that stuff, and you be saying the Moors and like most of the Moors were like black Arabs. You feel me? Basically.
Yeah, Silky been on that more. He been on that more. He been on that more shit for a
Man,
little
that
minute.
nigga Tookie said Moors came from Atlantis. I'm sticking with that.
It said it came from Atlantis. Yeah, that's the funny thing. I always tell people like, you feel me? Like we came from Atlantis. That shit that they call Atlantis is just the same thing I talk about, like that first civilization of God, where you feel me? We already had everything. We already had all technology and all that shit before all this shit. You feel me? Everything was already here. It's a fucking lie. Like they can't make nothing new, man. We already had all the knowledge. We had all the technology. We built the cities. We built every fucking thing already, man. That's what they talk about. That shit was us.
Now, why
All right,
Allah destroy Atlantis?
Uncle said drop the link. This nigga lying, so I'm gonna drop the link, man.
Why Allah destroy Atlantis?
Huh?
I said, why Allah destroyed Atlantis?
Is that in the Quran?
Arrogance.
That's in the Quran.
I mean, it's a destroyed nation. There's plenty of mentions of Allah destroying, greater nations than what we have today.
So he's talking about Lemuria, Atlantis, Tartaria,
Mm-hmm.
ancient America.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Jesse. You can't be going against the Quran, brother, for the sake of conversation.
No, he right though.
No,
No, he right.
that ain't going against the Quran. The
Nah,
Quran say
that's not, bro.
Allah
Bro, Atlantis is
Allah
not in the
destroyed
Quran.
a smarter people than us, a greater people than us.
Atlantis not in the Quran, gang.
If Atlantis is a greater land than what we have today, or a smarter people, You know, this could very well be one of the lands
That's what
that
the black.
Allah
That's what the
has
black
destroyed
Hebrew.
prior.
That's what the black Hebrew Israelites be doing too. Just what you just did. That's what misery be doing. Just what you just did.
Hey man, hey, if the shoe fits,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, throw that bad boy on.
This nigga.
What you about to say, Jalen? I had to cut you off.
Nah, I was just saying like that's what he was speaking on, like these lost civilizations and shit. But it's in the Quran. It do say that there were civilizations far greater.
You don't say Atlantis, gang.
Oh yeah, of course they ain't
Somebody
gonna
brought
say
up.
Atlantis.
It don't say
But
Atlantis
Somebody
you know,
brought up
directly.
you want to
Atlantis.
know what's so crazy though? People laughed at me when I said this until you look it up. Atlantis is an Egyptian story.
Yes, it is, because if you read the Emerald Tablets, it'll let you know that Thoth, the person that taught everybody in Kemet all that knowledge, he tells you he came from the destruction of Atlantis.
Okay, look, brother. I was an Emerald Tablet. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I throw that shit out there, but look,
Yeah, that's
don't
fake.
say that shit around Wavy, because Wavy about to try to clown your ass. I'm just going to let you know he ain't going to let you talk no more. Don't say that no more.
Thoth ain't teach the Egyptians shit.
What?
Thoth ain't teach the Egyptians shit. What's his real name? Go
Tahuti.
bring me his
Tahuti.
indigenous. What's his Egyptian
Tahuti.
name?
Tahuti.
Okay, yeah. Okay, now that's who we talking about. But
Okay,
he ain't. He ain't.
okay. See, like
He
that's what
ain't.
I'm
He ain't
saying, bro.
teaching
Like
everything.
that's what I'm
He
saying. Like
ain't
you,
teaching everything.
you said what?
Oh no, he didn't teach. He
He
didn't
ain't
teach him.
teaching everything.
No, he didn't teach him everything. He just to give him that, feel me, that knowledge that he brought from Atlantis to make sure that shit wasn't lost.
Yeah, see, I don't think that's an Egyptian text though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. If what book says Atlantis in it? Like what we getting this from?
The story of Atlantis came from a Greek philosopher named Solon. He told his family that
What's the name?
he got it from priests in Egypt. That's where he had came back from doing his travels and study. But he
I
learned
was,
it in Egypt.
yeah, I was gonna
What
say that
book is
most of
that?
the most
And
of the
then
stories
Plato,
from.
and then his nephew or like cousin or some shit, which would be Plato's, would later going on and write about Atlantis in ancient Greek.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say, Wavy, like most of the stories that anybody even know Atlantis like comes from Egypt. That's how people even know Atlantis. I mean, the Greek wrote about it because the Greeks fuck with Egypt so much, but it was Egypt that was telling them
What
that Atlantis existed.
what was the other word for it? What the Egyptians called it? Heliopolis? What was the word for it? Peace to you,
That-
Uncle Hercules.
That's a good question.
I'm not sure. I know there was another one too. I know what you're talking about, man. Let me see.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, when I think about Atlantis, I think about the underwater game.
I
Cities
mean, it did.
underwater.
I mean, it
Nah,
did too. Oh, it was
nah,
called.
it ain't that.
It ain't that, Uncle. It ain't Hollywood like that, like the
Nah, nah,
movie.
nah, nah. Atlantis was a Western name. Like basically, to me right now, Atlantis is what they call the Eye of the Sahara. That shit was once in the middle of the Sahara. It was basically just a fucking city that had like 3 rings of water around it to generate energy. That's all it was.
3 rings of hold up. Explain that to me, like 3D wise, like how
All
you
right.
get
Well, you have
3D.
you have a tall ass capital city like downtown with a bunch of tall ass buildings in the middle island. And then you have you have a ring of water around that. Then you have another ring of islands of land and other buildings, and then you have another ring of water around that. Then you have another ring of islands and buildings. Then you have another ring around that. And that's why they call Atlantis. Like you be thinking about the sea and shit like that. That's what it was called because it was like covered with like rings of water. Because they did that. They did that shit to generate energy.
Damn, I ain't never heard of that. That's crazy.
Look up the Eye of the Sahara. Look that up right quick and look at what they show you. The Eye of the Sahara. They got another name for it. It's called the Ratican structure or some shit like that. I forgot the name. That's the best known place of where Atlantis could have been. They even show signs of the tsunami into the Sahara Desert that washed away Atlantis.
So you think Atlantis was a real place for real?
It was a real place in Africa. Yeah, everything was in Africa. I know this shit.
All
It's on
right, yeah, I
the west. You see the western side of the Sahara Desert.
yeah. I look like you could definitely see what
Oh
you were
shit.
saying, like three
E-
wings.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they know right now is the best place that could have been for the Atlantis, the real Atlantis.
Mm.
Yeah, we definitely gotta. I'm gonna let you know right now, Uncle Chucky, man. Motherfuckers is making game
Yeah.
film. They clipping you up right now, Uncle Chucky. But all right, so Uncle Hercules says, "Where's the evidence?" I guess he's saying, "Where's the evidence that the city was washed away?"
It's the same thing. If you go back to the same thing you was looking and you read into it, they'll show you like the evidence of a tsunami coming in from the water side and washing through the desert, right through the structure. It shows you if you look into it, it tells you about all that. All the evidence is right there. And like you see, that's the middle of the Sahara Desert. So they're gonna show you evidence of like the sea has been here.
All right, let me read this AI overview. Let me share my screen. It says the Eye of the Sahara is not a tsunami, but a large circular geographical formation known as the Richat in Mauritania. While many online theories suggest it was formed by a mega tsunami or its location of Atlantis, I ain't even typing in Atlantis in this shit, man. They was hearing us. The,
Exactly. They
sci-
know it is.
the scientific consensus that it is a natural uplifted geographical dome that has eroded into concentric rings, a process that began millions of years ago.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they say it's a theory. We just probably need more evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Ah, damn! Come on, Uncle Hercules. Come on, Uncle Hercules. My Uncle Chucky is not rolling 60. Uncle
Yes.
Chucky is not rolling 60. All right, Jesse, man, it's time for you to stand on this Quran. It's time for Jesse to stand on this Quran.
Yeah, you know I'm about to pull up a Quran verse right now as we speak. I was just thinking the same thing.
Exactly, because you didn't put Atlantis in the Quran, and that sounds like blasphemy, brother.
Give me a second.
That sound like a little blasphemy. Maybe my boy Jesse is being a little blasphemous tonight. Oh yeah, Uncle Chucky. What
Yeah.
what book what book do they talk about Atlantis in?
But
Like I know
all that junk is gonna be individual books you gotta look up, man. I'd rather you look up like let me see. I'm gonna tell you somebody good, man. Not none of these bullshit ass people.
is it in that Thoth thing y'all was talking about?
Yeah, it's basically that. He talks about where he comes from, and he talks about like he basically talks about the same as like the Egyptian Dead Sea Scrolls and shit like that. That's how you can kind of
Yeah.
tell like the Egyptians got it from him. Because he talks about going to heaven and going to hell and all these type of places you got to go to
The
get the knowledge
Ghidorah.
from and shit.
Yeah, you gotta go meet with the Ghidorah. You gotta meet with the.
I guarantee you the Egyptians did not get that from Thoth, gang. Like that's like somebody pointed. That's like they
Well,
pointed
it
it
also don't talk
to.
about. If I'm not mistaken, it talks about like others, like Thought May, his father. I think he has a brother that's like Ra. Yes, in there. But one thing I will say is, hold on, he did talk about like he had this thing where it can shoot beam of light to you and you'll fall on your knees. He says this in the Emerald Tablets. Did you not know that there's an actual machine that the military have that can shoot light direct, like a beam of light directly at you, and you'll fall to your knees.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying.
I just be saying with the Emerald Tablets, that's the only thing that they really recovered that even really talking about Atlantis besides the Greeks. You feel
Right.
me? Besides the Greeks, but all I'll be saying is that it's basically the same thing that Kemet is doing.
And then also that's where like you get that number 12 from, because it said Poseidon bore 10 sons. And then then he brought two. So he brought two. Two later on. So it was two lands or two groups of people that was added later on.
Mm-hmm.
So take that
All
into
right.
consideration too.
Let me look
It's
up.
you know what is crazy that another brother
Hold
came
up.
on
Hey, let
here.
me ask you this.
Hold on,
Is
no.
hey, hold up. Is what's the place we talking about again?
Atlantis.
Atlantis. Is Atlantis hermopolitan? I heard
Uh, nah, I've heard they call it like Mu, MU or Lemuria.
Yeah, Mula Lemuria.
That's the other two names I really know for it.
Oh, so we talking about the Thoth tablets then, right?
Yeah,
What is that called, Jalen?
the Emerald tablets.
Emerald Tablets.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna do my research on the Emerald tablets. Go ahead, Jalen.
I don't got nothing to say. Hold on, my shit tripping.
So in the Emerald tablets, it's gonna be talking about Atlantis, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause that's where he come from. He gonna explain where he come from and what he had to do to get his knowledge from the people in his land before he brought it to
Did,
Kemet.
did, did he say? Did he say he went down into Egypt or he went up into Egypt?
No, he said he landed. He said he landed in the lands of the dark land, the black lands.
Yeah, he
It ain't got no.
go
That's
ahead.
Kimmy. If you know what
It ain't got
Kimmy
no
means the
city
black.
names in their book. It don't got no city names.
Nah, he just said that
Nah,
he landed basically like in basically when the Sahara was still still have plants and fauna.
I mean to me,
Do it say? Do it say? Let me. This is my last question. Do it say Egypt in that book?
I just said Kimmy, nigga.
I don't think he used the name Egypt, yo. I don't think he used the name Egypt. I think he talked about the land like he said, but I don't think he called it Egypt.
Or he just called it like dark and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I think I think there was a time where he called it. I'm gonna look it up, man. I think he called the name a land, but I don't think he called it Egypt though.
Yeah, black
Like
land.
when y'all say he gave the stuff to Egypt, it didn't say the name of them people or the name of that place that he gave it to.
That's why I'm looking. I'm gonna look that up and see.
Hey, Jesse, does the Quran talk about Thoth?
Not directly,
Those called Egypt Kemet.
but he does say this in Quran 28:78. He replied, I have been granted all this because of I have been granted all of this because of some knowledge I have. Did he not know that Allah had already destroyed some from the generations before him who were far superior to him in power and greater in uh, accumulating wealth? There will be no need for the wicked to be asked about their sins.
So you saying that's Atlantis? Come on, gang.
I'm saying this is an open statement. You
Stop
know,
a
it,
lot.
it could it could it could be Atlantis, but it's just speaking on nations that were greater in power and superior in wealth.
My bad, Uncle Law. He ain't mean that, Uncle Law. He ain't try to use the Quran to justify Atlantis. My bad, Uncle Law.
No. So I'm saying if Atlantis is real and it has been destroyed, ultimately it's Allah who destroyed lands, and usually it's because of something that they have done wrong, and it speaks about the Quran speaks about destroying people who were smarter and greater than us today. So if Atlantis fit this description and it's a real place, then Allah could have very well have destroyed it.
Hey Jesse, I remember your boys came on here. And they tried to act like the Quran don't talk down about Christians and Jews. I showed they had so many scriptures, boy. Nigga, they started. It's a warning. A warning for who? The Muslim. Exactly. Now get back on topic. Uncle Hercules. All right, Uncle Hercules say he don't agree that Thoth had shit to do with helping Egypt getting enlightened. Uncle Hercules say he don't believe in Atlantis. He from the show me nigga state. Uncle Hercules, you got the flow.
Hey, what's going on? Peace, fam. It's not much that I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't say I wouldn't put too much thought into. I understand who Thought was, and from my understanding, the Greeks when they copied it, we talking about 3,000 years after 3,000 years after Egypt, Kemet was at its end. You know what I'm saying? So they was getting this information. 3,000 years later, and the thing with thought he was talking about Amenta, and that's the part of the underworld. So he's talking about a spiritual place. He's not talking about a physical place. You know what I'm saying? When you read the Emerald Tablets, he mentions Amenta, which is the Duat, you know what I'm saying, which is the underworld, and Kemet. And so he's talking about a spiritual realm where he's coming from. And that's where he was coming from, because I mean, in our reality, you know what I'm saying, we know that, people who started Kemet came from the south. They came from Central Africa and Southern Africa, and they moved up north and they started Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Is there a possibility that, people could have lived before that? Yeah, we know that because, the modern Homo sapiens, been around for what, 500,000 years or, 400,000 years, modern Homo sapiens. But we just got to look at the evidence of what was there and what we have to look at compared to the stories, because you got to remember that our ancestors, they incorporated spirituality as well as, saying, into their teachings as well. It wasn't just like today where you're doing science is you're only looking at the physical world. They incorporate the spiritual world and understand that the spiritual world exists. So that's why it's so much emphasis on spirit and the soul and the duat, the underworld, there's so much emphasis on that because they incorporate that into their science, into their reality where they live, because they understood that there's a spiritual realm as well as a physical realm that we live. So that's what when you talk about thought and the Atlantis and stuff like that, you're dealing with the spiritual realm. But many people, but the Westerners don't understand that, and they leave that part out. You know what I'm saying? I hope I'm making sense. I'm kind of tipsy right now, yo.
When Jalen said earlier that he came from the dark, that kind of a light bulb should have went off in my head, but it didn't. That's why I kept asking for city names. But go ahead, Uncle Chucky.
Well, no, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree with him. Like like Atlantis or Lemuria or whatever you want to call it. Like the story basically is the real beginning to me, like the beginning of this creation at least. Because I mean, it line up with the Bible where everybody be asking like, why is there people standing with God before He created man and all that shit? Like this is basically just the heavens before heaven on earth. You feel me? Like he said, people were living in a spiritual state in the flesh. So these were basically a bunch of little gods living with God before they started the war in heaven between the devil and God, and that's where the destruction of Atlantis came. So yeah.
Right, right. Yeah. So
See, and maybe it's that concept that possibly got these people destroyed, because there is no other god except for Allah. And if these people are acting like little gods, or thinking that they're little gods, this is a form of arrogance. And ultimately, Allah will destroy a nation due to arrogance.
Well, yeah, it's every nation. Like I said, if this was the first nation, if you just listen to what I said, this is also the nation that it was God and all the angels basically. And if you know, the devil is an angel as well. He was the most intelligent angel. So if you know, like he split up heaven, he made half of the angels go with him and half of the angels followed God. This is the destruction of Atlantis.
I got understand.
I think Atlantis is going to be more of a earthly. If Atlantis is real, it's going to be more of an earthly a realm. It's not going to be.
I'm talking about our earth. I'm talking about real people. I'm
Okay.
talking about holy men on earth.
All right, but I don't think that the people of Atlantis are going to be angels nor devils. I think they're going to be people.
But like Jesse, you have to remember when
Not
you
little
talk.
guys,
You got to
like
remember.
that.
You got to remember, Jesse, when you're talking to me, you're not talking to a person that's talking that lives in Disney World. So even though I say angels and devils and demons and stuff like that, all of those stuff is men to me. God is a man. Remember. So even though I
Oh,
use
well,
so even when I use all those words, an angel is a man, a devil is a man. All these are just men.
I see now. I disagree with you on that.
That's
I
fine.
believe
That's fine. I just want to clarify so
I
your
believe
mi-
that there are angels.
so your mind don't go into Disney World when I start speaking and I start saying angels, that your mind go into Disney World, and remember that I'm speaking in reality. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about men.
And what I'm telling you is, there is a separation between what a man is and what an angel is. And the same with the devil, the jinn. These are a different form of creation. They're not the same as human
Okay.
beings.
So you said last time we spoke that you believe the Antichrist comes in the flesh, correct?
Correct.
So you believe the devil comes in the flesh. So how can you believe that the devil can be a man, but you don't
Well,
believe God can be a man?
I don't think that the Antichrist
That's what the devil is. The Antichrist is the devil.
it's not
He's the
it's
devil.
not
He's
the
the
Antichrist.
devil manifested in the flesh. He comes to sit in God's place and act like he's God and asks the whole world to praise him like he is God. He's the devil in the flesh.
That's the
That is who
Europeans.
that is who the
That's the
Antichrist
Europeans.
is.
That's white people.
I don't believe that. I believe that the Antichrist is a human being.
I didn't say he wasn't a
He
human
might have,
being.
all right, but I'm saying he might have devilish qualities, but he's still going to be a human being. He's
What's the
not the devil.
separation? What is the separation? A devilish man is
The
not the
de-
devil? What is the
the
separation with
devil.
you? Is a wicked man not the devil?
Well, the separation is going to be on how we are created. So in Islam, we believe that
What
angels
you
are
mean how
created from
created?
light.
So hold on. His works is not who he is? Isn't your works who you are, Jesse? If you're
What
good
I'm
or
saying,
evil, your works show who you are. That's not what it says.
what I'm saying is that when we talk about angels, men,
Yes, and
jinn.
I'm talking about your works, because you're talking about how you're made and all types of stupid stuff is
I'm
going to
talking
be
about.
made. What you
I'm
know? I'm
saying that
talking
these
about
are
your works. What
creations.
makes you who you
These are
are? Your actions and your decisions, your works. Are you a good
what
person
I'm
or are
saying
you a
is
bad person? A simple life.
these
Are
are
you a
different
God or the
species.
devil?
These are different
You're
species.
not different species, man. What you talk about, man? Different species of what?
In Islam, we're going to believe that they're
Hold up.
different
Different
species
species of what?
uh, of of uh, of God's creation. So like an angel is going to be created from light. A man is going to be created from dust or from a
What's
mold of
light?
clay.
What's light?
And
What's light, Jesse?
the jinn
What's light? Y'all be
are
using these
created.
words and don't act like y'all don't know what these words mean when God says this stuff. Y'all act like it's actual light. What is light?
It's light,
It's
brother.
knowledge, man. Knowledge. A man that is created by knowledge. Yes, a man that is spiritual, that is not that does not live by the flesh. No, see, you're living in Disney World, Jesse. That's not what it is, man. Light is knowledge, brother. It's knowledge that shines from within.
What I'm telling you
It's
is
knowledge. It's intelligence. We're at this point in life in the progress of humanity because of the intelligence of humanity in progress in itself, Jesse. The light that is within humanity, the knowledge. If we didn't have the light within us, we wouldn't be progressing.
What I'm telling you is, Chucky, I'm talking in the form more scientific. So when I'm saying
you need to talk, you can't talk more scientific if you can't get the reality. You can't talk about things you can't see if you want. You can't. No, Jesse, I told you this before. You can't talk about science with me, which is science is more like a spiritual thing, which is things that you can't see and you have to manifest, and you want to talk about these things, but you don't want to talk about the things we can see, and you don't understand the things you can actually see with your eyes. You want to deny those things, but talk about things that you can't see.
This is something that you can see. You know, like I said, an angel is going to be created from light. A man is going to be created from clay. And when we talk about the jinn are going to be created from a smokeless flame. So, like, these are three different beings. They're three different.
They're three different personalities of a man.
But I'm saying no.
There are three different personalities of a man, dog. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Jesse. That you need to come out of Disney World stuff with a man made of light. I'm trying to explain to you that light is knowledge. He's explaining to you that a man made of knowledge, a man that is straight knowledge.
I agree with you. I agree with you that light could be knowledge, but what I'm talking about when we're talking
ain't no could be, because I can explain it to you scientifically too. I can explain to you stuff like when Jesus tells you to fill up your oil, and when he tells you to fill yourself up with light. I can tell you scientifically. I can tell you stuff about the Indian healing and doing chakra stuff, and that actually fills up a fluid that fills up your spine to your cranium to your chrome, that actually fills up your brain, that actually gives you all the brain power to be a spiritual person. Like, I could tell you a lot, Jesse. You feel me? It ain't just the little shit I be sitting out here talking to y'all about. Believe me.
Metaphorically speaking, I can understand where you're coming from, but what I'm telling you is literal. I'm telling that angels were literally made from light. Humans were literally made from a molded clay, and jinn is going to be made from a smokeless.
So when you cut yourself, you cut like clay. You're clay, Jesse. Are you telling me literal this, literal that, dog? So you're literally clay.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. So I'm like, I feel you, dog. You in Disney World. I feel you. I feel you, brother. You in Disney World, man. I mean, you gotta keep on here saying lying to yourself and saying stuff like that. You know your flesh, your bone, brother. Or you gonna sit out here and talk about your clay? Come on, man. I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm gonna leave you alone when you start saying stupid stuff like that, dog. Believe me.
I'm telling you what our flesh and bone comes from.
Let me chime in real quick on what Jesse's saying. You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. I understand what both of y'all are saying, because I come from the traditional African point of view, where Jesse's saying, man, the angels are made of light. He's talking, you know what I'm saying? You that's light, that's energy. It's not matter. With man, he's saying that man is made of matter. When he says clay, that's matter. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying humans are made of. And he said the jinn is the dark dust of light, whatever. And what you were saying, that man has all three of them. That's because we possess all three of the possibilities. And that's from any African traditional spirituality. They explain that men, humans, we possess all three of those. And you at any time you can be any one of those, depending on, you know what I'm saying, which direction you're going in life. So like the brother was saying, Chucky, you saying that you could be, a person could be, can be the quote unquote, the devil, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying, because of the possibility in us. And you going in that direction in life, then you're going to be that. And then you can be that positive energy, like saying it's the light, that angels, you know what I'm saying, like he was saying, you could be that as well. But it depends on the direction of life that you're going in, because we as humans, we possess all three of those. So like he was saying, yeah, the devil is a human. You know what I'm saying? The angels, the good, that they're humans. They can be humans at the same time. However, in the beginning, what Jesse is saying, in the beginning, these were entities that were not human, and that the humans were created. I understand what he's saying, because in African spirituality, they explain, in the beginning, the creator created everything. However, that those entities were separate, and then humans were created, and then those entities, humans possess those qualities, in the humans. Like I said, when y'all was talking about, and I don't know if y'all heard me when you was describing the devil, I said, shit, that's Europeans. You describing Europeans down to the motherfucking T.
But that's who everybody already know that's who it is, man. You see them people works, man. The Bible say they works show who they is. You feel me? The seed shall let you know, their fruit shall let you know. Like, man, everybody, black people who black people is, man. Black people is loving people. You feel me? Even though people be trying to put them out as violent people, because all these years they haven't killed all these Europeans yet, man.
I know, right?
I be telling black people, y'all don't know, boy, when no other people in this world sit down and take what we've taken from another people, man. Believe me, they would die first.
Right. I think somebody, I seen this. I seen a thing on Twitter. They showed like the history of wars, throughout on the planet, and the majority of wars was in Europe. In Europe, the majority of conflicts was all in Europe. I mean, it was wars all around the world, but the majority of them was in Europe. Yeah. And it was like, these some warring motherfuckers. That's what they about. They about death. So they possess that energy that Jesse was talking about, that devil energy, that jinn energy. They possess that energy within them. So that's why it's like, nigga, I remember somebody said this when I was a kid. That's like one of my elders said, all my life, America's always been at war with somebody. And now I'm in my fucking 40s, and it's like, shit, all my life, America's always been warring with somebody. It's like, you always want to start a fucking war.
Yeah. That's why it is with the people, man. Well, but just like you say, it's like, to me, I don't know, like, I'm not too sure where them people come from, man. But one thing I know, like, God ain't never talked to them people, man. That's how I know they be. That's the most thing, like, why they be acting like they like unconscious, like them people ain't got no conscience, they ain't got no soul. It's like, yeah, God ain't never talked to them, man. God left them people alone. For real, man. God dealt with his people, the black people. God left them people alone. So, like, them people been about vanity. They've been about materialism. They've been about money. They've been about power. And they thinking, like the Bible say, they think their name's gonna rule on earth, man. And that's not how that shit gonna go, because God rule earth, man.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I was just thinking about that the other day when it's Bama, with that Bama, when he said that shit, you start nuclear testing, and Russia and China was like, look, y'all gonna start nuclear testing, then shit, we gonna start that shit and we gonna respond. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You really trying to start the fucking another war? It's like this shit is crazy, man.
Oh no, Trump acting like somebody got his family tied up in the basement, because that man has said all types of shit before he got elected. He was doing all types of shit, and like the last 2 or 3 months, that man done did a 180. He going a complete different direction than what the fuck he was talking about. That boy was talking about America first, and that boy don't give a fuck about America no more, boy.
Shit is crazy, man.
I don't know what they got going on.
And like you were saying, it was like I was saying, that energy, that evil, that devil energy, that negative energy in the universe, I just truly believe that they possess that energy within them.
Yeah.
Like I got Marie Ba'ani wrote that book Yurugu, what I'm saying, when she was going on that joint, it's like, they from the Dogon spirituality, how Yurugu broke away from the creator because he wasn't satisfied, and he wanted to prove to the creator that he could create life, that he's equal to the creator. And that's the same mindset that the Europeans have, that they're equal, that they're equal to God. We're better than God. They're better than creator. That's why they creating artificial intelligence and robots and shit come from them, because they think, that they're better than the creator, and that they're equal. And when I read that book years ago, but when you sit back and start to think about shit, it's like, God damn. it's like the ancestors had some real shit to talk about. It's like, damn, they had some, if you really sit and think about what they was talking about, it matches up to our reality and the shit that we're going through. And it's like, damn, these motherfuckers are truly, they possess the energy that's in that negative energy that's in the universe. You know what I'm saying? You call it whatever you want to call it, but I truly believe that, you know what I'm saying, the Europeans possess that negative energy that's in the universe, even though, you know, for them, it don't seem like it though. For them, it seems like, you know, they're doing, you know, positive things for the world. They're doing good.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? When you actually look at everything that they've done, it's like shit. Everything y'all done ever since y'all came out, you know, the Dark Ages has been negative around the world compared to the positive shit that y'all done around the world. But they don't see that. It's funny how they don't see that shit. And nowadays, you know what I'm saying, now you see them here crying about reverse racism. You know, that reverse racism shit. Y'all doing reverse racism. Y'all, it's like, nigga, y'all literally slaughtered people to create a country, committed genocide, and y'all don't want to fucking do reparations for it. Y'all enslaved the people. Y'all don't want to admit to the shit and pay reparations for it. And y'all just want to say, hey, y'all doing reverse racism. It's like, what the fuck? Seriously?
Yeah. But that's one thing I know about this shit though, man. This shit over here, this country, it's an illusion, man. These crackers ain't got no money, man. All this shit when they be throwing these numbers around, talk about billions of dollars of here, trillions of dollars of here. That money ain't real, man. That shit don't fucking exist, man. That's why when it's time to actually help people and do something, they can't do nothing, man, because they ain't got nothing, man.
Ain't nothing. So
That shit all an illusion, man.
look, yo, I want to stay up late, man. I gotta get out of here, man. It's good to chat with you guys. I just want to chime in real quick. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep it up, man. And
Peace
I'll holler at y'all later, brothers.
All right, Uncle Hurt, take it easy.
For sure, peace and blessings.
Already. Hey, we about to get up out of here too, man. Uncle Chucky, man, appreciate you holding it down. My boy Jesse. Jesse really ain't have to fight tonight. You know what I'm saying? Jesse, I'm gonna get you the right candidate. Martin was supposed to be hopping on. Martin talking about he trying to go for a walk at 11 o'clock at night. Brother, I thought you said you stayed in Florida. I thought you stayed in Florida, brother. You don't stay by Sniper Gang or the Zoes. The hell is you walking at 11 o'clock at night for?
Hey, it's cold right now in Florida, man. I'm cold, man. It's like in the 50s, man. What the fuck?
Facts. It's hey, Uncle Chucky, you see I got a hoodie on, man. It's North Face.
That's real, man. Shit.
But now we out of here. Appreciate you, Uncle Chucky. Jesse, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, man. All right, Uncle Chucky.
All right,
God
peace and
bless.
blessings.